When I think of Snow White, the best thing I can think to compare it to is The Exorcist. So let me explain myself. If that sentence doesn't hook you into watching this video, I don't know what will. I watched The Exorcist, and I was not scared. Compared to the effects of more recent films, the use of CG, the cinematography, the tension-building techniques, The Exorcist just isn't nearly as scary as other more recent movies. But those other recent movies wouldn't exist without The Exorcist first carving this path for them to follow. And it's the same with Snow White. It can be easy for people to look back at much older films like this and be less than impressed with their quality. Animation techniques have improved more and more as artists experimented with the medium in new and interesting ways, but it's important to remember that in order to get there, we had to start here. Snow White's humble origins is the beginning of what would shape the magical world of animation we know today. Snow White was the first animated feature-length film produced in the United States. It took 3 laborious years and reportedly featured 2 million paintings, frame by frame, painstakingly making a story come to life through animation. Of course this animation will feel old and outdated now. It's been 100 years of Disney. A lot changes over a century. It's no small feat to achieve everything Disney has done, although there have been quite a lot of ups and downs over the company's 100 years. I wanted to take this opportunity to go over every animated movie Disney has done, including the weird direct-to-DVD sequels, though I'm not going to cover the Tinkerbell or Winnie the Pooh films because they have so many films. I would rather dedicate a whole video focusing on their expansive catalog of films individually. Adding it all together, I'm going to be covering 94 films, and I tell you what, making this list was not easy. There's no real definitive list that has all of the mainline Disney animated films and all their sequels and spin-offs. Some are under different studio names like Disney Toon, and some of their studio names changed halfway through productions. I did my best. If I missed something, it's probably my fault, but hey, 94 films is already a ton, so you can't say I didn't try. I'm going to see what 100 years worth of animation looks like as a completed whole. The evolution of their art, stories, music, and characters over all these years. The ups, the downs, the good, the bad. This is going to be a long one. Let's strap in and tackle 100 years of Disney.
I'm thoughtful and beautiful, and I sing the most wonderful songs about woodland creatures.
Full disclosure, Snow White was never one of my favorites. I think the last time I had seen the film before watching it for this video was ages ago. And I think in all that time, I had started to take the animation of this film for granted because I did not realize just how gorgeous this animation is. The colors of the sky, the intricate details of the setting. Snow White herself is incredibly charming to watch. I was impressed with her rosy red cheeks. She truly is the fairest of them all. She's beautiful. When I opened up the movie in Disney Plus, the description just says, the greatest animated film of all time. Which, let's start to roll things back a bit, because I think that's a bit of an overstatement. They definitely play with the unlimited magic animation can't provide. I really like the way they personified her fear in the forest, having the branches of the trees transform into clawing hands, watching as tree trunks become twisted monsters in her panicked state. However, after her terror-filled forest adventure, Snow White very quickly gets overshadowed by the woodland creatures and the dwarves. The film busies itself with elongated sequences of these other characters getting up to antics and slapstick, while Snow White unfortunately gets pushed into the background. I would have liked to get to see her more. She had an infectiously charming personality, but I'd be lying if the dwarves' gimmicks weren't also cute in their own ways. The biggest problem though is each and every scene after Snow finds the dwarves' home feels like it stretches on for way too long. I was amazed when I saw the hour-and-a-half runtime. I couldn't remember much of the story that felt like it would fill up that much time, and I was right, there isn't. Instead, each scene gets stretched out infinitely longer than needed. Like, she tells the dwarves to wash their hands for supper, and after a while I out loud said, said, we're still doing this? What's crazy is I think we could have stretched out the beginning sequence a lot more. Snow doesn't even mention that the evil queen is her stepmother until after the halfway point of the film. So I was sitting there wondering what was going on with the dynamic here. Snow is a princess, but she's in rags. Who's the prince? Is he the queen's son? Is he the prince from another land? There's not a lot of exposition, and the movie is very much not interested in slowing things down for the sake of explaining these things. I kind of like it though. We don't need to know the minute details of Snow and her stepmother in order to enjoy their roles in this story. Speaking of the evil queen, why do we associate ravens with her? She has one pet raven we only see briefly. If anything, the vultures lingered around her a lot more than her raven ever did. I love the irony of her demise, willing to turn herself into a hideous witch, the antithesis of what she truly wanted just for the sake of killing Snow. Then she dies before she could ever really be seen as the fairest in the land. There's other small details I liked of the film, like how the turtle friend was always too slow to keep up with the events of the film. I also really liked the plot point of Snow White winning over Grumpy. He starts out straight up hating women.
She's a female, and all females is poison. They're full of wicked wiles.
And as the story goes on, he ends up being the first one to leap into action once they realize Snow's in danger.
What do we do? Come on! Yeah.
It's a sweet movie. Animation-wise, it's a lot better than I remembered, but it slows down so much in the middle that it starts to feel like an awfully boring slog. No wonder I didn't like this one much as a kid. But now, it's time for... I want to rank the Disney princesses, because I like princesses. Also, I think it'll be a fun way to visualize how much they've changed priorities over the years. And also, I like ranking lists, so let's do this. I'll be ranking the lovely ladies on 4 factors, each with a total of 5 points. First, outfit. Snow White's dress is pretty iconic. I like how many different colors and details there are without feeling too busy. She also wears black, and not too many princesses get to do that. It's usually a color designated for the villains. I'm gonna give her a 5 out of 5 here. Next, princessology. I want my princesses to act like proper royalty. This includes things like being kind, polite, proper, manners, but also it's about her desire to fulfill her role as a ruling leader. Snow certainly has the polite and kind elements down, but she doesn't seem too bothered about being a leader. Hell, she seems pretty content with scrubbing the floors in rags. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. But it's not just the demure traits I'm looking for. Next is heroics. These ladies are the heroes of their stories. I want to see what acts of bravery they have. Take a chance to dive into the risky situations to save someone in need. Unfortunately, Snow doesn't really have much of this at all, so she's only getting a 1 out of 5. The dwarves are the ones really doing all the heroics here. Last, personality. Girls just want to have fun, and I want to see them having fun. Being cool, just being generally entertaining to watch for their films. Snow is a delight. She's sweet and charming and hopeful, a little one-note, but endearing nonetheless. 4 out of 5. Snow's total is 13 out of 20. I'll be bringing this ranking back up next time we run into a princess.
There are no strings on me.
Watching these films back to back, I was surprised at how much of a noticeable downgrade in quality there was for Pinocchio. It's not horrible or anything, it's mostly just the backgrounds. They feel much cheaper and more obviously a different style than the animated characters. There's a lot less singing in this one compared to Snow White 2, though I also think Pinocchio and Geppetto are much worse vocalists compared to Snow and the Dwarfs, so I guess it's not that bad. Pinocchio is kind of like the perfect opposite of Snow White. Where Snow started out faster paced and slowed down in the middle, Pinocchio starts out in such a plodding way, but really picks up after we head off to his first day of school. Pinocchio's crazy misadventures are a lot more thrilling compared to the antics of Snow White. Now, I don't intend to just compare it to its predecessor, though I did find it interesting that both films have the main characters dying at the end, only to be magically brought back to life. After seeing the normal animals like Cleo and Figaro, Gideon and Honest John feel sort of jarring, but I can't blame Disney on this one. The original story for Pinocchio had all kinds of crazy twists and turns like this. this. Things very much just sort of come and go in this movie, with little to no explanation either. The whole thing kind of feels like a fever dream. Geppetto got swallowed by Monstro off-screen? Really? Even though the world around Pinocchio is always crazy and interesting, I found Pinocchio himself rather bland. He doesn't really emote much or seem to change throughout the film. He kind of drifts his way from one plot point to the next with very little persuading. Also, the nose-growing thing? That only happens once, about halfway through the film. Pinocchio lies to the blue fairy, his nose grows, and then it never happens again. The nose-growing thing is like the most iconic thing about his character, but it's barely even in the film? The pacing and supporting cast was a lot better for this movie, but unfortunately the leads are pretty bland. There's a ton of different adaptations of Pinocchio, and unfortunately this version is not one of the ones I'd recommend first.
Ho, ho, it's magic!
Fantasia is very, very weird. I'd honestly struggle to even really call it a film. I'd classify this as an art piece, which I know sounds so pretentious, I'm sorry. It's a collection of rather obscure or abstract sequences animated to match various classic pieces of music. The point isn't really to tell a narrative story, it's an exploration of the magical stitching of visual and auditory mediums. Hell, the first piece of animation we see is entirely abstract. Just random shapes and colors to match the vibes of the song. And I think that was a very brave and potentially risky choice to start the film this way. Most audiences are coming to Disney animation to see whimsical fairy tales brought to life, not misshapen blobs of color aimlessly floating around. I could understand if people found Fantasia boring, but as a kid I really liked this one. I remember rewatching it all the time. This is what I think Navi would look like in Ocarina of Time if we got to like see her body more. The seasonal fairies are very cute, and I like the detail that the different seasons have different styles for their wings. It's a really nice touch. Why are all these fish so freaking flirty? The Misadventures featuring Mickey is the least abstract of the animations. It's the story with the most obvious structure, and there's even a moral lesson at the end. And I'm willing to bet those are the reasons this story is usually the poster child for Fantasia. I have a bit of a theory about Disney. I think he was obsessed with animating water. You might have noticed it with Snow and Pinocchio too, but it's really evident here with A Sorcerer's Apprentice. The animation for water in these early films is always so over the top. The crashing waves, the ripples, the bubbles. Disney famously has said that his favorite animation is Cinderella washing the floor reflected in all the different bubbles. The dude liked water. The evolution section is awfully boring, but once it changes to the dinosaur stuff, it gets a lot better. And awfully grim, too. I remember how sad it was seeing all the dinosaurs slowly dying off in the desert. The beginning of Disney dabbling with darker tones for their films. The ballet animals are cute, but sort of forgettable, and the devil on Ball Mountain is cool. He's one of the most talked about things from this film for a reason, but maybe I'm just a little jaded by this point. I think it's a tad overrated. Also, I can't hear Ave Maria without thinking about Mike Birbiglia.
Ave Maria.
And of course, there's the fantasy section. I distinctly remember this was my favorite part of the film when I was a kid, because I just absolutely loved seeing the fantasy creatures. Unicorns, Pegasi, centaurs, it's awesome. But now's a good time as any to address Disney's unfortunate history with racism. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last time, we see some pretty racist depictions of stereotypes throughout Disney's animated films. I'd like to say it was just a product of the time, but I think one glance at current-day America will tell you racism is very much still a problem today. This little centaur is apparently named Sunflower, and in the version shown on Disney Plus, they've completely edited her out of the film, which I don't know which is worse, honestly, having a black character but portraying them as a stereotype, or just wiping away any black representation entirely. Anyways, looking at Fantasia as a whole, it's impressive how different this was. It's unique, but your mileage will definitely vary. It's 2 hours long, and I can tell ya, after a while, the charm was starting to wear off. First things first, screw those elephants. Oh my god, horrible, nasty, awful, rude, ableist bitches. Holy crap. It's been a long time since I've seen Dumbo, and I couldn't believe just how unnecessarily nasty everyone is. The majority of this film is so mean-spirited. Dumbo is constantly being put down. No, I'm not having fun watching this tiny baby elephant crying all the time. Why would you do this? The one shining light in this film is Timothy, which, fun fact, they never once say Timothy's name in the whole movie. Even the subtitles just call him Mouse. It's so weird. Timothy's dedication towards making Dumbo a star so the other elephants won't pick on him anymore is legitimately sweet. Their dynamic is surprisingly engaging, despite the fact Dumbo is mute throughout the whole film. He has a lot of personality, and I think it helps that they animate him to be so expressive. But the events of the film feel awfully plodding. Timothy doesn't suggest flight until about 5 minutes before the movie wraps, and he doesn't actually achieve flight until 3 minutes before it's over. The film is just one sad scene of Dumbo being put down, dominoing into the next scene where Dumbo gets put down again. And then suddenly pink elephants happen, and it's legitimately terrifying. I love it, because I love the crazy surreal visuals, but also, this had to have terrified most children, right? Also, the song was stuck in my head for actually months.
I can stand the sight of worms and look at microscopic germs, but Technicolor pachyderms.
And of course, as I was saying with Disney and its racist past, you all know about the crows. And I'm gonna say something that might be a bit of a hot take, but I think the crows are actually really cool. Hell, aside from Timothy, they're the only other characters in the whole film who don't make fun of Dumbo's ears. The only thing they do is tease Timothy for suggesting Dumbo might have flown up into their tree, but once they get to know Dumbo's circumstances, they're right there helping him out the whole time. They're actually some of the best characters in the movie. The only thing is, the main crow isn't voiced by a black actor, it's just a white man doing an impression, but as a whole, I found the crows to be the best part of the film. The internet has built up Disney's crows to be this big icon of racist depictions, when quite frankly, there's way worse things in this film. Like, all the workers pitching the tent are faceless black people singing a pretty tasteless song. Overall, I wasn't very wowed with Dumbo. It would be hard to suggest to somebody.
Bambi, I didn't know you could fly.
While I was watching Bambi, I actually did some research and looked up whether or not this one was a critical success for Disney, and as I suspected, it's not, but not for the reason I thought it would be. I found the film a dreadful bore. From what I read, most general audiences at the time thought it was too violent. Yeah, the movie where the mother dies off screen and you don't see any blood or a body or anything, this was too violent. And honestly, now, I'm not surprised. In both Snow White and Pinocchio, death was not a consequence for our characters. Disney had established a status quo that good people come back to life at the end of the movie, so to keep Bambi's mother dead was quite the upset, apparently. Though Disney defended himself by saying he was just staying true to the events of the book, and yes, Bambi was a book first, and I say Walt's argument is flimsy because he changed a bunch of other stuff from the book. To be fair, another problem audiences have with the film was the lack of Disney magic, and this is a lot closer to what I was saying before. It's a boring movie, unfortunately. There's no magical spell casting, no unique monsters, no crazy misadventures. It's just the normal story of a normal deer in our normal world. Yippee. What's worse than that, though, is it's just very slow and plodding. Every scene is awfully melancholic, at least until the finale. Bambi's girlfriend gets chased by like 100 million dogs, and Bambi straight up curb stomps all of them. Then he's running away from the last of them to help his girlfriend escape, and he leaps across a gorge and flies like 100 feet through the air, but in the middle of his leap, he gets shot, and now the forest is on fire. Oh no! Bambi's dad shows up, and he's like, "Get up, Bambi," and Bambi just walks off the gunshot wound. Unfortunately, the slow slog of the film is not worth sitting through just to get to that ludicrous climax. Okay, rant time. Who's Bambi's friends? Thumper and Flower, right? Wrong. Flower is not Bambi's friend. They barely interact with each other. Throughout the movie, Flower only talks to Bambi 3 times total. When he first meets Bambi, where Bambi can't even communicate yet, that's how he gave Flower his nickname, then Flower disappears for like 40 minutes while Bambi and Thumper do other stuff. Then once it's winter, they find Flower again and he's hibernating, and he says, "All flowers sleep through the winter," which is very cute. And then he immediately goes back to sleep, and then again they don't see each other until they're adults, where he's the first one to immediately ditch the others for his girl. They're not friends. They're acquaintances at best. Don't let them lie to you. Bambi and Flower are not actually friends. Hot take of the century.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
We're entering an era of films I like to call "No one remembers these things." Yes, when you saw the title, Saludas, amigos, you probably had one of 2 reactions. Either, "Oh yeah, I totally forgot this movie was even a thing," or you went, "What the heck is this?" These films are much shorter than those that came before. Saludas Amigos only clocks in at 42 minutes, and they're all mostly just anthologies. A collection of shorter stories stitched together by some random theme. Honestly, it just feels like watching old Merry Melodies episodes. Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes kind of stuff. That's not necessarily bad, I love all those shows, but I'd hardly call them on par quality-wise as the Disney animated films we've seen before and after. Saludas Amigos sees an exploration of various Latin American locations. At first, I thought this was just the Disney animators getting a sense of a location as research for an upcoming film that must have been canned. But doing some research into it, it looks like this was actually a propaganda film as a part of the Good Neighbor policy. Basically, it was an attempt to smooth things over with various Latin American nations after we did what we do best. Military invasions, all for the sake of greedy exploitation. Way to go, America! You never fail to suck at everything. Fortunately, the Good Neighbor policy seemed to actually be an earnest attempt to try and smooth things over and fix our prior mistakes. And from what I can tell, I think it actually worked. Not only to remove the military American forces from Nicaragua, but also helped with introducing foreign culture to the Americans. And things seemed to work out, at least for a while. It seems things fell apart during the Cold War, where America went right back to doing what it had done before. Meddle its military and Latin American affairs for selfish, greedy reasons. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all political with that little history lesson, but honestly, learning the history about the Good Neighbor policy was the most entertaining thing to come out of this movie. It's neat seeing Donald and Goofy. I love the main team of Mickey's friends, so it's cool all 3 boys get to be on the big screen at some point in time. Though Goofy's antics feel a bit insulting to me. I know his gimmick is he tends to bumble his way through his stories, but it feels sort of like it's spitting in the face of the more intricately detailed elements of the cultures that the narrator is describing. Jose Carioca is cool, and I wish he got to be a bigger character. I found him very fun and charming, so I don't get why he kinda got lost to time. After the grim directions for the stories in Fantasia and with Bambi's mother's death, I was sort of on the edge of my seat wondering if Pedro the Plane was going to make it out alive or not. All in all, it's a neat exploration of the different cultures, but a structured narrative would have been much more entertaining. This just kind of feels like a neatly packaged history lesson.
We're 3 caballeros, 3 gay caballeros.
If I pronounce the name wrong, I'm sorry. I can't roll my R's. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. In a similar vein, we get 3 Caballeros, another exploration of Latin American culture, though this time with extra emphasis on focusing on Brazil and Mexico, the homelands of Joe and Panchito respectively. I also liked how much we detailed the differences in culture from Brazil and Mexico. There's one part where Joe doesn't seem to understand something Panchito says, and it's because Panchito is speaking Spanish while Joe speaks Portuguese. That was cute. I thought that was very cute. I think they're fun. I think these boys are fun. I thought this movie was a lot more fun and cute compared to Saludas Amigos. Yes, it's still an anthology of an assortment of stories, but it feels less like a history lesson and more like entertaining antics. The whole thing is framed around Donald Duck checking out gifts from his friends in Latin America, and I liked how Donald was very excited to learn new things about the different places he sees in his gifts. While it was a lot more entertaining than Saludas Amigos, in my opinion, it did feel like some of those segments dragged out a little too long. Also, it was really weird that a good majority of this movie is just Donald Duck being horny for real human women, so You know, that sure was a choice.
I mean, what are you even looking for?
Madonna, Blondie, Bowie, Beatles, music! We need music!
It's another anthology series. This one also is the only movie that's not streaming on Disney Plus for some reason. Fortunately, it's all been uploaded to YouTube. It's just so boring. I'm very tired of these anthology films by now. When I was looking up the movie to try and see why it wasn't on Disney Plus, I went to the Wikipedia page and discovered the reason why they kept making these anthology films. World War II. Most of the animators had been shipped off to war, and the ones left behind were tasked with making propaganda films. So the film division had to pump out something with the half-finished ideas they had left behind in order to keep their department afloat. So that's why we have all these anthology stories. The problem is, it's not like Fantasia, where the artistry on display was exceptionally impressive. Instead, these animations feel cheap and lazy. The characters we briefly get introduced to are shallow and not memorable, not very entertaining either. In fact, it feels like they went out of their way to make most every human character as ugly as possible, except for Gracie in the Martins and Coys, and all the kids from the Cats join in. Every single male character in all the other shorts is weirdly ugly, and even the kids in the Cats join in all feel like basic bland imitations of like Tintin or Family Circus. And Gracie is the same boring female design they've used for every female character since the centaurs in Fantasia. It's all so boring.
Circus, Afro.
Oh my god, this one actually just pisses me off. It's so boring. It'd be one thing if I wasn't marathoning all these Disney movies, right? Watching all of these anthology films in a row is rather droll, but even if I was just watching this film on its own, I hate this. I hate Bongo. Oh my gosh, I hate this dumb little brown bear. Bongo's a circus bear, and between this and Dumbo, I really get the sense that Disney hated circuses. One of Bongo's accomplishments is jujitsu. The songs aren't fun, the antics he gets into isn't entertaining, the plot of him besting a bigger bear is boring and something I've seen 1,000 times over. It's doing absolutely nothing new or interesting. The slapping thing with the bears is weird, and I just cannot stand this short. It's what the majority of this film is dedicated to, too. There's only 2 stories in this one, and they both drag on way too long. The second story is Jack and the Beanstalk with Mickey, Goofy, and Donald. I admit, it's fun finally seeing all 3 of the boys together for a story here, but again, it just drags once we get to the giant house. Maybe I would have been more forgiving of the story if Bongo didn't already sour my mood. I'm sure kids back in 1947 were plenty charmed and entertained by this, but it just does not hold up today. Also, between stories, we follow Jiminy Cricket around, and first he just kind of puts on a record, and that's fine, but then he moseys across the street, and there's a human man, 2 sentient ventriloquist dummies, and a little girl. And like, just what the hell is happening? He's not even doing a very good job as a ventriloquist. Like, I can totally see his mouth moving. Neither of these nerds are as cool as my ventriloquist dummy. This is Danny O'Day. Isn't he cool? Say hi, Danny. It's more of the same. Lazy, cheap animation with no style or creativity, but this one's also like uniquely lower quality than the others, like noticeably lesser quality animation this time around. What moral lessons does this movie teach us? Don't skate on thin ice. Music. Just like in general, music is there. Jesus, I guess? Don't have fun. Only do your job, otherwise you'll get arrested and your father will emotionally and physically suffer from your actions. Is this another Jesus one? What the f- Donald and Joe show up, but not Panchito, which is lame. And then Donald and Joe don't even get to do anything cool here either. Oh no, I think Pecos Bill is racist. Oh no.
You totally got what you deserved, yeah!
Thankfully, this is the last of the weird anthology movies Disney was stuck doing for so long. And out of all of them, I think this is one of their best executed ones. Both stories are engaging and have fun and entertaining characters. Unlike Bongo the Bear, there's actually a full supporting cast too. And unlike Jack and the Beanstalk, they don't pad out screen time by just stretching out scenes for too long. There's a definitive continual progression of the plot lines for each of the two stories. Also, finally, we get some character designs with a little bit of charm and unique details on display. Disney's characters have felt so basic and one-note all throughout these anthology stories. Here, with Ichabod and Mr. Toad's crew, I get the feeling they really wanted to do something different that would stand out stylistically against their other animations. Both stories kind of follow a similar structure as each other too, so they don't feel entirely unrelated. Both Mr. Toad and Ichabod Crane are kind of assholes. They are inconsiderate of others and they do things entirely for selfish reasons, so by the end of both of their stories, you're sort of happy to see them get their comeuppance. You want to see them get what they deserve for acting so terribly to those around them. But I think Disney kind of drops the ball with the execution of these stories. Yeah, they both get what they deserve, but also we need to have a happy ending still. So we see Mr. Toad and Ichabod each getting cheery, happy endings, and it undermines the point of their moral lesson.
Somebody I thought was my savior, sure make me do a whole lot of labor.
Finally, another Disney princess. Oh my god. Snow White came out in 1937. We didn't see another Disney princess story until 1950. It took over a decade to finally return to this idea. It's just crazy to think about. Nowadays, the Disney princesses are like one of the biggest signature elements of their brand, so it's crazy to think that it took this long just to get to the second princess film for their company. No Disney animated film has had as beautifully detailed backgrounds as Snow White, but Cinderella does have a huge boost in quality in terms of the fluidity of the characters, their body movements, their facial expressions. Everyone in this film has so much effort and detail in every little movement they make. The biggest downside for this movie is also the thing that they dedicate the most screen time to: cat and mice. Do you want to see tons and tons of antics between Lucifer and Jock? Too bad. That's what you're getting. See, the real story of Cinderella is pretty simple if we break it down. Abused girl, fairy godmother, goes to the ball, glass slipper. It's hard to stretch out these story beats out long enough to fill a whole movie's runtime, so they pad things out in between those moments with the mice's shenanigans. We all know about the cute animal companion trope in Disney films. Nowadays, we all associate these cute animal sidekicks as being the thing to keep very little children entertained, and to be sold as dolls and plushies and stuff. But here in Cinderella, we can see how the cute animal sidekick trend got started. They're here to fill runtime around the real plot. I don't mind Jock and Gus Gus outwitting Lucifer, but I think I'd like these scenes better if the mice didn't have such terrible voices. I can't understand them half the time.
Need a jacket and shoes and hat. Where? In the trap.
Fortunately though, Cinderella herself is an absolute delight. She is a treasure. I was so charmed with her kind, gentle personality. She just exudes hope and optimism with every step. I'm so impressed with her dedication and willpower, continually thrown into scenarios where any other person would have snapped and given up hope. She stands her ground. Throughout the whole film, she never wavers on her polite demeanor. No one would have blamed her for getting snappy and rude with these horrible people, but that's the one thing she holds on to. Because her level-headedness, her polite tone, that all just proved how much better she is than them. Those rotten girls go screaming and throwing tantrums when things don't go their way. Cinderella is better than that. Speaking of which, the villain in this movie really made my blood boil. Lady Tremaine is a vile, horrible, evil monster of a woman. It's been a hot moment since I've watched Cinderella, so I was waiting for there to be a moment where they have some little exposition scene where Lady Tremaine explains why she's so dreadful, so filled with hate for Cinderella. But no, They don't do that, and I love that. There doesn't need to be a reason these people are garbage people, because sometimes people really are just garbage. It makes her all the more gripping as a villain. There's no limit to the terrible things she'll do, so long as it's within her realm of possibilities. Because she's just that vile, and it makes her amazing as this movie's antagonist. Lady Tremaine really set the standard for what Disney villains would become down the line. The evil queen in Snow White is kind of generic. Yeah, those elephants and Dumbo were bitches, but Lady Tremaine tips the scale and delivers a truly iconic and evil character. Outfit. Everything she wears is adorable. She's so cute throughout the film. But her magical ball gown really does steal the show. Nowadays, they color it in so it looks blue, but seeing it here as off-white is just much more magical and stands out. 5 out of 5. Princessology. Being royal was never once a thought in her mind. She wasn't royalty as a kid. She was just kind of well off, but then her dad died and she became a servant. Then when she meets the prince, she didn't even know he was the prince the whole time.
But why?
Well, oh, the prince. I haven't met the prince.
The prince?
Every other girl was there to try to get into the prince's pants, and Cinderella just rolled up looking to have a good time out of the house. So the prospect of eventually being a royal figure never really gets brought up, but she still has the perfect personality of a refined royal figure. Her politeness, her manners, she's a perfect fit for a princess. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Heroics. I'll be honest, this is where she falters. While I think it takes immeasurable strength to not let her emotions blow up basically every time her stepfamily puts her down or abuses her, she's not really much of a proactive character. The mice actually are the ones doing the majority of the heroics in the film, sewing her dress for her, getting the key off Lady Tremaine to unlock her door, but like I said, she is still very brave in her own way, so I'll give her a 2 out of 5. Personality? Amazing. She's a delight. She's cute and kind. She's a tad sassy, and when she gets to be her honest self in front of the mice and birds, you can really see how spirited and fun she is. 5 out of 5. I absolutely loved her. This movie as a whole was so much more charming than I remembered. I had a great time with it. I think this is the best film that attempts to do a dreamscape scenario for the plot. It's appropriately magical, but still structured with plot progression and some sort of logic. Most people's attempts at doing dream stories, or even just other renditions of Alice in Wonderland, tend to lead into the nonsensical too much, where things just feel almost pointless and like everything in the story is some sort of non sequitur. Disney's Alice presents us with a world that is very zany and different from the real world, but still runs on its own set of rules. If you're patient enough to figure out those rules, you can easily play along with the others. That's where Alice herself comes in. She's fine as a protagonist, though she is a tad on the bland side. I can't be too upset with this because that is sort of the point in the long run. She is initially very interested and charmed with this world, but as her adventure continues forward, she becomes more and more frustrated with it, learning her lesson that some rules and structure isn't too bad to know about. It's a cute film, with lots of creative visuals and characters. We never spend too long on any one scene, which is nice. Oh, you're not a fan of the flowers? Well, don't worry, we'll be done with them and off onto the next thing before you know it. This is also one of Disney's genuinely more funny movies so far.
Queen of Hearts! And a king.
The story just fit Disney's art style so well. Fast-paced, off-the-wall magic, and unique styles and scenarios for the animators to play with. It's simple but delightful, I'd say.
I am a lost boy from Neverland.
Oh boy, this movie sure is charming. It's a shame about all that racism, though. I'll start with the positives. I was initially worried about Michael as a character. I was worried he'd be on the annoying side, since that's what most films do with very little children characters. But he was fine. Very cute. But who really steals the show is Tinkerbell. She's immediately fun, funny, adorable, sassy, entertaining, the whole 9 yards. Every time she was on screen, she oozes personality. It's no wonder she sort of became a mini mascot but for Disney after a while. The animation was a lot of fun with this film. I especially liked how each character was animated to really show off their personalities. Like, for example, when the Darling children all fly off for the first time, they don't all do the same things as each other. Each one does something different that really highlights their different styles, and that was a really nice touch. I find it hilarious that Wendy's punishment in the beginning is threatening that she'll be getting her own room. Like, I don't know, even when I was a little kid, having my own room sounded awesome. Oh no, Father, whatever shall I do with all this space for my own things and all this privacy? How terrible! I know getting her own room out of the nursery is just symbolic of the bigger notion of not wanting to grow up yet, but still. And this is kind of where my compliments end. It's super weird how much of this movie is all about girls being super horny for Peter and then just acting like haughty bitches to each other. The mermaids and Tinkerbell try to kill Wendy. Wendy gets pissed when Tiger Lily kisses Peter. Jeez Louise, calm down, girls. It's one boy, and he's not even very cool, I'm gonna be honest. He's kind of a jerk. It's not just the mermaids and Tiger Lily, though. Most of the supporting cast is pretty lousy, actually. Especially the Lost Boys. They are all so bland. They don't have any unique personality traits, they're all just little shits and that's it. Maybe it's because I've also grown up, but I really resonated with Wendy's frustrations throughout the film. And then there's the unfortunate part of the movie. I already said there's some ugly racist moments in Disney. We all know that. But for all the previous films we've covered so far, it was something sort of minor, something they could edit out of the movie, or just something in one or two scenes but quickly passes by. Not here. The horrible Native American racism and stereotyping permeated this entire film, and it just really soured my mood for the movie. It's uncomfortable to sit through. The animation wasn't even all that impressive, and the song was garbage. Just bad all around. Some movies age worse than others, and this one unfortunately just aged like milk. Similar to what I said about Pinocchio, there have been tons of other renditions of this same story that's honestly way better than this one. Any of the good, entertaining, or charming details found in this film can easily be found in different ones too. Though I do admit, no one else ever really nails TikTok like how this movie does. I think it's the cartoony animations for him and the super catchy song. But yeah, overall, you could find a better version of Peter Pan to watch.
I have just met you, and I love you.
Oh my god. Strap in. This is another movie that I haven't seen in ages, and I really couldn't even remember much of the film. Before I started this great big Disney retrospective, I would have told you that I'm incredibly neutral about this movie. No outstanding opinions one way or another. Now? Wrong. I hated this movie. I can't believe how much I just hated everything about this movie. I should have known this movie was going to be a headache when they decided that for the first 7 minutes, it should just be baby lady as a puppy, whining, crying, and howling for her owners, and Jim Deere yelling at her to shut up. 10 out of 10 storytelling decision right there. No, there wasn't even cute puppy antics. It was just puppy crying sounds. Oh, but don't worry. This film is full of dogs whining, crying, and howling, all for elongated periods of time. And yes, it is always very annoying and lasts for far too long. You really get the sense that they just didn't know what to do with their runtime. You might think, oh, maybe we could use all this as an opportunity to develop Lady and Tramp's relationship. Nope, she doesn't even meet Tramp until the 22-minute mark. But that's just meeting him. She doesn't even really talk to him or hang out with him until the 37-minute mark. More than halfway through the whole goddamn film. What were we doing in all that time? Nothing. Lady's all worried because her owners are having a baby and she's spending way too fucking long being all bummed out about that. But then, surprise, she sees the baby and loves it. And I guess that whole plot point is just out the window. Lady feeling like she's being replaced by the baby? No. That was just filler for the first third of the runtime. And it gets resolved literally within seconds. Hooray! Small thing, because I do want to be pedantic. Why is the movie in widescreen? What the hell is the point of doing an animated movie in widescreen. Widescreen is a film technique because it utilizes a different camera lens, but the world of animation is not beholden to the same restrictions as the physical world. So why? Why waste the screen space on dumb black bars? You ready for this? I hate Aunt Sarah. What a stupid, dumb, worthless, idiot, terrible headache of a character. I hated every single thing about this woman. Every single conflict arose because she was a bumbling moron, and I hate that kind of thing. She just always conveniently misses what was actually happening and punished Lady for everything, and it's dumb, and it's not entertaining or fun to watch. Also, her cats are racist stereotypes, and they don't do anything. They show up for the one scene and then immediately get forgotten. Which, like, why? Well, we're on the cats. Let's talk about how every supporting character in this movie is the most annoying thing I've had to sit through. Every character's voice was dumb and annoying. This beaver really takes the cake, though.
6'6" and 7/16 inches.
Tony's dog date is weird. Let's admit that. Yes, the scene is cute and it's iconic. There's a reason this is the only thing anyone remembers from the movie. But also, this is weird. Everything else in this movie is pretty realistic, so Tony whipping out a pre-made dog-sized table and playing them an accordion love ballad for their spaghetti date is really weird. So Lady goes to the pound for a sec and she learns that Tramp has been around with other girls and she gets mad at him for this. It's not implied that he's been seeing these girls behind her back or anything. After all, she's literally only spent any time with Tramp for 2 days now. She's just mad he's had prior girlfriends. That is such a weirdly unreasonable thing to be mad about. If there was suspicion that he was sneaking around behind her back and he had tried to prove that he wasn't, that could be one thing for them to do, but no. And then there's no conclusion to this plot point either. In fact, nothing gets a resolution. A big ol' rat crawls into the house and Lady can't reach it, so Tramp runs in to kill it before it can reach the baby, and then that's it. Everything's fine between them, I guess. I guess she changed her mind about being mad at him for having previous girlfriends off screen or something because he killed a rat one time. Also, Lady doesn't get to do anything on her own in this film. She doesn't solve any of her problems. Conveniently, someone else always solves it for her, and she doesn't even get to be the hero at the end of the movie. She doesn't get to kill the rat and save the baby. Tramp does that. And then she doesn't get to track Tramp down before he gets to the pound. Jock and Trusty do that. Also, they try to do a fake-out death with Trusty, and it infuriated me because he's laying there presumably dead, and then we just transition to fun, happy times with the babies. Yeah, he wasn't actually dead, but this sequence of events just had me fuming. Also, why did Jim and Darling adopt Tramp? Lady shows them all the rat he killed, but how did she tell them Tramp was the one that killed it? And even if she was able to communicate that, what happened that made them decide to adopt the random stray that murdered a rat in their baby's nursery? Also, yeah, the rat was going to hurt the baby, at least get him sick, but Tramp totally knocked over the whole crib. That definitely still hurt the baby. Also, why does Tramp let himself be adopted? Never once did he even begin to warm up to the idea of finding a forever home. He was more than happy roaming the streets. But then his girlfriend of 2 days helps him not end up in the pound, and he just decides to stay. I don't know. It's all just terrible. Wasted screen time on stupid, annoying scenes and characters. It's not fun, it's not cute, it's not interesting, it's not even a good love story. They have the whole movie to fall in love, and they don't. They eat one plate of spaghetti, and that's it. Terrible. I hate this movie. I hate it. Number 1 Lady and Tramp hater. That's me. I'm taking the crown. I am the biggest hater of this movie of all time. No one can stop me. I can't believe how much I hate this movie. This is the first time since Snow White that the backgrounds have looked this amazing. They're beautiful. Every single shot has this gorgeously painted, intricately detailed backdrop. Every single brick in the castle walls, the bark of the trees, it's so amazing. But also, it is a tad distracting how not impressively detailed the characters are on top of these beautiful backdrops. The characters themselves are flatly lit and simplistically designed, so it's this weird mishmash of styles. It's not bad, but it is noticeable. Oh, is Philip like way older than Aurora? He's like a whole boy when she was a newborn baby. This is so pedantic, but like, why not just invite Maleficent? They live like 2 minutes away from her evil castle. If I was next door neighbors to a super powerful magical entity, I don't know, I'd want to stay on her good side. Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, the three good fairies, absolutely steal the show. Instead of little animal companions, we have three elderly ladies, and I kind of love them. It's a unique choice for the movie. It gives the whole story a very Golden Girls flavored vibe.
It looks awful.
That's because it's on you, dear.
Well? Wouldn't it be easier to put a pillow over my face while I sleep?
Philip was fun too. He had a lot of energy and personality. Maleficent also was a delight. She's big and prone to exaggerated yelling and laughing. Quite frankly, Sleeping Beauty herself was the most forgettable part of her own movie. Everyone else gets so much more personality with their screen time. The fairies' comedic antics, teaming up to help fight the forces of evil with Philip. Philip himself being both a brave hero charging into battle and also a goofy, helpless romantic. Maleficent's cool plotting and her desperate aggression. Between all of that, Aurora is just so bland. She's just sort of generally nice. A lot of her screen time is dedicated to her floating around the forest singing to herself. And it's only the one song too, Once Upon a Dream, which, let me tell you, that song got real old real quick. She didn't even get a lot of screen time with Philip either. They briefly meet, say maybe 3 sentences together, and then we suddenly shift focus to the kings getting drunk together. Cut this out and flesh out the lovers more. Outfit. Her hidden peasant outfit is cute. I like the soft earth tones, but her princess dress is so ugly. Oh my god. The sharp angles on her collar, the tight sleeves, I just don't like it. Also, I like the antics between Flora and Merryweather arguing over pink and blue, but quite frankly, neither color looks very good on her. They should have put their heads together and put her in purple. 2 out of 5. Princessology. She's raised not knowing she's royalty, so I can't really blame her for not having any interest in it. And when she meets Philip, she doesn't know he's the prince, so when they tell her she's going to have to marry a prince, I can't blame her for not wanting to do that either. She is polite and refined. I'll give her 2 out of 5. It's gonna take a long while for her to get caught up on how to be a ruler though. Heroics. Yeah, right. Textbook damsel, and she's not awake on screen long enough to do anything else heroic. 0 out of 5. Personality. Like I said, she's kind of bland. She's not doing anything we haven't already seen a lot better from Snow or Cinderella. She's just kind of nice. But then it's like, surprise, you're a princess, you're gonna marry a prince, and then she throws a fit over it because of one guy she met an hour ago? Nah, 1 out of 5. Our lowest rank so far with 5 out of 20. The movie around Sleeping Beauty is thrilling. Cool battles and chases, very entertaining magical antics. Aurora is the key element that ties all of those other interesting things together for the film, but it's a shame our title character herself is rather forgettable in the long run. Hey, you know Lady and the Tramp? What if we do a story about dogs falling in love, but we did it again? Only this time, let's make sure it's not hot garbage. 101 Dalmatians marks the beginning of a new era for Disney, something I like to call the sketchy line art era. The films from this point on are going to adopt a new style where the line art is a lot more messy and scratchy. There's going to be times where you can see pops of rough lines coming in and out of the characters' animations, thanks to the new Xerox machines that the animators animation studio was getting. I think it works for 101 Dalmatians. They seem to have gone into this film trying to capture a specific style, and I like it. Unlike Sleeping Beauty, where the characters in the backgrounds felt alien to each other, 101 Dalmatians seems to be trying to tone the styles down in a way where they match each other a bit more. If you see the expressionist, almost abstract kind of style for the 101 Dalmatians concept art, you really get a good sense of what they were going for here. The animation is very fluid, every character gets little moments that shows a ton of personality, and it's a treat to watch. I do know that the main point of this film was mainly to be an experiment with a new animation technique, finding a way to layer different animations on top of each other that would allow for more moving characters on screen. This whole film is basically made to be a proof of concept, and it clearly worked. There's a lot of reused animation in this film too, which is going to be another staple of this sketchy era for Disney animations. I don't blame them for reusing animations here. There's 99 puppies they need to bring to life somehow. And honestly, unless you're looking for it, it's hard to notice. But I'll talk more about reusing animations as we go further along. As for the story itself, it's fine. I was surprised at how thrilling it actually was. I remember watching this film a bunch as a kid, but I didn't remember just how turbulent their trials and tribulations of rescuing all these puppies ended up being. Of course, most puppies don't really get to be fleshed out, but there's a core group of their original 15 that do get to shine. So it helps to give the puppies more personality than you might expect. Though I'd be lying if I didn't say the real stars of the film weren't all the other characters. The supporting cast are all memorable and distinct in their own little ways, and the villains are delightfully over the top. Cruella is the kind of person you love to hate. Her exaggerated, larger-than-life style makes her both threatening and funny. There's also little things I've always loved about this film, like how all the ladies look the same as their dogs' styles, and the long-distance barking messaging system was always really cool to me. It's a good film. I really enjoyed it. Well, it was nice while it lasted. This movie just straight up sucked. I don't know what to tell you. Where the sketchy style was seemingly used in 101 Dalmatians to match an artistic theme they were aiming for, it mostly just looks rushed and lazy here. I think this is a painfully ugly film. Also, I mentioned they reused animation before, and yeah, when there's 100 puppies running around, that's fine, but they reuse animation here a ton to a distracting degree. It's so bad that there's several times where the lip syncing doesn't even match up with the dialogue at all.
That big fish almost swallowed me, and
he was a monster. The biggest fish I ever saw.
if you just leave it alone.
But it's true, sir.
Aside from the animation, the movie itself is just so lame and boring. All the characters have the most annoying voices. Merlin's antics quickly became tiresome to me. Everyone just yells and babbles at each other the whole time. Merlin turns Arthur into 3 animals in this film. Why the hell is it 3 of the most boring animals ever? A fish? A squirrel, a bird, it's so lame. We could be doing anything cool with our animation here, with the magic Merlin possesses, but no, boring, simple, lame stuff. Wow, a fish, so cool. Why are these squirrels so horny? Why is it a thing that they dedicated so much screen time towards? There is a very weird trend with these male-led Disney films where female characters are just super hyper horny for the, oftentimes, very young boy characters. It's weird. The songs are all annoying, and Arthur's singing voice is awful. There's no plot or conflict. They must have realized there was no climax for the film, and that's why Madame Mim shows up very suddenly out of nowhere. The magic duel might have been cool if these 2 characters weren't the most annoying people in the world. Throughout the movie, Merlin continually tries to teach the lesson of intellect, and I get it, it's a good message. Studying and learning is important, but then Arthur doesn't even use intelligence to win in the end. He doesn't do anything smart or clever to become king. In fact, It's the opposite. He was so dumb he forgot Kay's sword at the inn and had to go find a new one for him to use. If he was actually intelligent, he wouldn't have forgotten it. It's so dumb. The whole movie was boring and stupid. I hated it. Before I move on to the next film though, I wanted to point out that this was actually the last film that came out before Walt Disney's death in December of 1966. He likely had done some work on one or two of the upcoming films before their release in this time, but still, from here on out, things were going to be a bit different without Disney himself at the helm.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
A lot of the same critiques I had with the sketchy style of animation is in this movie too. Specifically the noticeable reused animations. They do a better job at hiding the unsynced lip flaps here. Honestly, it's just Bagheera. I think 80% of his animations is reused throughout the film. He's just always turning to look over his one shoulder, you know? Thankfully, this film soundtrack is the best it's been in years. There's been less and less focus on music for a while, with an occasional catchy hit here or there, but Jungle Book really popped off with its jazzy score. The film is fine, I guess. Another staple of this sketchy era of Disney films is the fact that the plots are rather meandering. A lot of these movies are basically just the characters moseying from one scene to the next. There's no real stakes anymore. They have another fake-out death scene with Baloo here, and between this one and Trusty's fake-out death in Lady and the Tramp, it made me realize that Bambi really was a game changer. Ever since that film, Disney's animations have been saccharine sweet. No stakes, no worries, no hardships, nothing. Ever since Alice in Wonderland, their plots have just sort of been floating around, and they're going to stay this way for a while too. The thing is, Mowgli just isn't that interesting of a protagonist, and the antics he runs into in the jungle just aren't that interesting compared to prior movies either. All of the other animals are pretty realistically designed, so why do only the vultures have weird toupee-like hairstyles? Wow, he really gave it all up the moment he saw a pretty girl, huh? No loyalty. No loyalty with these boys.
Am I a cat?
Someone at Disney looked at Lady and the Tramp and said, hey, what if we did another movie about a rich upper-class gal falling in love with a streetwise dude, only this time we're gonna make them cats? And also, let's make sure this movie isn't awful. Trivia quiz. What's their names? You know the answer. That's Duchess, and that's Abraham DeLacy, Giuseppe Casey, Thomas O'Malley, right? Okay, now what's their names? Well, I'm willing to bet the majority of you got stumped. Despite being three of the main characters on screen, they're really little more than accessories. It's Marie, Berlioz, and Toulouse. Bet you didn't know that, except ha, I've lied to you! That's Berlioz, and that's Toulouse. Ha 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 ha, did I get you? Even though this film is set in Paris, there's really not a lot of French-feeling things in this movie, except for some of their names. Everyone is either British or American anyways. Duchess is the only one trying to put on a French accent, I think. It might just be the actress's normal Hungarian accent, honestly. I'm bad with accents. Honestly, this film is more of the same. Sketchy lines, reused animations. The rough lines in Madame's hair was like noticeably popping in and out in a lot of frames. I wonder why. Maybe it's because it's all white and easier to notice here. It's the same low stakes, floaty romp as we've been having. Disappointingly, the soundtrack in this film is way lamer compared to Jungle Book. Those cat kids cannot sing.
You will find your progress isn't corrected.
Everybody Wants to Be a Cat is very, very meh. Maybe it's just overdone by now. Also, there was that weirdly racist part in the middle. The film is fine enough. They play around with the cartoony squash and stretch for their antics a lot more compared to the more recent films, though it does also feel like it goes on for way too long for what it is. The best thing about Aristocats is that it was my gateway drug into being a Warrior Cats fan.
We're men in tights.
You know how Lady and the Tramp had a high-class woman falling in love with a streetwise guy? What if we did it again? But this time, they're foxes. And also, it won't be the worst movie ever. It's classic Robin Hood. Great antics, classic characters, archery, the works. But honestly, the low-stakes, saccharine nature of Disney films have really started to feel rather droll. Especially for such a high-energy tale like Robin Hood. It all feels like it's done too easily. Prince John and in general is just too much of a whiny baby for my tastes. I just couldn't take anything he did seriously, and he actually made for a pretty lame villain because of this. Fortunately, the sheriff picked up a lot of the slack for the sake of being a threat for the story. One of the big things with this film is the noticeable reused animation. I know I've harped on this quite a bit for these last few films, but this one's different. It's recycling animation from prior movies. It doesn't only happen here. In Jungle Book, you might have noticed the wolf cubs recycling animation from 101 Dalmatians, or how Mowgli's model is clearly recycling elements from Arthur's design. It's fine to do this technique. It saves time and budget, and it's a clever way to help cut corners, but it's pretty egregiously done in Robin Hood. Like, the only reason they made Hiss a snake is so they could copy Kaw's animations. Same with Little John being a bear, so they could reuse Baloo's animations. It's really noticeable when they're doing their celebration after the archery tournament. Basically, every shot is recycling animation from some prior film. There comes a point where it doesn't feel like you're cutting corners, it just feels lazy. This cute, aimless fluff has been fine for the last few films, but also it's starting to feel a little overdone. It's high time for Disney to start picking up the pace for their films.
Late for what? I'm going on an adventure!
I had never watched Rescuers before this. The only thing I knew about it is everyone just says its sequel is better, so I had pretty low expectations going into this film. All I gotta say is, why the hell were you all sleeping on this movie for? This was great! Instantly, you get a sense of something new and creative with its almost fairy tale-like paintings during the opening credits. It starts off so sinister. Suddenly, there's actual stakes in my Disney films again. Disney films have been on a big mice kick ever since the Aristocats, styled to have these cute little button-like eyes, so it was only a matter of time before the mice took over the full cast, and honestly, I love it here. They're not just mice for the sake of reusing old animations either. Their small stature plays a fun role in the excitement of what they face in this film. The various conflicts and their different methods of solving things, moving about this great big world, is entertaining and creative. There's so many small details they play around with, and it helps to make it feel like a real lived-in world. The mouse nations work together to help rescue people, and they've received a message in a bottle about a young orphan girl in need of help, trapped in a swamp, surrounded by gators. I'll admit, the plot itself is a little weird. Two creeps kidnap an orphan girl because she can fit down a hole where they want her to find a special diamond. It's weird and weirdly convoluted. It's fine. Fortunately, the plot doesn't need to be all that extravagant. The characters carry the film fine enough already. Bianca and Bernard are instantly delightful. His cautious, level-headed demeanor and her adventurous optimism makes for an infectiously charming combo for our main protagonists. Medusa as a villain reminds me of Cruella. Hell, she even drives the same car as Cruella. She's zany, over the top, and fun to hate. Her exaggerated expressions and mannerisms make her funny to watch, but her wicked personality makes her appropriately threatening. Penny is adorable and full of energy. Her tenacity really hammered home the overall theme of hope for the story. Even the supporting cast was fun. The swamp critters who help save the day are a wacky bunch. Honestly, everyone in this movie is massively entertaining in one way or another. I had a fantastic time with this film. There was great thrills, ups and downs, and it's a blast seeing our heroes solve these conflicts in their own way. Finally, Disney seems to have its edge back. No more floaty stories with no stakes. This is filled with so much potential. Where could they possibly go from here? With this movie, the sketchy line art era is officially over. Kurt Russell. Wait, really? Kurt? Wait. Well, I wanted stakes in my films, and now I've gotten it. It starts off on a very different tone than any prior film. They try to quickly shuffle things over to the cute, more lighthearted elements of the movie, and honestly, those parts are the least memorable elements for the story. Like, the birds trying to get the worm to eat, it just sort of drags, and you can tell they really didn't know what to fill the story out with, stretching out these filler scenes to reach their longer runtime. Despite the cartoonish antics, there's this overwhelming dread that permeates the film. Yeah, I'll admit it, I cried. I don't know, it makes no sense. No one even dies. The only death in this story is Todd's mother dying in like the first 3 seconds. Everyone else lives. By all means, every character gets their happy ending, but during the climax of the film, seeing Todd and Copper trying to kill each other, it just gets to me. Then Copper stands in front of Amos to defend Todd, and I just started crying. It's so emotionally turbulent, it's crazy. Also, an awful lot of dogs getting hurt in this movie. There's no goofy pratfalls like how we see with Aristocats. They're taking some serious damage here, and it had me on the edge of my seat. It's hard to recommend this film, if I'm honest. This was the darkest Disney had gotten since Bambi's mother's death. I wonder if people back then could tell that Disney was heading towards a darker and darker moment than ever before. Yes, famously, Disney's darkest movie ever. Growing up, all I ever heard was how horrible, dark, and twisted this film was. Disney tried to hide it and forget about it, and spoilers, but one of the characters, the beloved small little Gurgi, actually sacrifices himself and dies to save the others. It's dark horror. And finally I got to watch it, and first things first, I loved this movie. You can really feel an overwhelming magic in this animation. You can feel the passion in every single frame. It's creative and big. A simple pig farmer is tasked with protecting a magical pig that can see the future. The evil horned king wants the pig to find the Black Cauldron, a magical artifact that will create his own army of the dead. Terran gets swept up in a whirlwind adventure, traveling through dark forests, twisted dungeons, and meets magical creatures and characters along the way. Joined by a unique ragtag team of characters, it truly feels like someone's Dungeons & Dragons campaign brought to life. I will admit, you can kind of feel how there's supposed to be more to this story. The Black Cauldron is based on the first 2 books of a 5-book series called Chronicles of Prydain. Watching the film has made me really want to read the books now, because there's quite a few plot beats that sort of go nowhere, like Fluter's harp that hums when he tells a lie. That felt like it was setting up something big, but it gets forgotten during the climax. Also, here's a fun little thing. All the prior films have started with RKO Radio or Buena Vista Productions. This is the first time, at least based on these Disney Plus versions of the films, where we get the classic Disney logo at the start of the movie. I love high fantasy, and this magical world is so cool and inspiring to me, and you know what? I've got a bone to pick. Because this film is not dark and scary.
I thought Freddy Fazbear was scary. This is not scary.
At most, the Horned King's skeletal design is kind of creepy, but Disney's had plenty of creepy villains before, and our focus is mostly on the antics of Creeper and the Thugs instead. There's plenty of goofy, cartoony moments, an oddly weird part where Fluter gets stuck in a witch's boobs, but overall, this film is not dark or creepy. And yes, Gurgi does die. He willingly jumps into the cauldron to break its magical curse and saves the day. He died. But no one ever freaking told me he comes back to life afterwards.
Kings and crunching's in here somewhere.
Gurgi! You're alive!
This was way darker when I thought a cute animal friend actually died. This isn't dark. This is no different than Snow White or Pinocchio. They also had the main character dying at the end before being magically resurrected. Aurora too. She died. Yeah, we call it sleeping, but she was technically actually dead. I mean, I will admit it, it was heartbreaking seeing Gurgi sacrifice himself. I cried, I admit it. The movie is only rated PG, if that tells you anything about how dark and scary this film actually is. Hell, I think Fox and the Hound was darker. You actually saw animals getting realistically hurt in that one. I don't think Disney hid this film away because it was too dark. I think they did it because they spent $44 million on making it, and it didn't even make half of that in box office revenue. $44 million! For comparison, Fox and the Hound only cost $12 million, and Rescuers only cost $7.5 million. And to jump ahead a little bit, The Little Mermaid, the start of Disney's Renaissance, was only $40 million. I really enjoyed Black Cauldron. I loved the magic of this world. The characters, while limited, were endearing. You can also see this is the first instance of what will become Disney's classic face style. Their films so far have had characters with smaller, almond-shaped eyes, but here here we can see the characters have those more recognizable, larger, rounder eyes that becomes a staple during the Renaissance. Also, guess what time it is? What's that? Elanwi isn't one of Disney's standard princesses? Well, too bad. It's my list. I do what I want. Screw it. Ha ha ha. She's a princess. This is a Disney movie, so she's going to be ranked as a Disney princess. Outfit. It's cute, but awfully humble. Honestly, it doesn't really look all that princessy, which I kind of like, but it's also just a tad too simplistic. 2 out of 5. Princessology. Well, I mean, she says she's a princess. Of what land? I don't know. Will she be queen someday? I don't know. Honestly, her title of princess is pretty unimportant for the film. She could have just been a scholar or a mage, and nothing would be different. 1 out of 5. Heroics. Here's where we pop off. She's the one diving into scenes to save Taran, breaking him out of the dungeon. When they're trying to escape the castle, she goes back for him. She's fearless and committed to helping others, and that's cool. She doesn't get to shine much in the film, but these are the moments where she shines the best. 4 out of 5. Personality. She's sassy, cute, fun, witty. She's great. Again, I just wish she got to do more in the story. 4 out of 5. Her and Fluter really feel like afterthoughts in this movie, but I appreciate the energy they bring to the cast regardless.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Rescuers was a hit, so it's no wonder they'd want to do another mouse-related story. Alright, so in America, we pronounce it Basil, but in the movie it's Basil, and I need to remind myself to call him Basil, so...
Dada, look at this.
Data.
What's the difference?
One is my name. The other is not.
Honestly, I didn't enjoy this film much, and Basil really is the main reason for that. I'm not a fan of his manic, self-absorbed personality. Also, he does this thing that I absolutely hate with certain iterations of Sherlock Holmes or Holmes knockoffs. Basically, it's when the characters just sort of detective babble and magically solve all their problems by rambling nonsense to themselves. Like, Basil sees there's some soot or something on a paper, he catches it on fire to turn it to ash, puts it in some unknown liquid, has it travel through a Bunsen burner to a different liquid, and says, "This could only have reacted this way if it was near salt water." But like, explain it to me. What were these liquids? I like detective stories because I like seeing the clever methods the detectives use to solve the cases. I like learning new things. But this detective babble thing is just a lazy way of making your character sound smart, but in reality they're not actually explaining anything. Also, I just found this whole world a lot more bland compared to Rescuers. Rescuers seemed to really go all out with the small world concepts. Like, their trash can isn't a trash can, it's a thimble. Their ladder is a comb. These small details help to make it feel like a really lived-in reality. It gives the small setting more interesting depths, and Mouse Detective just doesn't do that. It's all just normal stuff, but small, I guess. They could have been dogs or monkeys for all it matters. The only part I really liked was the 3D used to create the gears inside of the clock for the final fight. It was a cool utilization of the 3D techniques, and offered a really interesting setting that does only work for small creatures. But unfortunately, the rest of the settings around this moment is rather dull. By this point in Disney's lineup, I'm just so tired of seeing cobblestone streets of a European city. Why is every mouse the same light brown color? That's so boring. It feels so samey and bland. Well, except for those randomly overly sexy mice in the bar, because this is definitely something we need in our kids' cartoon. Burlesque mice, I guess. Just watch Rescuers, it's way better. Hot damn, it is so refreshing seeing a modernized setting for once. They really play around with the styles of New York. It's dirty and big, beautiful, and full of a bunch of small details. They really play around with the color palette too, especially in the nighttime scenes. The neon glows from the streetlights and the shops give the whole film a different vibe than what we've seen before. The modern setting isn't the only refreshing change of pace. The pop songs are such a cool standout compared to the medieval hymns, Broadway orchestras, and occasional jazz of the prior films. The songs are catchy and cool, and it helps that they got musical badass Billy Joel to voice Dodger.
Why should I worry?
Not only that, but Cheryl Lee Ralph as Rita is also a legend. That's right, you'll probably recognize her as Barbara from Abbott Elementary.
Run along, Roscoe. Your master's calling.
Wait, baby, Jesus and the grown one too!
Disney's proven time and again that they know how to put together a fun bunch of different personalities for their main cast. They all start out kind of prickly with each other, but once you get to see how much they care for one another, it's easy to fall in love with them. Also, I'm glad they didn't give their human dude, like, a Prince Charming face. It's nice seeing some variety with our main character's style here. One thing I don't like is how all the girl dogs have, like, hair ears? Like, their ears always come with a mess of hair on top of their heads and are designed to not really look like dogs' ears so much as it's meant to just look like long hair. They also come with eyeshadow too. This isn't the first time they've done this. It's been a thing with Disney as far back as Gigi from Lady and the Tramp. It's just not a style I'm super fond of. Wow, Oliver is just as bad as Mowgli. You see one girl and you're ready to abandon your whole squad. No loyalty with these boys, I swear.
Everything's clearer and brighter and hotter, but now that I'm here like a fish out of water.
Yes. Finally, the start of the Disney Renaissance. Disney's biggest hits, their most beloved classics, start here with The Little Mermaid. Also, I know I counted Elanwi as a princess earlier, but in terms of actual Disney princess films, this was the biggest gap between movies. There was a 13-year gap between Snow White and Cinderella, then there was a 9-year gap between Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty, from 1959 all the way to 1989. That's the gap between Sleeping Beauty and Little Mermaid. 30 whole years between princesses. This film really starts to set the new standard of what Disney's animations would be. Higher quality art, better songs, over-the-top villains, the works. It's easy to see why the Renaissance started here. First, the ocean is a magical setting for them to play with. We saw a glimpse of it here and there with, like, Pinocchio, but they're going all out with the different kinds of sea creatures. The colors of the coral reefs, and most impressively is the underwater physics on their hair and accessories. This is also the first we see the heroes' animal companions being limited here, having her 3 friends as opposed to Cinderella's army of mice, or Snow White and Sleeping Beauty's horde of woodland creatures. It means these 3 get to be stronger characters with more focus and dimension. Not only Ariel, Ursula gets her own villainous pets too. Ursula is a cool, fun, bombastic villain. This is such a crazy awesome design. Octopus Mermaid? That's the coolest thing ever! She's awesome. I love her. So Oliver and company really picked the quality back up with their songs, but Little Mermaid really runs away with it. They're all these big, Broadway-esque earworms that'll definitely get stuck in your head, though I do admit her vocalizing got a tad repetitive by the end of the film. It's not just the catchy songs that elevates the mermaid's musical flair, it's the gorgeous, jaw-dropping animation that punctuates it. They play around with a ton of lighting, shading, colors, everything. This is a beautiful film, and I love seeing them using their animated medium to its fullest potential with these extraordinary artistic decisions. The story is a cute romance with some interesting twists and turns, but I have to admit that the tone for the film went a little crazy at the end there. It just kept jumping between really cartoony and silly to being dramatic and serious. But hey, it made for a memorable climax. Outfit. She wears so many different outfits in this movie that it's actually hard to judge. I hate her pink dress. Pink just looks awful with her red hair, and I can't stand those poofy shoulders, but I think her blue outfit is one of the cutest designs ever. I'm not in love with her mermaid design. It's fine, but it's nothing stand out. But then her shimmering ocean dress is gorgeous. I guess I'll just have to even things out and give her a 3 out of 5. Princessology is where her score is really going to tank, unfortunately. She has no interest in being a princess. I can't blame her. She's 7th in line, and she marries Eric, who also just happens to be a prince, but she didn't care about the fact he's royalty royalty. Monarchy is not a thing she cares about at all. It never once crosses her mind. And she's not very proper either, both because she doesn't know human customs and she's too high-spirited for that stuff anyways. It's a 0 out of 5, I'm sorry. Fortunately, she trades in the princess stuff for heroics stuff. Saving Eric from drowning, spying on humans in general, making a deal with Ursula, all of it. She's constantly launching herself into dangerous situations, and it's cool. 5 out of 5. Personality is another big point for her. Like I said, she's high-spirited, she speaks her mind, she's carefree and dedicated and curious, and I love how expressive she is. You can still clearly understand her thoughts even when she loses her voice. She's adorable and charming, and a 5 out of 5. Now that we've finally entered the Disney Renaissance, their best films, what's the next 10 out of 10 classic Disney hit on my list? Well, when I said I was going to review every animated movie, I meant it, including these movie tune films, because I wanted to talk about The Jungle Book 2 and the Goofy movies, so here we are. Clearly this is more just a TV special than anything else. The animation quality is noticeably lower than most of their movies, but is more expressive and fluid compared to the usual DuckTales style. Classic DuckTales though. I tell you what, I would have given anything for the modern DuckTale voice cast. Having Huey, Dewey, and Louie all sounding the same with their higher-pitched, grating voices is just such a pain to sit through.
Wait a second! What about our wishes? Oh, come on, you can't fool us. A genie's supposed to grant wishes.
It's definitely expected that you know a little bit about the world of DuckTales. I really have nothing to say. The film is a little all over the place. There is a lot of contrivances and conveniences with the plot. They find a magic lamp with a genie, and it's crazy that this comes out 2 years before Aladdin, complete with the whole freeing the genie with their last wish thing, too. I tell you what, of all the things the genie could have said when casting spells, I wasn't expecting it to be Shabooey. Oh boy, I loved Rescuers, and all I've ever heard is that the sequel is even better. Here we go, the great big Rescuers sequel. Yay! I didn't like it. I was kind of worried this would happen. I was sure it would just be overhyped for me, but no. Everything about this movie did not work, in my opinion. Well, except for one thing, the animation. There is a reason everyone always shows off the golden eagle flying with Cody in the beginning. This is some of the most expressive, fluid, beautiful animation I've ever seen. Not just from Disney, just all over. It's colorful and magical. It's no wonder they dedicate the first 15-ish minutes to just showing off this amazing sequence. The whole film has really quality animations, but nothing that tops these flying scenes. But it can't just be animation that holds up a film, and everything else in this movie just did not work. First, they do that trope that I just hate, where it's, oh, he wants to ask her to marry him, but every time he tries, something goes wrong. A lot of this movie is just Jack, the kangaroo mouse they meet in Australia, trying to flirt with Bianca, who mostly is just happily floating through the scenes. Meanwhile, Bernard gets slapsticked away from her, and it just means a lot of this movie doesn't even have our two main leads even talking to each other much. Their charisma was a big part of what I loved about the first one. So seeing Bernard be so miserable and Bianca so pushed out of the frame sucks. Bianca honestly doesn't really get to do anything all film. And it's not just our main leads getting zero screen time together. Every single stupid side character they introduced in this movie is so goddamn annoying. Frank the lizard won't shut up. He just babbles nonstop, and then they never even went back to free him or the other caged animals.
Say goodbye to your little friends. It's the last you'll ever see of them.
He wasn't wrong. We don't see these animals again. What a pointless waste of screen time. And I hated Wilbur. Holy crap, what a painfully insufferable waste of screen time. I get it. He's voiced by John Candy. He's a funny guy, but being funny needs to be more than just non-stop babbling all the time. Shut up. shut up, you're not being funny. Every scene with him stretches out 5 times longer than it needed to because the stupid bird wouldn't shut his stupid mouth, and the movie spends so much time on it, just for him to sit on the eagle's egg and make a lame joke before the credits roll. Hell, a lot of this film had bad pacing issues. We speed ran the finale, but it took us 30 minutes for them to even get to Australia? It's a mess. An annoying mess that took away a lot of what I loved about the first film and replaced it with obnoxious annoyances. The only other bit of praise I could give is the villain was pretty memorable. Not as funny as Medusa, but more threatening for sure. And Joanna was a lot better as a villainous sidekick than Medusa's toady little guy and her alligators. Blech, what a disappointment.
I must confess that I feel like a monster.
Ah yes, on one hand, a beloved Disney classic, revolutionary with its writing, character design, and is regarded as one of the most standout love stories Disney's made. On the other hand, it's the movie every 2-bit film theorist loves to be annoying and pedantic about. Wouldn't he have only been 10 when he got cursed? Why don't we see Mrs. Potts' other kids? How was Chip born if she's a teapot? Isn't this Stockholm Syndrome or something? Blah, 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 blah. But seriously, it's an animated marvel. Disney has been dabbling with 3D CGI for a while, most noticeable with the vehicles, but I think they really went above and beyond with the dancing ballroom scene. This is one of the most impressive shots of animation. But more than just the animation, I think this movie really popped off with its songs. For the most part, Disney songs have felt like they were there just for the sake of them being there. There's been a few, most noticeably in Little Mermaid, that helped with establishing characterization or development, but this movie is the first time we see them going all out with utilizing their songs for the sake of elevating the exposition of their story, establishing Belle as a character and how the town sees her, to showing us the romance between Beast and Belle blossoming into something more. My biggest gripe with the film, and this sucks to say, is actually Gaston, cause I like Gaston. I think he's fun and funny and a really unique villain, but a lot of his role in this movie was weird and kind of convoluted. First of all, his song was not that great and interrupted the plot at a weirdly pivotal time. His song is right after Belle makes the deal with the Beast. Why take us away from the 2 leads finally being in each other's company to focus on this nerd? It doesn't help that I hate LeFou. Disney villains have been getting their own pets or sidekicks for a while, but LeFou is so obnoxious. I don't like any of his antics, and I think he's just kind of annoying. Gaston's plan really doesn't make sense, right? He's waiting for Belle to come back home so he can try and throw her dad into the asylum to blackmail her into marrying him. She was locked away in Beast's castle for a while. I would assume at least a month. Did no one in town notice she was gone? Wouldn't Gaston notice her absence if he was sitting around waiting for her to come home? Why did you bring a bow and arrow for this mission? Where is your shotgun you've been exclusively seen using the whole movie? Whatever. Gaston isn't that important. The important part is Belle and Beast's story. Well, I do think it's a tad rushed. I also know there's a couple of midquels that we'll be getting to later. Maybe those can help flesh out their sort of rushed romance. Belle's outfits are all great. The simple blue dress is iconic and her golden gown is absolutely gorgeous. She's beauty for a reason. 5 out of 5. Princessology, she's not royalty and had no intention of ever being royalty. And even once she fell in love with Beast, we have no idea how much jurisdiction he actually holds. The townspeople didn't even know someone was living in this house, let alone the fact that there was a monarchy over here. I don't think it's much of a thing for her to worry about, but besides that, she does have the polite, proper attitude of a royal, so I'll give her a 2 out of 5 for that. Heroics, well, this is going to sting a bit. She's honestly not that heroically active. She speaks her mind and stands up to Gaston, but she's hardly throwing herself into danger to protect others. In fact, she regularly needs to be protected herself. She also starts the film talking about wanting adventure in the great wide somewhere, but pretty quickly decides to instead settle down in a mansion that's not too far from home. Kind of anti-heroic, if you ask me. 0 out of 5. Personality personality though, she's great. Like I said, speaks her mind, is creative and smart, she's quick-witted and well-spoken, kind and understanding, a perfect 5 out of 5, giving her a total of 12 out of 20.
I got the magic in me.
Hey, let's do that thing Lady and Tramp did. You know, a rich upper-crust gal falls in love with a cool streetwise guy, only this time we'll make them humans. And this time the movie will actually have a really good story. Yeesh, the CG has not aged well in this movie. At least they used it for something cool, like the flying carpet segments and the sand tiger head thing, but it is pretty noticeable against the traditional 2D animations. Aladdin's soundtrack is pretty Broadway feeling, which has been pretty par for the course with most all of their films so far, so it's not surprising or anything, but I do wish they played around with the culture for the Agrabah setting more with its soundtrack. Man, Jaffar is pretty unique as a villain, but I gotta say, I've always liked Gilbert Gottfried as Iago. I know his voice isn't for everyone, but I think he's really funny. Well, this statement can't possibly come back to haunt me, right? Perhaps my most controversial take I have about the film is the fact I'm not really a fan of Robin Williams' Genie performance. Now wait, don't get me wrong, I love Robin Williams, and he's a great actor and performer, but my problems with Genie is the fact a lot of his antics is reliant on references and impressions. So if you don't get what he's referencing, you're missing out on the joke. And I find this style of joke gets tiresome pretty quickly, but I can't deny that the animation for all these references and stuff is cool. You can just feel how much fun the animators were having, getting to go all out with pushing Genie and his antics up to 11. Really hammering home the otherworldly power of his magic. Outfit. Stop the presses, everyone! Our princess is wearing pants? Hooray! It's not just another skirt, woohoo! Jasmine is iconic, and obviously her classic outfit helps with that. But also that 10 out of 10 hairstyle is doing a lot for her as well. I think she's really pretty, 5 out of 5. Princessology. Well, her whole story arc is about how she doesn't want to be trapped by palace rules, but it's not so much that she doesn't want to be a princess, it's mostly that she wants to be able to choose her husband for love and see the world beyond the palace walls. But I have to admit, she's really not trying to be a princess, and she doesn't have the demeanor of one either. I'll be generous and give her a 1 out of 5. Heroics. She does more than other girls, leaving the palace to go on her own little adventure, jumping around the streets with Aladdin. She helps save the day in the end by distracting Jaffar. I don't know why she didn't just try to grab the lamp herself, but hey, she's a team player. 5 out of 5. Personality? Sassy. Very much so. On one hand, it's really dope finally seeing a princess acting high and mighty, but on the other hand, she's awfully angry a lot. We'll land on 4 out of 5. Total is 15 out of 20. But strap in, we're not done with Agrabah just yet.
He walks into a bar. Joan Rivers is the bartender!
Not only is this the first sequel film we've run into on my list, but this is going to be the only time the movie sequel will show up directly after its predecessor. So anyways, this movie is really bad. I expect the sequels to have lower quality animation, but this is just actually ridiculous. This is one of the ugliest films I've ever seen. Everyone's faces are all stretchy and weird. Poor Abu and Raja get the worst of it. What's confusing is, aside from Genie, everyone's voice actors came back to reprise their roles. It was the movie that just came out and was a big success. So with all that in mind, it's crazy how low quality this movie ends up being. Like, this is worse than the DuckTales movie. Well, what happened was, this movie was made to set up the idea of their upcoming Aladdin cartoon series. So I guess that explains why it looks this way, but I don't know. I think a better looking film would have helped to sell the idea of the show better. Oh yeah, Robin Williams didn't come back. They got Dan Castellaneta to voice him here, who you most likely recognize as the voice of Homer Simpson.
What? Come on, everyone! Get in here!
He's trying. I'll give him that. So what's the movie even about? Well, good ol' Iago! Remember how I said I thought he was funny? Well, that thing came back to bite me in the ass. This movie is about Iago's redemption arc, and it comes with Iago singing 2 whole songs.
Hope all goes well. I'm looking looking out for me.
It's honestly impressive how horrible all the songs are in this movie. Like, I would be inclined to believe that the person who wrote them actually wanted to make the worst songs in Disney's whole discography. It feels like a parody of themselves, and a bad one at that. Why does Aladdin wear his street rat clothes again? Why does the genie have his golden shackles back? Why did they make a movie about Iago?
The king and I'm a lion.
Oh man, it's going to be real hard for me not to be biased about this one. I'm trying not to let my nostalgia for certain films make me more forgiving of their flaws, but holy hell, The Lion King is one of my all-time favorite movies. It is my favorite Western animated movie ever, and there's a reason this is still oftentimes considered Disney's best animated movie. Where do I begin? Well, where the movie begins, with an amazing soundtrack. Remember what I was saying about Aladdin? How I wished the culture of the setting played a bigger role in the songs? This is what I mean. The African influence can be felt throughout the whole film, not just with the show-stopping musical numbers, often accompanied with heavy percussions, but also the subtle chanting of various African languages. I could probably spend hours just talking about the songs, but you already know how good they all are. Do yourself a favor and look up Elton John's full version of Can You Feel the Love Tonight? It's magical. There's a lot of small scenes in this movie that really flesh things out and make this feel like an actual lived-in world, like Rafiki's inauguration of baby Simba, or seeing him painting on his tree's walls. We see a lot of variety with a lot of different locations. It feels bigger and honestly more realistic this way. This is also the first time in one of these movies where the concept of being a ruler actually gets discussed. Remember Arthur being all like, oh, I don't know how to be king, oh well, none of that. Mufasa discusses the laws of the land, theoretical and ideological concepts the king should abide by. Speaking of Mufasa, his death is the first real permanent major character death since Bambi's mom, all thanks to Scar. Scar is an amazing villain. He's cunning and scheming, a bit like Jaffar, but where Jaffar leaned into being goofy and silly, Scar is much more realistically manipulative. And his hyenas add to that. They're not dumb slapstick nonsense like LeFou or Iago. They're honestly dangerous and threatening, yet still manages to be funny and entertaining in their own ways. Of course, these performances are elevated by the cast's 10 out of 10 acting. Really, the entire cast knocked it out of the park. Matthew Broderick is underappreciated for this role, and Nathan Lane is a treasure. Speaking of, Timon and Pumbaa are also great sidekicks for Simba's journey. Every hero needs their lighthearted companions, and Timon and Pumbaa not only play a major role in Simba's growth as a character, but also manage to be absolutely hilarious.
Hey, what's going on? She's gonna eat me!
Oh, I also love Rafiki. Rafiki's part in this film is so cool, and I want to gush about it for a bit. So Rafiki reveals that Mufasa is still alive, and Simba chases him through the thicket. And this scene is uniquely scarily coded. The dark shadows, the quickly building pace of the score, and Rafiki's own laughter echoing around Simba in an almost ethereal way. It's done this way because it's reflecting the idea that Simba is afraid to know the truth. He's been running from his old life for so long, and it's not that he's given up on them, he's afraid of facing his own past. Then Rafiki leads him to the water, and the reflection scene is so magical. It's beautiful, yet also so simple. The idea that people live on within you. Their influence will shape you, even if you don't recognize it right away. Mufasa speaks to his son, and Rafiki helps Simba come to terms with finally facing his past. And then this moment, oh my god, Simba decides to return home, and you can see there's a meteor shower because it's the kings of old going back home with him. Oh my god. I love this movie so much. It's so emotionally turbulent. The scenes with the stampede is the best example I can think of to define the concept of an emotional roller coaster. Obviously, I love this movie, and I think it's pretty easy to see why. Yes, I'm ranking Nala as a princess. Am I wrong? He's the king, and that also means he was a prince, and they're betrothed, so she's a princess. It's my list, I do what I want. Outfit. I mean, I have to give her a 0, right? She's not wearing clothes. She's a very pretty lioness, but like, I'm sorry, it's a 0 out of 5. Princessology. Nala does really care about the monarchy of the Pride. True, she's mostly focused on getting Simba to come back as king to replace Scar, but still, she cares about the ruling powers to some degree, even if her attitude about her own role in it isn't as much of a priority. I'm gonna give her a 3 out of 5. Heroics. This is where she pops off. She is always charging into battle. She ran all the way to Timon and Pumbaa's lands to find help. Even as a kid, she's right there with Simba and going to the elephant graveyard. Obviously, 5 out of 5. Personality is another big one. As a kid, she's fun, sassy, yet also kind and clever. As an adult, you can see how much her circumstances living under Scar's rule has changed her. She's much more quiet, but still clearly has that same passionate spirit inside of her. She's rad. 5 out of 5. With a total score of 13 out of 20. What can I say? The Lion King is just amazing. Yes, Powerline is the best. I've had his songs stuck in my head for days after watching the movie. He's so good that you might have forgotten that there's other songs in this film. I adore Goofy and Max. Goofy is my absolute favorite of Mickey's squad of friends, and the dynamic of his single-father relationship with Max is so endearing and sweet, but also, it is still Goofy Goof, and the antics he and Max get into are still very funny. Long before Jason Marsden was the hot emo lion, he was Maximilian Goof.
Oh, this is gonna be so great, man.
Also, fun fact, Dante Bosco's in this movie.
Yo, Stacy! Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, baby!
I like that Stacy is the popular girl, even though she wears braces. I'ma be real, I think she's way cuter than Roxanne, but whatever, Max, you do you. The premise of this film is really cool to me. Both Max and Goofy are in the wrong, technically. They're so stuck in their own heads about doing things the way they want that they're not even considering each other's perspective. Like, they can't even compromise on music for a little while. Very much my way or the highway from both of them. A lesser movie would have had one of them being the clear in the wrong one, and I think it's smart that they didn't go that route, because understanding that each other has their reasons for wanting to do the things they're doing, and also learning to compromise with each other to make the best for both of them is the whole point. It's a 10 out of 10 feel-good movie. How is Pete so rich? Like, he and Goofy both have the same job, but he can afford this huge, luxurious RV? It's gotta be Peg, right? Like, she's probably like a realtor or a lawyer or something, right? Well, where do I begin with Pocahontas? So, Disney classics have been revising fairy tales ever since the very beginning, changing their stories to be more kid-friendly and ends in happily ever after. That's fine, I have no problem with that, but the thing with Pocahontas is that this isn't a fairy tale. This was a real story about a real girl, so the changes to her story feel more like historical revisionism. And I don't think Disney's intention was to be disrespectful. I mean, you can tell by looking at the effort in the animation that there was a lot of heart behind the production of this film. I mean, this is a long way away from Peter Pan's skin-crawling depiction of Native Americans, but even the best intentions can end up making mistakes, and I think the problem here is the cutesy way they try to tie the story into a nice little bow. There is no happily ever after with this story. This is a weird period for Disney where they're diving into much deeper and darker depths for their films, but still trying to come to a resolution that was a fairy tale's happily ever after. I'm not native, so I have no authority to say whether or not this is or isn't offensive. Instead, I think it's important for people to educate themselves on the real story of Pocahontas, because this version is very much a fairy tale. So, for the actual movie itself, there are quite a few things to enjoy here. Most notably the animation. It's beautiful and intricate, but my favorites is the many ways they artistically conceptualize the spirit of nature. The wind, shadows, lighting, it all ties together to bring this idea of nature itself speaking to you. My favorite is when she's running and her shadow becomes an eagle. That shit goes hard. The songs are also amazing. Or, well, 2 of them are amazing. Colors of the Wind might be the most beautiful song Disney's ever created. The magical imagery Pocahontas paints with her lyrics and the grand celebration of understanding the world is so inspiring.
You can own the earth and still all you'll own is earth.
Oh my god, a masterful line! Oh my god, it's so beautiful! Savages is also highly renowned on the soundtrack. The mounting tensions, the different yet similar mirroring of each other, the heavy war drums, and Pocahontas' melodic, higher-pitched voice cutting through the noise and the chaos to be the voice of reason, it's heavenly. No wonder people love these songs so much. It's a shame the rest of the soundtrack sucks.
Hey, nonny, nonny, hi, nonny, nonny. Ooh, how I love it.
So, Radcliffe. I'ma say, one of Disney's more lame villains. He's just not doing anything that any of the prior villains haven't already done, but in a more threatening or more entertaining way. Quite frankly, Radcliffe is one of the biggest problems I have with this movie. His goofy, cartoony style with him and his little toady are kind of the root of the main problem I have with the movie. It's way too silly and cartoony at times. Between Radcliffe and the animal companions, their antics are very, very childish and slapstick cartoon driven, and Grandmother Willow is weirdly literal. Normally I wouldn't mind, but it's kind of weird here. These antics are a weirdly goofy vibe compared to the realistically serious conflict the movie is trying to have. It makes the whole of the movie off. At the end of the day, Pocahontas isn't really trying to be the story of Pocahontas. Honestly, it's just Romeo and Juliet done in a slightly different way. She's the daughter of the chief, so that makes her a princess. Kinda. Right? Outfit? Simple but iconic. Really, her necklace is one of the most standout parts. When she doesn't wear it at the beginning of the film, you can just feel something's not quite popping off with her. Because of this, I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Princessology. Pocahontas actually does great in this category. Her dad's like, you're gonna take over someday. And she's like, totally, I'm all ready for that. She's all on board for her role as future leader. Though she does also have the tendency to run off and have her own fun, which isn't exactly fitting of a leader. I'll go with 4 out of 5. Almost perfect, but not quite. Heroics? I mean, come on, it's a 5 out of 5. She started the movie by swan diving off of a mountain. She's one of the coolest, bravest, most selfless characters in animation. Personality. I really love her personality. She's funny, playful, creative, adventurous, curious. I would hang out with her all the time. 5 out of 5. Giving her a score of 17 out of 20, which I think is our highest score yet. So now that that movie with its heavy tone is over, what's next on the list? Enter Disney's actual darkest film. Everyone hypes up The Black Cauldron as being the darkest Disney ever got, but Hunchback really blows it out of the water for me, because The Black Cauldron is a fantasy. It's a magical world with a magical little sorcerer dude. That level of fantasy can disconnect you from what's going on. But in Hunchback of Notre Dame, this is reality. That's not an evil skeleton demon, that's just a man. A lot of this movie's conflicts are about the ugliness of humanity. The greedy, the heartless, a lack of empathy, and that's really scary, because that's real. This is a look at what sort of wicked things real humans do to each other. By the way, yes, I definitely cried watching this film. It was right away at the very beginning too, when she was like trying to get into the sanctuary. This is how the movie starts, immediately telling everyone watching that this film is not going to be your usual Disney fun time romp. The booming bells and Latin church choir resonate right from the get-go to give this film this eerie, haunting vibe. The songs in this movie are famously heavy and dramatic, bolstered by the phenomenal animation throughout the film. Disney went all out animating this movie, and it really hammers home the sinister turbulence of the conflict. Also, we see an absolutely masterful incorporation of 3D elements in this movie. They especially pop off during the climax of the film. It really adds to the terrifying bigness of the church to be animated this way. But there are moments of levity. Phoebus is pretty quick-witted, and that leads to some humorous dialogue. Really, the most of the comedy is dedicated to the gargoyles, though. By the way, I remember back in the day, there was always discussion on whether or not not they're meant to actually be walking around talking to Quasi, or if it's just in his imagination. Personally, I think it's all in his head because these three seem to be his ethos, pathos, and logos.
It would be a veritable potpourri of educational experience.
Quit beating around the bell tower. What do we gotta do? Paint you a fresco?
Take it from an old spectator. Life's not a spectator sport.
Their cartoonish antics can be a bit jarring, but especially when they sing their silly little love song after watching Paris burning down around them. But for the most part, I don't mind them. This is also the first instance of the Disney dogification of other animals, where they take a unique animal, but then they just end up acting like a dog.
Achilles, sit.
Achilles is the first of his kind. This movie does have some pretty unfortunate depictions and stereotypes used for the Romani people in the film. Yeah, they exclusively use that G slur to refer to them by. They play into those old stereotypes. It's not surprising. We've seen racism plenty of times in Disney films. You know, it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate product of its times. Anyway, to get away from that, it's time for princess ranking. No, she's not a princess, and I can't even make an excuse like how I did for Nala earlier. But dang it, I like Esmeralda a lot and I want her on this list. Outfit, phenomenal. Look at her. She's gorgeous. I love her jewelry. Disney doesn't play with jewelry nearly often enough. The purple skirt is such a nice pop of color and pairs beautifully with her emerald eyes. 5 out of 5. Princessology. Like I said, she's not a princess. She's not even close to being in a leader position, I don't think. They don't really talk about having a hierarchy in this film. Unfortunately, it's a 0 out of 5. Heroics. Obviously, she's amazing here. All of her antics throughout the Festival of Fools proves her resourcefulness and bravery to stand up to those in power. Her continual fight against Frollo is really what makes her a hero. 5 out of 5. Personality? Again, she's great. I love her for a reason. She's a ton of fun, yet also kind, caring, thoughtful. What really made me want to put her on this list is her song. What a beautiful song to highlight her selflessness. When everyone else asks for their own wealth and fortune, she only wishes for those less fortunate to be given a better life. This is truly amazing to me. 5 out of 5. Anyways, things have been crazy and dramatic for a while. It's about time we got something a bit more lighthearted.
Then they got married, then they got married, then they got married. That's how life works.
Yep, the riveting conclusion to our Aladdin adventures. Right off the bat, obviously, it's not nearly as good as the original film, but it's a hell of a lot better than that disasteroid that was Return of Jaffar. Aladdin and Jasmine want to get married, the 40 thieves show up to steal a magical staff, Aladdin realizes the king of the thieves is actually his father. They bond, yahoo! Jasmine, unfortunately, is little more than a footnote in this one. They also changed her outfit to pink, and I hate it. But yeah, it's mostly just Aladdin and his dad bonding and stuff while trying to beat the other 40 thieves. Also, Aladdin's dad is voiced by John Rhys Davies.
I gave this dagger to my wife years ago. I told her to give it to our newborn son.
Amazing. 10 out of 10. Yes, perfect. An absolute treasure. Speaking of voice actors, Robin Williams is finally back to reprise his role as Genie.
It's a joke. I do that.
Too bad Genie is literally the worst part of this whole film. They're just trying too hard with Genie now. He's gone from being a quirky, fun character who would use his magic to make callbacks and references here or there to just being obnoxious. Every stupid thing that comes out of this character's mouth is a stupid reference or impression, to the point where it's just kind of distracting. A reference alone isn't comedy. I found him very quickly annoying, and it's such a shame. Aladdin wears his street rat clothes again, and Genie is still wearing his shackles again. If you like Aladdin, you'll have fun with this movie, I guess. The stuff with Aladdin and his dad is genuinely well done. I'll give them that. I'ma be real, after how heavy and dramatic the last few mainline Disney films have been, Hercules' lighter tone is an appreciated change of pace. Growing up, the biggest complaints I always heard about Hercules was the fact it's not accurate to the original myth, and yeah, it's really not. But also, Disney has never been accurate to the fairy tales and stories they adapt. Where's all those 2000s movie critic YouTubers whining that Cinderella's sisters didn't get their eyes pecked out by ravens? With movies like Hercules, yes, the inaccuracies of the stories can be irksome if you're passionate about the real versions, but also, kid-friendly movies like Hercules was a gateway drug for people to start getting interested in learning more about the real Greek myths. Anyways, I really like Hercules. It's a fun story, and I adore the direction they went with for the soundtrack. The gospel choir is such a smart way of doing a story about gods. Every single song is an earworm, and I love them. Also, I highly recommend looking up the live-action footage they filmed as reference for their animations. 10 out of 10, very fun. Also, do yourself a favor and listen to Michael Bolton's full version of I Can Go the Distance. It's magical. I thought it was funny that Herc's conflict when he gets into Thieves is pretty similar to a lot of people's experiences with the job market right now. You go to a university and study to hone your skills in a specific field, then you enter the job market and no one wants you because you don't have enough experience in the field, because you spent all your time training. But everyone said you needed training in order to get the job. Great. This is the worst timeline. Bit of a bummeroni that the 3D elements have gotten quite a downgrade compared to Hunchback's masterful utilization of them. I think it's because with Hunchback it was used mostly for buildings or solid objects like the bells. Here they're trying something more fluid, a living creature, and it's more noticeable how different this art style is compared to the other animations for the characters. The one thing that I am bothered by with the whole it's not accurate to the original story thing is Hades. Mostly because this sort of sets the precedent to make Hades the villain of subsequent Greek mythos-inspired stories, and they never do nearly as good a job as this Hades.
It's fine, a little dark, a little gloomy, and as always, hey, full of dead people. What are you gonna do?
This Hades absolutely kills it. The threatening anger, the smoke-like effect on his movements. He is scary and dangerous, but also absolutely hilarious. His sort of used car salesman attitude is such a cool way of interpreting the way he makes deals for people's souls. Oh, and who can forget? Megara is amazing and I love her. She's so cool, and I know she's not a princess, but whatever. I've clearly thrown that concept out the window by now. Outfit. Not a lot of Disney princesses wear purple, especially none of the official princesses. It looks great. It's sleek and simple, but the way it's cut accentuates her hips, so you can always see when she's sassily posing and sashaying around. Elegant, if a tad simplistic. If it wasn't in this art style, you might not recognize whose dress this is. 3 out of 5. Princessology? She's not a princess, and she definitely doesn't act like a princess. 0 out of 5, unfortunately. Heroics? She dives into danger here or there, mostly when she needs to help out Hercules at the end, though she's less heroic throughout the film and more resourceful. She'd sooner talk her way out of a situation than try to do some daring heroic move. I'll go with a 3 out of 5. Personality is where she really shines. She is everything. Sassy, cool, quick-witted, kind, empathetic. She speaks her mind and it's always a delight. She steals every single scene she's in. Her clever wordplay, her perfect comebacks, the way she carries herself, she's the best part of the whole movie. 5 out of 5, with a total of 11 out of 20.
Have a holly jolly Christmas.
Beauty and the Beast was really popular, so it's not surprising Disney would want to continue to capitalize off of that success. But there's a bit of a problem with the story of Beauty and the Beast that I like to call the midquel conundrum. See, you can't really do a prequel or anything, because you would be missing the fun part of their story, seeing them together. No one wants to see Belle being a bookworm and Beast being a grouch, but never engaging with or meeting each other. And you can't do a sequel because again, the fun part is over. Beast is a man, and no one is a quirky animated object. So their only real option is to make it a midquel, and that actually works out pretty perfectly this way. Watching the original, after Beast saves her from the millions of wolves— why are there so many wolves in this forest? They kind of fall in love really quickly after that. Making their follow-up films midquels taking place between these two moments helps to flesh out the development of their friendship and eventual romance. And I think it really works best here with this Christmas special. Also, for being a Disney sequel, which have been notoriously kind of subpar with their animation quality so far, and being a Christmas special, this is actually pretty dang nice looking. Still obviously not as good as the original, but that's to be expected. Oof, we're smack dab in the middle of Disney is trying to figure out 3D CGI phase. We've been seeing it a lot, but it's becoming more and more prevalent with how they're trying to incorporate CGI models into their animation techniques. Forte here definitely falls into the uncanny valley a bit. He's just very noticeably different from the rest of the animation, but also I kind of think it helps to make him creepier this way. I don't know, I dig it. He's also voiced by Tim Curry, who is a delight.
Noise? Noise? This is my masterpiece.
Hands down, the most interesting part of this movie is we get to see how the Beast got cursed, and yeah, he was a lot younger. This was really fascinating, and I'm glad they took the opportunity to show us this. As a whole, this movie is pretty slow, the pace felt awfully plodding, and it's still barely over an hour long. As a general with these sequel films, if you like the original, you'll probably enjoy its sequels, midquels, or prequels, whatever. Oh, well, that better animation quality was nice while it lasted. I'm pretty sure this film was just made as a proof of concept for Beauty and the Beast's TV series, kinda like how Aladdin had. And while there's still that idea of developing their relationship in the middle area of the story, there's also this other problem. Neither one of them can really develop too much. They can't fall in love yet, that has to happen at the end of the movie. So it makes every conflict they have feel very repetitive, like they're always getting reset back to the beginning. Belle and Beast argue, they go through something, they start to understand each other, then right back around to arguing. And I'll be honest, it got very tiresome seeing them constantly bickering over trivial shit. Wall-eyed Belle is here to brighten your day! Hooray! This is where this meme comes from. This film is just 3 smaller stories stitched together. They're fine. Aside from Belle and Beast arguing, the other thing the story does is introduce various new animated object characters, which I think is a fun gimmick that would work a bit better for a series. None of these stories are all that noteworthy, except for one of them. It's Fifi and Lumiere's 5-year anniversary, and Lumiere doesn't know what to do for it. Belle offers to help, and as he's trying to explain to her how he feels about Fifi, Fifi ends up overhearing and thinks that Belle, the human woman, is having an affair with her candle boyfriend. So that was a unique choice. Now, before I continue, there was supposed to be another Beauty and the Beast sequel film on my list, Belle's Tales of Friendship. It came out a year after this one in 1999. The problem is, I literally can't watch it. It's not streaming anywhere. I don't think it ever got a DVD release. I think it only exists as a VHS. There's not even clips of it on YouTube, only an old trailer for it. Aw man, if only there was like a streaming service that someone like, oh I don't know, Disney could make, where they could use this streaming service to store and archive old media so it doesn't become forgotten and lost to time. Oh well, too bad Disney are absolute buffoons. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't watch Belle's Tales of Friendship, which means this is the end of our adventures with Belle and Adam. Yeah, his name is Adam, by the way. No one ever says it in any of the films. It's Adam. His name is Adam. Also, it's annoying, because it means that the number of movies on my list is 94, which, like, 95 would have been a nice rounded number, but whatever.
Man, I feel like a woman.
I adore the art style in this movie. I really love it when animation studios, not just Disney, play around with doing something different, something unique, and Mulan really plays around with its art direction, and I love it. Especially the swirl-like patterns on dust or smoke clouds, reminiscent of old Chinese watercolor paintings. It's so beautiful. There's not a ton of otherworldly magic in Mulan, but every time it is on screen, they do a really great job making it feel godly, ethereal. It's a treat to see. Also, this movie is hilarious. Grandma especially is top tier.
I think it's going well, don't you?
Her soldier friends, Ling, Qianpo, and Yao, are so entertaining with their over-the-top personalities and antics.
Perfect. Now we'll pull them to safety.
And of course, best boy...
Dragon, not lizard. I don't do that tongue thing.
I would say Mulan has the most memorable ensemble of characters. Each one stands out in their own way and makes the whole film so charming and entertaining all throughout. If I had to gripe about any characters, I'd say Shan Yu is a bit one-dimensional. He's a great threat, he definitely feels appropriately dangerous and cunning for the film, but personality-wise, he's pretty forgettable. So, Mulan is not a princess. We all know that, right? Her family seems pretty well off, but they're not political leaders or anything. Shang, who she starts to date at the end, is also not royalty or anything. She is not a princess, but she is in Disney's official princess lineup, and that is why I have no problem putting a bunch of non-princesses on my princess ranking. If Disney can do it, I can too. Outfit. You know, for the majority of the film, she's just in uniform, so there's not much I can say about that, but I can say every other thing she wears is the most beautiful thing ever. I love the layers and the colors, especially her painted up bride outfit. The pinks are so lovely paired with the reds to make them pop more. The blue is a nice, cool color to complement both of them and keep her from feeling like she's too much. I gotta give her a 4 out of 5. Princessology. Like I've just explained, she's not a princess. And we literally see with the very beginning of the film, she doesn't exactly have all the same traits we'd be looking for either.
Polite. Don't look up.
I would love to have an excuse to rank her higher, but I can't deny it. I gotta give her a 1 out of 5. Heroics. She went to war. She went to war. She voluntarily chose to go to a war. Personality. So here's where I wanted to really talk about Mulan herself. I've focused on the other major aspects of the movie, but I haven't addressed our leading lady much. I was waiting for this moment because Mulan's personality is the heart of this film. She is so complex and impactful as a character. Mulan resonates with a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. Thanks to her gender-related story, a lot of elements are especially impactful on the LGBTQIA+ community. The idea of presenting yourself as a different gender or feeling more comfortable or confident as something other than who you were born as, transgender, non-binary, or what have you, a lot of people have shared Mulan's sentiment of feeling like their reflection isn't who they are at their core. Mulan's relationship with Shang also touches on themes seen with bisexual or other queer relationships. Beyond that, there's also people who just resonate with the idea of feeling like you're letting your family down, or not living up to the expectations put upon you. We watch her go to war, fight hard to be as good as all of the others, and continue to fight and prove to herself and to the whole of China who she really is. She becomes strong, she's cunning, she's smart, she's creative, she's funny, she is everything. Mulan, both the character and the movie, might be the movie that resonates with the most audiences that Disney has ever made. And the funny thing is, I bet they didn't even realize how much this story and this character would impact the people who watched this film. For personality, she gets a 5 out of 5. Her total, 15 out of 20. Get out of London. Okay, right off the bat, I just feel like this whole film really spits in the face of the point of the original, right? Like, the whole thing at the end was that Pocahontas chose to not go to Europe and to be with the man she loved because she chose to stay with her people. And then in this one, they're like, oh, never mind, I'll just go to London with this new guy. When it was to be with the dude I loved, I said no, but now that I can be a political representative, I'm all on board. Also, she falls in love with this new dude, John Rolfe, and also, this guy sucks. She traded in the action hero, quick-witted, charming John Smith for this foppish, posh, prissy little bitch. And yeah, when she started the film, she thought Smith was dead, but she finds out he's still alive, and he still loves her, and then she freaking dumps him? This might be the only Disney movie where the girl dumps her quote-unquote Prince Charming, and then they just reset her story arc and everything. The last film was about choosing what path she wants to take, and then she just does it again here. Another thing, Radcliffe is the villain again. They just Palpatined this story, and it's like he got away with it. That satisfying resolution with the first one where he gets gagged and arrested, he just gets away with it once he gets back to Europe. Boo, that's lame. Grandmother Willow really took a hit here. Everything else looks pretty fine in this movie, but yeesh, they really lazied their way with her. On top of all of that, the movie is also just boring, horribly slow, with low stakes, plotting little scenes that take too long to get anywhere. And at the end, this really pissed me off. Pocahontas doesn't even get to save the day. She continually gets put into positions where she needs to be rescued, and all she gets to do is cower before one of her boys shows up and fights the villain for her. It sucks. That's stupid. How dare you take such a great character and make her so passive and twee in this film? Do I have anything positive to say? Well, the animation is decent. The winter setting is a neat change from the original. Ooty is the best part of the whole film. That's it. But with this movie, we are officially entering a new age for Disney. The age of sequels. Aladdin and Belle tested the waters of what Disney sequels could be, and now we've seen they can be pretty good with a higher quality budget and story. So, Disney, seeing their dollar signs booming with this renaissance, was obviously going to want to keep those profits going. So, with Pocahontas, it starts a new era of Disney sequels, and this will persist for quite a while, so strap in. No, they are not related. Kovu is not Scar's biological son. They mention it several times. Scar just adopted him and chose him to be his successor. They are not related. It's fine. This film does take quite a bit of headcanoning to really work out. I definitely don't remember seeing any lionesses siding with Scar at the end of the first film, but they needed to do something for the sequel, and this premise would make sense. I'ma be real. I love this movie. I adore it. The thing I keep saying, if you like the original, you'll like its sequels. Yeah, I'm speaking from experience. I think this movie is absolutely fantastic. It's fun, it's a unique new direction for the story, it fleshed out the world a little bit. I love it. Also, the songs are so good. Although I will say, there's this one track that plays during the action sequences, and it sounds almost identical to the Pirates of the Caribbean theme. So like, listen to, am I wrong? I really like the villains being a rival lion pride. I'm glad they didn't rely on using the hyenas again. Nuka and Vitani are a lot of fun, especially their rivaling personalities. And Zira is a blast. I love how big and overdramatic she is. And her voice actress, Suzanne Plachette, is amazing and absolutely kills it here. You can just hear how much fun she's having with the role. This is also the movie that set new standards for what different hairstyles and color combos the lions could have. Now every lion cub OC you find will likely have bangs like Vitani or a hair tuft like Kovu. Speaking of Kovu, the romance between the leads is genuinely cute. It's not like most Disney films where it's some sweep you off your feet, love at first sight kind of thing. Kiara and Kovu are more like teenagers who are awkward, head over heels, punch drunk kind of love. If I had to gripe about something, it's Timon and Pumbaa. Now wait, I do love them. They're two of the best guys, and yes, they are fun. My problem is, I kinda wish Kiara got to have her own little buddies. Like, Mufasa had Zazu as his pal, then Simba got Timon and Pumbaa to be his pals. I wish Kiara had the chance to make her own little pals. But that's really minor, more of a nitpick than anything else. Outfit. She is a lion. She doesn't wear clothes. 0 out of 5. Princessology. Like, she seems to have the mannerisms of a princess figured out, she just doesn't want to have to abide by them. She talks about how she doesn't know if she wants to be a princess or not, but in the end she does choose to go back to the Pride. Quite a conflicted character in this regard. I'll split the difference and go with 3 out of 5, I guess. Heroics. She tries. She really does. She charges into dangerous moments, both in attempts to help those in need, and just for the sake of having a good time, even when she's a cub. She's bouncing around on crocodiles' jaws to help Kovu. She's a thrill seeker. That lands her at a 5 out of 5. Personality. I like Kiara. She's cute, she's adventurous, but also she's a little bit of a brat. She just whines an awful lot throughout the film, and I can't blame her. Simba is pretty unreasonable with how overly protective he is. She's no Nala, I'll say that much. So I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Her total, 11 out of 20. This movie starts at like 1,000% with the fire and everything. Oh my god. Also, I immediately started crying. I couldn't help it. It was when the baby gorilla was killed by Sabor. Phil Collins was too powerful. Phil, why would you do this to me? Phil Collins is phenomenal in this movie, by the way, and you all are sleeping on Son of Man. You need to appreciate that one more, cause it's a bop. Artistically, I think Disney really tried to go above and beyond here. They've incorporated 3D CGI to help with the vines and the branches of the jungle. They do some really unique things to elevate perspective, but what really blows me away is how detailed everything is. The small details of this dense jungle, his parents' tree fort, even the burning ship in the beginning. There's so many small, intricately beautiful, detailed elements in this film, and it blows me away. Tarzan was the end of the Disney Renaissance, and I love how they've gone out with a bang here. It's a fun movie, fun cast, but I will say, the story as a whole feels awfully fragmented. Almost like 4 or 5 different smaller stories that just so happen to be tied together with each other. It's not bad by any means, but it does make the flow of the conflict and overall pacing feel a little stop and go. I get the feeling the artistic spectacle was more of the focus for the movie, rather than the plot. Okay, I actually think they do something really clever with her outfit. Style-wise, it's nothing special. None of her outfits are really all that impressive, but I like how they use her outfits to symbolize Jane's closeness to nature. The more comfortable she gets with Tarzan and being in the jungle, the less bundled up she is. The layers and accessories slowly get trimmed down to more and more casual clothes until we get to the end, where she's also in little more than a loincloth. It's a simple idea, but I think it's done in a smart way, so for that, I'll go with a 4 out of 5. Princessology. Tarzan's not king of the jungle, but he is the leader of their ape pack. Jane's role in this is sort of irrelevant though. She tries, she seems to be putting in the effort, so I can't give her a 0, but it definitely also can't be more than 1 out of 5. Heroics. I think her final decision to stay with Tarzan was very brave. She's not exactly doing much heroics throughout the film. Oftentimes, she's just the one who needs saving, but she chose to go to this dangerous location in the first place, and she chose to stay. It takes quite a bit of courage to abandon life as you know it to become a wild woman living in the jungle. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Personality, she starts the film rather haughty, and she does tend to moan and whine quite a bit, but I also think she's precious when she nerds out about nature. She's got a headstrong attitude and a hunger to learn, so 3 out of 5. Giving her an 11 out of 20. Like I said, this was the end of Disney's Renaissance. This was Disney's best era when it came to profits and audience receptions for their animated films. So what happens from here? Well, it seems like Disney wanted to be a little bit experimental. This is a Christmas movie that features Mickey, Donald, and Goofy in 3 different little stories. This movie is fine. The whole thing is really slapstick heavy, and I know, it's Mickey and Friends. Slapstick is sort of a staple of their antics, but like, really slapstick heavy. Almost excessively so, which just feels a tad weird in a Christmas film. Also, the whole thing has a sort of underlying sadness to all their stories. Donald's story actually focuses on his nephews, who wish it could be Christmas every day, where they then Groundhog's Day themselves into celebrating the same Christmas over and over. I liked the lesson that they learned, that the best Christmas was the one where they actually had manners and was polite and kind to the family members, but still, seeing them repeat the same rude problems over and over again beforehand was a bit obnoxious. Goofy's story also focuses heavily on Max, and look at little cute baby Max, aww. This story was probably my least favorite, because it's kind of a bummer. It's Max being upset because he starts to think Santa isn't real, and Goofy desperately tries to cheer him up, and then the tables turn and Goofy is upset because he doesn't think Santa is real, and Max desperately tries to cheer him back up. It's real sad for most of it. Mickey's was my favorite story. I just really like the times we get a glimpse of their everyday lives. Like, they have to go to work, they have deadlines, etc. But again, the two of them trade in the thing that was most precious to them to get each other a gift for Christmas, but the gifts they get each other was related to that thing that they gave up. It's a weirdly bittersweet movie. I can't really picture myself wanting to rewatch this one once the holidays roll back around.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Ah yes, at the turn of the new millennium, Disney attempted to make a sequel to their art piece classic, Fantasia. And it's not that amazing. I have mixed feelings about Fantasia. Obviously, you heard me. It was a while ago, but you're smart, I bet you remember. But this sequel doesn't really feel like it has the same heart the original did. This, instead, is the first time I truly get the feeling that Disney made something just to be a cash grab. Like, it feels like they're trying too hard to be something they clearly aren't with this film. For example, it starts with the same exact narration from the first one, where he talks about the fact there'll be 3 different art directions throughout the film. Something with a bit more structured narrative, something with cohesive pictures but not necessarily a story, and then the abstract. And then they say they're going to start this film with abstract images, just like the first one did, but they don't really. This is not abstract. This is more like that second option they mentioned. Cohesive pictures but no plot. Well, actually there is kind of a plot with these butterfly-like shapes where they run from these bat-like shapes. It's not a good look for you to claim you're going to be doing something and then not even get it right. This movie, rather than having one man who's very well spoken to introduce the new segments for the film, instead chose to have various celebrities doing this role instead, which is fine. Most of them are fine, and I like that most of them are people who have starred in prior Disney films, like Bette Midler and James Earl Jones. But the first one we see is Steve Martin, which is a confusing choice. Don't get me wrong, I think he's funny, but why? Also, the celebrity hosts are weirdly trying to be comedy forward.
Ride of the Valkyries. Here they are. And there they go.
I'm not opposed to the idea of comedy, but it feels so weird in Fantasia. Something that originally was a very serious exploration of art. The comedy peppered throughout with these celebrities makes me feel like I shouldn't be taking any of this seriously. What's worse is that none of their jokes are even really very good. Now, as far as the actual different scenes in this film, I already mentioned the butterflies one. I wasn't impressed, but I can admit it's technically impressive. The flying whales. I remember growing up, this was the one most people talked about. This shot got used a lot in promotional material. Sea creatures just work really well in space and in the air, right? Like, Star Trek did it, Courage the Cowardly Dog did it. It just works. It's cool, right? And you know, it's fine. Aside from a few glory shots, the actual section is a little boring though. A little visually one note. You can also tell they were utilizing 3D CGI more. It's okay with the whales, but it's much more impressive with a later scene, the Tin Soldier. I actually theorize that maybe this film was pushed to be made so the animators at Disney could work on their CGI skills some more, and also show the world that they're getting better at it. Let's be real, their prior attempts with 3D models haven't been great. The Tin Soldier story is the best their 3D animations have ever looked, but I can't help but wonder if they were perhaps trying to ride on the coattails of Pixar's prior success with Toy Story. After all, the plasticky nature of old 3D models worked really well for toys, and Pixar proved that. I don't know, man. It's awfully interesting this film came out the same year as Toy Story 2. I like the jazzy one about various people living in New York. The designs on a lot of these characters is really cool to me, and the plot of each individual story was entertaining in very different ways, but I don't know, this doesn't really feel like the kind of quality I'd expect from a high-budget movie. This feels like a really well-made Merry Melodies cartoon, not Fantasia. This was one of my favorites though. Right there with the flamingos with a yo-yo. It's quick, it's fun, but the synchronization of their movements is really cool. Unfortunately, it's super short, which is a shame. Especially because one of the other segments is literally just the Sorcerer's Apprentice again. Like, they didn't touch up the animation or anything, it's just the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Like, from the last one. Again, it's so lame. This movie is already barely over an hour, and they waste 10 minutes on a repeat? Doing Noah's Ark, but with Donald Duck, doesn't really add anything. I think I would have preferred funny scenes playing with the unique quirkiness of all the different animal pairs, instead of just Donald Duck slapstick. The only part of this film that truly feels like it has that same magic as the first film, that artistic exploration, is the nature spirit at the end. It's absolutely gorgeous. The way they animated her movements is amazing. It's fluid like water, but also flows like a blanket. There's so many details and small, intricate animations. Nothing else Disney has ever done has ever looked or felt like this. So clearly, I think there are problems with the rest of this movie, but if you do anything, watch this segment. It has such beautiful, jaw-dropping animation, and you should really treat yourself and watch it. If you know anything about this movie, I'm willing to bet it's Bradley Uppercrust III. I see so much fan art and fan edits of this guy. I don't know why. I'm not like looking for Goofy movie fan accounts, it's just always there. I'm a little bummed they didn't give Max and PJ new designs. Like, the characters change outfits in this world. Goofy himself wears a bunch of different clothes. Hell, Bobby got a completely different look, so why is Max and PJ exactly the same, just taller? I know this is a nitpick, but still. Honestly, this movie kind of annoyed me. So in the original, both Goofy and Max were in the wrong, and I applauded that aspect of the movie. This one doesn't do that though. Goofy is in the wrong, and he doesn't realize it the whole time, and Max is very forgiving of him. Goofy loses his job and can't find a new one without a degree, but if that's true, how did you get the first job? And he picks the same school as Max, so he can still be with him, and Max is obviously not thrilled by this, but also is understanding of Goofy's predicament.
Listen, guys, cut the old man some slack. He has to be here.
So Max tries to compromise and set ground rules for their boundaries in college, and then Goofy just frickin' ignores all of them. It makes it so hard to root for Goofy in this movie when he's being so unreasonable. And also, him wanting to be with Max tips over into being unreasonably obsessive. Goofy only wants to do things that revolve around being close to Max. It's weird. And they try to make me feel bad for him when Max finally tells him off, and no, I don't feel bad for Goofy. This has been ridiculous.
I lost my focus!
No, you didn't lose your focus. You have unhealthy boundaries with your son. Besides that, the whole movie is just so all over the place. It wants to be about Max going to college and trying to leave the nest, but also there's Goofy falling in love, but also there's this X Games plotline. Then there's this plotline about Goofy struggling to pass his classes. He doesn't get a new job at the end, by the way. Goofy saves the day by physically assaulting Bradley, so that happens. Now, before I move on, there's one more very important thing I want to say. This movie is the halfway point of my list. We're officially halfway through my Disney 100 Years of Animated Films. Congratulations for making it this far into the video. Well, here it is. Disney has been slowly playing with more and more 3D animations. Here with Dinosaur, they're going all the way. It's not just one character or section, the whole film is 3D rendered CGI. Well, almost. The backgrounds are mostly live action, and the thing with their utilization of 3D is every time you see it next to something that isn't also 3D, it kind of breaks that illusion. It makes it easier to see what is and isn't real, and this movie is, for some reason, trying to look as realistic as possible. Disney was a little late to the game when it came to 3D animating, so I think they wanted to save face and do something that was technically more impressive than the cartoonish styles of Pixar or DreamWorks. And at the time, I'm sure this was probably impressive. Hell, certain shots with the water effects or shadows from the trees are still pretty impressive, but that's kind of a double-edged sword with using 3D models. Unless it is something very stylized, it doesn't age very well. They also insist on constantly shoving the camera directly in front of everyone's faces every time they speak. This film is full of close-ups, and once you're that close, it makes it easier to see the uncanny valley of their almost realistic style. Speaking of the characters talking, it takes 8 whole minutes before anyone has any lines of dialogue, and once they finally start talking, the movie starts with a pee joke. So, you know, Disney standards, am I right? The whole movie is paced so slowly. Setting the animation aside, the rest of the film is nothing to write home about. The characters are bland and underdeveloped, especially Aladar's gigantic family of lemurs. This one has the same voice actor from Daxter, from Jak and Daxter.
I always did like big girls!
The plot is typical and uncreative, literally nothing I haven't seen 100 times before. The one thing I do think is really cool about the movie is these two characters. They end up joining the hero's squad, and they're two elderly women. You don't see that very often, and I think it's neat. I think it's pretty telling that this is one of Disney's most forgotten films. No one talks about this movie, not even Disney. Rob Paulsen voices Eric in this movie. I just wanted to point that out because Rob Paulsen is a delight and I really like his work. I do want to say, the animation in this film is really nice. Like, the whole thing is really pleasant and has some genuinely beautiful moments here or there too. We follow Ariel's daughter, Melody. I like Melody a bunch. I really like seeing the kids of prior heroes, and Melody's adventures of being a landlubber who wishes she was a mermaid is cute. There's actually quite a bit about this film that I really like. Like, she gets her own team of sidekicks, Tip and Dash. This is exactly what I was saying before with Kiara in Lion King 2. I think this is really fun, even if Tip and Dash are very much Timon and Pumbaa flavored.
Another plan perfectly executed.
It's like, do you remember Neopets? There was a paintbrush that would make your Neopet ocean creature themed. This is like that version for Timon and Pumbaa. Ariel's not the only one who's grown up. We see middle-aged Flounder and his own school of kids. That's a lot of fun. There's only 4 songs in this movie, very few and far between, but I really liked all of them, especially the first one. By all means, this movie seems like the perfect recipe to be a top-tier Disney sequel. Except for that pesky plot.
Ursula's crazy sister! I didn't miss the cake and ice cream, did I?
So, yeah, this is Morgana, Ursula's sister, and I think this is rather boring. I like that she's voiced by Pat Carroll, who also voiced Ursula. I'm glad she was able to come back for the sequel film, but come on, this is so boring. Morgana is basically just Ursula, but again, and that's lame. They could have done anything new and creative, but no, whatever. So Morgana threatens Melody, and then Ariel is like, Melody can never enter the water until Morgana is captured. It's too dangerous with her on the loose. And I'm like, okay, fine, a tad extreme, but I see your point. But then Ariel is like, and she also can't know about mermaids' existence. Huh? Why? Knowing about them doesn't change the fact Morgana is out there. The plot is so contrived because Ariel decided ultimate secrecy was important and it's dumb. Like, nothing was really stopping them from telling Melody about it. She was jumping around, swimming in the water already anyways. The thing that annoys me is they could have just had Morgana cast a curse on her or something. They did the boring thing and did another sea witch. She already had Melody in her hands at one point. Why not just have her put a spell on Melody that if she learns about mermaids' existence, she'll become one permanently or something? It's such a blot on what is otherwise a pretty good film, and it's not like it ultimately ruins the movie, but it could have been better. Outfit, honestly, forgettable. She wears both a pink dress and a gold dress. I prefer the gold because it matches her locket and looks nice with her dark hair color, but neither are really anything to write home about. Also, the white tank top for her mermaid form is just kind of boring. I think a simple pattern or at least a more unique color would have been cool. 2 out of 5. Princessology. This one's hard to judge because she's still so young. I wouldn't expect a kid to have the same standards of etiquette I'd expect from an older princess. With that being said though, she does try hard to keep up that royal appearance, even if she's not that good at it yet. It's also not that she doesn't like being a princess, she just wants to be a princess who can also go swimming. You know what? I'll go with a 4 out of 5. I think she deserves it. Heroics. She does do a bunch of crazy stuff throughout the movie, like she's the one that scales the frozen tundra to rip the trident out of Morgana's hands. I'm gonna give her a 4 out of 5. Personality? Well, like mother, like daughter, Melody also tends to whine a lot. She mostly seems like such a bummer to be around. She's always moping about something. She does have a nice, if reserved side to her, so it's not terrible, but meh, 2 out of 5. Her personality wasn't the memorable thing about her, giving her a final score of 12 out of 20. The first 2 minutes of this movie is like a perfect encapsulation of how to do a character study. You learn absolutely everything you need to know about Kuzco, and I adore it. This movie is fantastic. Hands down, one of Disney's funniest films they've ever made. The all-star cast definitely helps with that, but also it's a combination of the witty dialogue, the big, bombastic comedic scenes, the small, subtle facial expressions in different scenes. It's a knockout from beginning to end. Kronk and Yzma steal almost every scene they're in as villains. They are perfect. They revel in their villainy, they're funny, their rapport with each other highlights the best parts of each other's personalities. But don't get me wrong, Kuzco's over-the-top qualities and tendency to exaggerate things also makes him just as entertaining in his own right. And then Pacha is the perfect character to ground you again, to bring things back down when we need to get serious or sentimental. I love how this movie revels in its own absurdity. It's like, after trying to be really realistic with, like, Dinosaur, they turn around and decide to be as off the walls as they could be. Like, it doesn't matter if it makes sense, so long as whatever the outcome is the funniest conclusion they could come to. And the finale is so much fun. Using Yzma's potions to get them to change into a bunch of different animals is so creative and I love it. I love this film. It's great. Funny, feel-good movie. I cannot recommend it enough. I always wanted to try this bug dish they eat at the diner. I don't know, I feel like it would kinda taste like crab or something, right? So I debated on whether or not to put Kuzco on the princess ranking, but I decided he'll get an honorable mention. He's his own category of best boy, so there you go. Fun fact, I actually missed this film when I was going through all the movies. I got like 90% of the way through my whole list, all the way to Bambi 2, before I realized I missed this sequel. I can only imagine that in my insane hatred of Lady and the Tramp, my phone became possessed by a hate spirit and deleted the movie from my chronological list of films. Yeah, it's the sequel to Lady and the Tramp. Wow, it's Independence Day in this movie. And if you're wondering, no, it doesn't make a difference for the plot or characters to have it take place on the 4th of July. This movie is about Scamp, Lady and Tramp's son, who wants to escape to be wild, and oh no, he's singing now.
A world without fences.
Every song in this movie is horrible. The lyrics are lame, the rhythm is all over the place, none of it's catchy, and they don't even do anything important to establish the character's motivations. It's like, I wanna be a junkyard dog. Oh, you wanna be a junkyard dog, huh? Sings a way too long song about living in garbage. Song ends. Okay, so you wanna be a junkyard dog, huh? Pointless. Dumb. Bad.
Huh? What's come on out, okay? No, this is Patrick.
I want you to know I didn't come into this movie expecting not to like it. I didn't want my opinions of the original to cloud my judgment for this one. I came in with an open mind. And even with all of that, I still can't stand this one. Every character is annoying, especially Scamp. He's just obnoxious and one note. All of his sisters suck. Like, there's literally a scene where they're like, I'm glad Scamp ran away. I hope he never comes back. And if he does, I hope he gets beaten with a slipper. Okay, Great cast, you guys.
Oh, be still my heart. I'm getting a bad case of puppy love.
Wow, it's been a hot second since Disney had a clearly much older woman openly fawning and flirting with a little boy character. Wow. No one learns anything. The conflict is lame and the resolution is lamer. All the wild dogs just decide at the drop of a hat they'd rather have homes. Also, at this rate, Jim Deere and Darling are gonna give the Dalmatian family a run for their money when it comes to Most Irresponsible Pet Owners Award.
What we're really looking for is Atlantis, an ancient city filled with treasure.
Remember what I was saying about Mulan, where I like it when they pick a unique art style and go all out with it? I get that same thing here with Atlantis. Very stylized designs for these characters and the look of Atlantis in general. Michael J. Fox is a treasure, and Milo is such a criminally underrated character. All of the characters in this film are great. I love how exaggerated this crew is. It really helps to make them feel more memorable, which is good since they have such limited screen time. And yes, Dr. Sweet is the best character. We all know that.
I hate fishing. I hate fish. Hate the taste, hate the smell, and hate all them little bones.
And Milo's romance with Kita is really cute too. They do a lot to establish their bond and their shared interest in learning, which is also good because they also have such limited screen time together. Yeah, this film has a weird pacing problem. Despite being the longest film on my list yet, at an hour and 40 minutes, it feels like barely anything gets to happen. These characters barely get to have any screen time together, making me wonder why Milo's team had to be so big. Yeah, I think this crew is cool, but I'd prefer 2 or 3 stronger characters over 7 weak ones. Once they get to Atlantis, his whole team kind of gets forgotten. They're just wasting away in the background, barely more than 10 lines between the lot of them, and Milo and Kita have only just enough time to establish their relationship before she literally gets sucked up into the plot. The whole film is just disjointed. The trip to Atlantis feels completely different than the adventures once they get there. It seems like they wanted to prioritize action sequences rather than dialogue. I don't know, I really think a smaller cast and some tweaks to the pacing would have helped a ton. I just want more. I want more time with these characters, you know? Also, it's a super bummeroni that Sinclair ended up being a real villain. Like, yeah, they all betray Milo, but the majority of them have a change of heart and then teams up with him at the end. Sinclair is not one of them, and I think she could have just been a really cool addition to their ragtag team of heroes. A super stern, trigger-happy, no bullshit type of character would have been a really neat addition. Or at least would have been more interesting than the normal, boring femme fatale role she currently fills. Outfit? I'll be honest, her outfit is not the most memorable part of her design. It's definitely her hair color and style, and also her cool blue tattoos. It's different, which I do appreciate, but I can't give her more than a 2 out of 5. Princessology, she gets flying colors here. She is all set and ready to lead her people. She's learning how to fix their ancient technologies. She's on top of everything. Perfect score, 5 out of 5. Heroics, another fun category for her. She doesn't get to do a ton because of the whole plot thing she gets sucked up into, but when she is awake, she is taking charge. 3 out of 5. Personality. She's fun. I like how eager she is to learn new things. I also like her dedication to her people and her family. The biggest thing holding her back is the fact she barely gets screen time to develop. The same curse of all the characters in this film. I can only give her a 3 out of 5, for a total score of 13 out of 20.
You're beautiful, it's true.
I've been pleasantly surprised at just how high quality these Disney sequels have been lately. You know, obviously they're not as detailed as their predecessors, but they're actually really well done in their own right. Nice fluidity with certain magic or action-heavy moments, dynamic shading, fun, expressive faces and movements. So it's really weird that for some reason, Hunchback 2 is so low quality compared to everything else we've gotten. This reminds me of the dark days of Aladdin's sequels, like a TV show pilot or something. Hunchback has hands down been their most beautifully, intricately done animation so far, so I don't understand why did they choose to have their sequel so much more noticeably cheap in comparison. Oh no, what happened to Esmeralda's skin tone? This isn't even close. What the hell? Esmeralda barely does anything in this movie to begin with. She mostly just stands around and gets mad at Phoebus.
Stay close. I don't want to lose you.
I don't trust these people.
What does that mean?
There's a string of robberies in Paris just as soon as the circus rolled into town. Phoebus thinks they might be related, and Esmeralda gets mad at him for thinking that, and then Quasi gets mad at him because his new girlfriend is in the circus, and then Phoebus ends up being right in the end anyway. Yeah, by the way, Quasimodo gets a girlfriend, a cute magician's assistant who wants to be a trapeze artist. Also, she can see the gargoyles moving, so my theory about the gargoyles being Quasi's ethos, pathos, and logos is just thrown out the window with this one. They're just actual magical creatures or something. Cool. The villains are far too goofy for this to be taken seriously. Really, there didn't need to be a villain, because his whole plot centers around this dumb, stupid Belle. It has a bunch of gold and jewels on the inside of it, and yes, I get it. It's beautiful on the inside, ew. But this is very dumb. No Belle would be made like this. It's very silly. The fact the movie hinges on this is weird. It could have just been the story of Quasi and his girlfriend falling in love. That's the part of the movie that feels the most earnest. There's songs in this film, and one of them is pretty good. The lyrics are nothing special, but Tom Hulse, fuck, I should have looked up his name first, hold on. The lyrics are nothing special, but Tom Hulce, Quasi's voice actor, is a god at vocals. So of course, everything he sings is going to be good. Too bad every other song is sung by someone else with a vastly more annoying voice, like Clopow, or the Gargoyles, or actually only 4-year-old Haley Joel Osment.
If ever I'm in any kind of great big mess or trouble.
A totally unnecessary sequel. Adds nothing of value. It's only for people who were butthurt Quasi didn't get the girl in the first film. Yeah. Straight up, I love this movie. First off, this film is gorgeous. They go all out, especially with the scenes that highlight the magic of Neverland, like the flying, for example. They also play around with Peter's antics a lot more with his flying. It's bouncy, creative, expressive, and fun, but what really makes me love this one is actually Jane. She is so much more fascinating than any of the previous Darling children. She acts too mature for her age. The Lost Boys say it themselves.
She acts kinda like a grown-up.
Yeah. And it makes sense because she's living in the middle of the war. Like actual war. Of course she grew up too fast. Of course she lost her wonder and belief in magic. It makes her interactions with Peter and the Lost Boys so much more interesting. Basically, the story is trying to help her act like a kid again. It's all so much more engaging and unique compared to the original Darling Children's antics. The whole film feels more emotional and dramatic. Not only the war, but also we see Tinkerbell die. And yes, she comes back to life shortly after, but still, seeing Jane hold the tiny, lifeless body of Tinkerbell in her hands is heart-wrenching. The Lost Boys get a bit more personality in this one. I miss TikTok, but I think the octopus is a real neat change of pace, and they play around with the animation a ton, so that's super cool, making it both funny and scary at the same time. The songs are fine, not amazing by any means, but they're not bad or distracting either. I'll admit, one of them really gets stuck in my head. It's the one when Tinkerbell dies, too. I cannot sing this film's praises enough. It's fun, thrilling, emotional, the whole 9 yards. When I think of Peter Pan, this is the version I think of. I really cannot express just how much of a huge improvement this is from the original. Like, the original is boring, it's racist, it's ugly, it's lame, it's weirdly mean-spirited at times, and this one fixes everything. Everyone is so much more interesting and engaging, the world is more interesting and engaging, the twists and turns with the plot is so much more thrilling, everything about it. I really, really love this one. One last thing, it's so small and simple, but the final scene where Peter meets Wendy again as a grown-up, this is neat. This is genuinely poignant. It's such a great film. Oh my god, I really do recommend it.
Legends. Stories scattered through time.
Fun fact, Corey Burton, who just played Captain Hook in Return to Neverland, also voices Jacques in this movie.
Hello, Wendy.
I want to bring her a big bunch of flowers.
Cool stuff. This movie is a collection of 3 different smaller stories. I had never seen this movie before, but honestly, I was excited to watch it. I really ended up loving Cinderella watching it for this review, so I couldn't wait to see more of her. I knew about 2 of these stories beforehand, the one where Jock becomes a human and the one where Anastasia's falling in love. And honestly, I'm not surprised no one ever talked about the 3rd story, because it really is nothing to write home about. Prudence says things must be this way, and then Cinderella says, but why not that way? Prudence says the king likes this way. The king rolls up and prefers that way. It's pretty basic. Easy to predict, but it's not bad. I liked Cinderella's ladies in waiting. I honestly wish we got to see more of them. Also, Cinderella is voiced by Jennifer Hale, who's been voicing a ton of characters all throughout Disney films already, but this performance she does for Cinderella is my favorite, but also it is also the performance that sounds the most like Miss Keene from the Powerpuff Girls.
Ready for breakfast? How does a cheese omelet sound? Pay attention. Now, where was I? Oh, yes.
If I had a nickel for every time Disney took a princess who had an amazing blue outfit, but in the sequel they inexplicably changed it to pink, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The one where Jock becomes a human is definitely the worst. I can say it stays true to the original film. That one also had 2 long segments dedicated to the boring antics of the mice characters. The last one, where one of Cinderella's stepsisters, Anastasia, falls in love with the local baker, is definitely the best. It's neat seeing Cinderella bond with one of her stepsisters a little bit, and it helps give Anastasia a bit more depth. It's also just a dang cute little romance between them. Though I will say, Lady Tremaine would not be slapping bread rolls out of Anastasia's hands. She spoiled those girls rotten. If they wanted a loaf of bread, Lady Tremaine would buy the whole bakery. I'ma say, the songs in this movie sucked. Oh my god. They're like generic on-the-nose country pop songs? Ugh. Also, you can kind of tell they struggled to really fill screen time here, like seeing how repetitive the first story was, or seeing how much time is used on Lucifer and Pom-Pom's side story. My biggest gripe, though, is how much the prince gets shafted here. He already was the least developed character from the first film. This would be a great opportunity to flesh him out and have more scenes with him and Cinderella together to show their relationship growing. But no, he gets shuffled off screen immediately, and it's weird. There's one other Cinderella movie we'll be getting to later. Maybe that one will give the prince some more personality.
You're the devil in disguise.
Oh my god, this movie is amazing. I adore the style they go with for this one. I love the proportions on the humans, they stand out, and it helps to make Lilo the cutest little thing ever with how big and expressive she can be. But I also love the style of all the aliens. They went all out with a bunch of different things, and it's so cool and interesting. You can't mistake Jumba or Pleakley or Gantu or any of them. They're so unique and memorable. I also adore the soundtrack for this film. A lot of it's Elvis, and Elvis is amazing, but also the original songs are bangers. This song is my favorite thing. It's my jam. I love this. 10 out of 10. The sequence with the song Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride is one of the best moments for the film. It's just so lovely seeing a wholesome moment with the bonds of family and friendship. We rarely get to see quiet slice of life scenes like this, and I love how the scene does a great job showing how Stitch realizes he wants to be a part of what they have. He wants to try surfing even though he might drown. Of course, then the scene right after that is one of the most soul-crushing moments in the whole movie. Yes, Aloha Oi made me cry. That's really the most interesting thing about this film. Lilo as a character, her violent tendencies, her odd interests, her struggle to regulate her emotions and communicate with others. Beyond the fun, wacky action alien adventures, there's a painful, poignant story about broken homes and the effect sudden tragedy can have on a child. It's not just Lilo either. Nani's struggles to take care of Lilo is fascinating. She's just 18, still a kid herself really. She was probably ready to start her own life when suddenly she has to take on the role of caretaker for Lilo. She's her sister, not her mother, and you can see how Nani struggles to fill that role. And then throwing in Stitch and his war-centric, crazy, hyperactive self into the mix makes this movie so interesting and entertaining. The themes of family are so powerful with this one, and I love it so much. This movie is another collection of 3 shorter stories. They would end up being 3 episodes of the upcoming Legend of Tarzan cartoon series, which explains why the animation looks like this, and it explains why none of the original voice actors reprised their roles in the TV cast. I'ma be real, Turk and Tantor are not doing it. I was looking it up, this cartoon series had 2 seasons. 39 episodes total. How? Jane's whole character gets kind of reset back to that prissy, posh girl. Frankly, none of her more endearing traits are seen here. Her curious, excited to learn personality. When she's eager about something, she throws herself into it. Nope. She's just a ritzy, posh British girl now. Each of the 3 stories features some other person or people showing up in the jungle, and like, that's weird. There's a whole ass port now, with a man running a tour guide thing, and this is weird, right? The thing at the end with Tarzan and Jane was making a sacrifice. It wasn't easy to choose to abandon civilized society to stay with the man she loved, and this premise undermines her whole development and also makes her so much more boring because of it. As for the episodes themselves, they're fine. It sort of felt like I was 8 years old again, binging a marathon of weird Disney cartoons. They're exciting enough. I could hardly call them boring, though there are technical problems I noticed with the 3rd story. All of the dialogue is really quiet, like you can hear the background jungle noises too much, but then the action scenes got really super loud. Here, I'll show you an example. I have not edited either of these clips.
Combustible reaction between sodium dichlorotonate and bicarbonate nitrate.
I checked this both on my TV and my computer, and it was the same both ways, so that's weird. You'd think, oh, I don't know, a streaming service like this would be able to fix audio errors like that to offer a more complete experience. Oh well, too bad Disney doesn't know what they're doing.
Do what you want 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Fun fact. This is the most expensive traditionally animated movie of all time. Its budget was $140 million, and unfortunately, it's also one of the most expensive flops. Yeah, this movie didn't fare too well in the box office, but it has a devoted fan base nowadays. I think this movie is cool. I like the different ways they play around with readapting the classic Treasure Island into a futuristic sci-fi space adventure. Visually, there's a lot of cool, unique, creative choices on display, especially the alien designs. It's neat seeing Disney go into a more gross, creepy direction with the aliens, hot off the heels of Lilo and Stitch's much more cute designed aliens. I think what they really added onto their budget, and also contributes to the unique style of this world, is how much 3D they use. Disney has been ramping up more and more with their 3D, and this is their grand culmination of everything they learned. A ton of stuff gets used as 3D here, and I think they do a pretty decent job with it. There's so much of it in so many different places that even when there's moments where they look a little wonky, it still kind of works. I think the most impressive use of 3D is Silver's cyborg arm. Pairing it with his 2D animated body could have made it look weird, but they surprisingly made it seamless. Jim hoverboarding around at the beginning is my favorite, and I love this. I'm super into hoverboards, like this and Jak and Daxter are the main reasons why, and I lucked out having my favorite part be right in the beginning, because if I'm honest, the rest of this film is a little slow. If you're enthralled by the space fantasy setting, I don't think the more melancholic pace will bother you, but I can definitely see how this would feel like a drag for people. Ah yes, the face that launched 1,000 furries. Dr. Doppler and Captain Amelia is just the Neopets space paintbrush version of Goofy and his librarian girlfriend.
Because I was scared of spending the rest of my life as part of a matched set.
I really appreciate that they tried to match the art style for the backgrounds with the original movie. That's a nice touch. This movie focuses on Patch, the puppy with a patch on his eye. He meets his TV hero, Thunderbolt, and shenanigans ensue. Like, the rest of the family moves out to the country to live on a plantation, but accidentally forgot Patch because they couldn't keep count. I'll be real, a lot of this movie is just scenes that prove why it's irresponsible for them to keep 101 Dalmatians. Dalmatians. Beyond that, it's a silly little movie, surprisingly funny too, but I found the overall plot a little languid. It's a lot of Patch talking about the TV show Thunderbolt is in, and then Thunder does some antics. The worst part is how bland the villains are. Cruella and her two goons return and basically just do the same plot again, and this involves like the Twilight Bark and a car chase and everything, and I do like Cruella, but she feels very toned down for this one. Then there's like another villain. It's this corgi named Lil Lightning, voiced by Jason Alexander. He plots to take over the leading role in Thunderbolt's TV show, but like none of the villains actually do anything in relation to the Dalmatians until more than halfway through the film. It's not terrible, but it does lean on the boring side. John Rhys Davies returns to play another dad in another weird Disney sequel.
You put everyone in danger. You know that you're not allowed to cross the river.
I'll be honest, I expected this film to be kind of lame, but actually, this rocks. Going in, you can just really tell everyone was very passionate about the Jungle Book. The prior film was old enough by this point that you could see the team working on this one was inspired and passionate about bringing this world back to life. It's super well animated, fluid, fun. They really go ham with the lightning, fire, and water effects. It's actually super impressive and helps to make the jungle feel grand and exciting. They bring back a couple of classic songs from the original, like The Elephant Patrol and Bare Necessities, which was nice. They have a few original songs too, though if I'm honest, they weren't nearly as iconic as the old classics. Lyrically, they were a bit clunky. Though I will say, Haley Joel Osment comes back to voice Mowgli here, and already his singing is leagues better than Hunchback 2.
Loud and clear to the jungle rhythm.
John Goodman voices Baloo in this one, and he doesn't have quite the same rhythm or soul as Baloo's original voice actor, Phil Harris. Phil was an actual musician, so I'm not surprised John Goodman doesn't have that same pizzazz to his singing, but don't get me wrong, John is still doing a pretty dang good job here. Like I said, you can just tell he was having fun with the role, and he absolutely blows it out of the water whenever we get to the more emotional moments with Baloo in the story. Phil Collins also gets to voice a character in this movie, this vulture named Lucky.
I'm Shere Khan, and my tiger tush has been touched.
I just think that's cool. I like Phil. I actually really enjoyed this movie. I highly recommend it. It starts pretty slow, but quickly ramps up once the kids actually enter the jungle. To wrap this section up, I actually want to drop a bit of a film theory on all of you. If you don't want spoilers for this 20-year-old movie, then go ahead and skip to the next chapter. Okay, it's implied that Shere Khan killed Lucky, right? After Lucky teased him enough, Shere Khan gets a hold of him and says this.
Isn't it ironic that your name is Lucky?
Let's get out!
Something definitely happened here. We've seen that Lucky is a loudmouth, and if he was still alive, I think he would have been yelling teases at Shere Khan as he walked away, but he doesn't. Later, in the end of the movie, this stone structure falls onto Shere Khan. We then see him inside the mouth of the statue, seemingly stuck. But then, Lucky suddenly shows up. He's been absent from the movie this whole time between these two moments, and we see Lucky teasing Shere Khan as he is trapped in this lava fiery pit. My theory is that Shere Khan actually did die when the statue fell on him, and this is him in hell. He did kill Lucky before, but now Lucky is here in hell with him to continue to torture him. That's my weird theory. What do you think? I think this has legs to stand on, I'm not gonna lie.
You're still here? It's over.
So, apparently this was going to be like Tarzan and Jane, a movie compiling 3 episodes of what was planned to be a TV series, only this time it was for Atlantis. From what I read though, Legends of Tarzan didn't do as good as they hoped, so they scrapped the Atlantis idea and instead animated new scenes to stitch the 3 separate plot lines into a more cohesive narrative for this movie. Honestly, I think this would have been way better as a TV series than Tarzan was. My main gripe with the original movie was that I wished we could spend more time with the characters, and this movie gives me that. If this had come out as a TV show, as a kid, I bet I would have been obsessed with it. As for this film itself, it's fun. Each plotline has the crew going to a different location to investigate some sort of supernatural mystery. It's got fights, action, everyone uses their different skills to help contribute to saving the day. They don't bring the whole team with them every time, which I actually like. Rather than bogging things down with the whole crew all at once, they split into smaller teams that are better fit for each different mission. I liked it. It was fun. Another movie meant to basically be the plot for a TV series. You all know the Lilo and Stitch TV show, and if you think you don't, yes you do. I know for a fact everyone knows who Angel is. This movie sets up the premise for the status quo of the show. There's 623 experiments loose on the island, and when their pods get wet, a new Stitch-like experiment will be released. Lilo and Stitch gotta find these cousins and figure out the best place for them. Their adventures with the one they name Sparky does a good job establishing what this sort of TV series would look like. Find experiment, they're causing mayhem, befriend experiment, find a good place for their powers to be useful. I watched the hell out of this show. I was so into it. Seeing the subtle differences between Stitch and Sparky made the premise of seeing what the other experiments would look like so cool. The quick glimpse of a few others at the end of the movie also just made me so excited to see what they would all be like. It's the Pokemon lover in me. I want to catch them all. This movie also establishes the status quo of Gantu being stuck on Hawaii with 625, working for a currently imprisoned hamsterville. It feels a little long. You can kinda tell they wanted to stretch things out to fit the hour-long runtime. Also, not every joke lands, but overall, I think this film is super fun. I remember watching it over and over again as a kid.
Brother, my brother.
This is so cool. Did you ever notice this? In the beginning, when he's a man, the aspect ratio is narrow, but once he becomes a bear, it changes to widescreen? I love things like this. I think it's so cool. The magic in this film is so amazing to me. Like, magic isn't real. That's kind of what makes it magic, but if there was magic in our real world, I would think it would look like this. I hope that makes sense. It's so tied to nature in its style and presentation. Like the flowers growing, I love it. It's beautiful. Also, the song that plays when Kenai becomes a bear is like the soundtrack to inspiration itself. Yeah, it's so good! I like how the main theme of this film is love, specifically brotherly love, or familial love, as Kenai has to learn on his adventure. It's a really powerful theme that doesn't get played around with too often. By the way, this movie did make me cry. Several different moments got to me. So I really do like this film. I like the soundtrack. Phil Collins crushes it again here, but I will admit, the movie as a whole feels awfully stop and go. The thrilling scenes with Denahi chasing down Kenai is so emotionally turbulent. The beginning with their brother sacrificing himself to save them is also a roller coaster, but when we cut back to Kenai and Coda making their way to the salmon run, things really slow down a lot. It's weird. I remember as a kid, I had very little interest in this movie. These slow walking scenes just couldn't keep my interest, and I found Coda kind of annoying. But now as an adult, I guess since I have more patience, I found myself enjoying the film a lot more. The slower scenes didn't feel like a bother, and I found Coda more endearing. Brother Bear feels a bit forgotten these days, but I think it's worth going back to check this one out again. Also, we get a classic meme out of it.
My dear husband, Edgar.
Quit telling everyone I'm dead!
Oh no! No!
Okay, real talk. I am a huge fan of The Lion King. I love the first movie. I love the second movie. I love everything about this world, about these characters, all of it. With all that said, even I struggle to care about this film. I don't get it. Honestly, I used to watch the Timon and Pumbaa cartoon series all the time. I like these characters, but this movie just is not it. There's only 2 songs in this movie, which is weird. Digatana is a bit of a bop, but the other one Timon sings is pretty meh. Ma is voiced by Julie Kavner, who also voices Marge Simpson.
Just this month, you've pulled down 4 walls and collapsed 2 tunnel exits?
I just think she's neat. The best part of the movie movie is when we see them raising Simba. It's new, it's fun, it's sweet seeing them in this paternal role for Simba. The rest of it just feels lazy. Every joke falls flat. The worst one is how Pumbaa farts, and then that makes the animals pass out, and that's why the animals bowed to baby Simba. Cool, I hate it. They have this sort of Mystery Science Theater gimmick where Timon and Pumbaa are watching the movie themselves. It was a neat idea at first, but their interruptions quickly just became tiresome. I will admit, after sitting down and binging all these Disney movies, it was kinda cool seeing a bunch of Disney characters showing up at the end to watch the movie too. As a whole though, this movie is just a flop. It's boring, the jokes are lame. I really would have preferred Lion King 3. I want to see what Kiara and Kovu's kid or kids would be like. No, I don't want a prequel with Mufasa as a kid. I know how his story ends. Give me Lion King 3 already, Disney.
I wanted to be a cowboy, baby.
Oh god, there were a few films on this list that I was really dreading. This is one of them. It's just not very good. First of all, I don't like the animation in this one. The characters look fine, if a bit simplistically done, and I don't really like the backgrounds. They're technically fine, but they're just noticeably don't match the style of the characters in it. I don't know, it just feels like a bit of a lazy decision. What was the thought process behind this film? Like, why did they choose to make this? You can just tell they didn't really have an idea of what to do with this plot. There's a million characters and they just sort of wander around, bumbling into unrelated slapstick, just desperate to fill its own runtime. It's all very frantic and sort of random feeling. Like, the girls are chasing down the bad guy, it's a bright sunny day. Oh wait, within seconds, it started to rain. There were absolutely no trees a second ago, but now they've wandered next to this one tree out of nowhere, and then it randomly gets struck by lightning. Oh, 2 seconds have passed, and now everything's flooded. This is how every conflict in this film goes. It just randomly happens out of nowhere, and it feels so convenient and contrived and too fast. I cannot believe Judi Dench, Dame Judi Dench herself, actually agreed to be in this movie.
Good morning, Margaret. What a wonderful surprise.
Well, at least she's putting some effort in. Cuba Gooding Jr., who usually I think is a pretty good actor, just doesn't really sound like his heart is in it for Buck. Or maybe he was just trying too hard. Or maybe he was directionless. Something isn't quite working, I feel like. And worst of all, Roseanne as Maggie. Yeah, this walking garbage pile voiced the main character, and she is not funny. Maggie is painfully irritating. There's no redeeming qualities to her character. She's not fun or funny. Most characters in this movie are like that. The villain and his 3 stupid henchmen especially grated on my nerves. And hot damn, every single song was horrible. The craziest thing, I remember really liking this movie as a kid. It's kind of like the opposite of Brother Bear. As a little kid, I loved the songs. I had fun with the antics, but now as an adult, I just find the whole thing so irritating.
Here I come to save the day.
Don't let the name fool you. Despite being the same name as the classic novel, this story is literally nothing like that, which is a weird choice, but whatever. I tell you what, it's cool finally seeing the 3 boys all together again. They teamed up to sing the last song at the end of Once Upon a Christmas, but their stories were all separated. I think the last time they all 3 were together on an adventure, I'm pretty sure it was Jack and the Beanstalk. The trio is great. It's a fun story, a little slow to really get the plot going, though the animation is really nice and impressive, and it's funny. Pete especially pulls some top-tier facial expressions in this one.
Huh? The opera, it's tomorrow night.
Also, Clarabelle the cow is in this movie. Yay! I love her! The biggest downside is that the songs are all so lame. They're just like classical music with weirdly placed lyrics on top of it.
Your chains of love, now hold me tight.
It's not amazing, but the fun story, fun action, fun antics, it's fun all the way around.
Happy Christmas. It's Christmas. Merry Crisis!
Yup, time for Christmas again. Just like last time, this film features several smaller stories, only instead of just 3, there's 5 different ones here. I think it helped with the pacing because the 3 stories last time really felt like they dragged a little bit. And if you're looking at the screen, you probably noticed that this is all 3D animated. Yeah, the very first official film by Disney to have all only 3D models, not like Dinosaur, which used live action for the backgrounds, is this one. This is the first one to do all CGI. What a landmark occasion. But of course, Disney was always a little late to the 3D game. Some things in this movie look a lot better than others. Most characters are fine, they're stretchy and expressive, but the more humanoid faces and proportions definitely tip into the uncanny valley. The first story is a little ice skating competition between Minnie and Daisy. It was cute and a smart utilization of the 3D space. Also, I appreciated the lizards and hippos as a reference to Fantasia.
Dirty rat!
Oh my god, Daisy, you can't say that. That was definitely going too far, right? Low-key, I sorta ship Minnie and Daisy. The second story was about Huey, Dewey, and Louie again. This one was the worst of the stories. Basically a rehash of their prior lesson. The boys realize they've been pretty naughty all year, so they ship themselves to the North Pole to write their names on Santa's good list. I did really like how they ultimately decided to put Uncle Scrooge's name on the list instead. That was nice. Unfortunately, the animation is definitely at its worst here. The elves are freaking nightmarish, and Santa is a whole sleep paralysis demon. Next is a little musical story about Max bringing his girlfriend home for Christmas, and is worried Goofy will embarrass him. I've really enjoyed watching Max growing up across all of these different films. That's actually really cool. Honestly, I wish the Duck brothers could also get to grow up too. I'm a sucker for Goofy. I really like this one. Also, the song was admittedly very catchy. The next one, however, hands down, the worst one. All Donald wants to do is stay home and sit by the fire and drink hot chocolate. But Daisy insists on dragging him to the mall.
You go, I'll stay.
Stop being so selfish.
No. You're being selfish, Daisy. It's the holidays. If this is how he wants to spend his time, just let him. They drag him to the mall and then act all shocked when Donald clearly isn't having a good time. You can't just force people into enjoying the thing you wanted to do. Also, they play We Wished You a Merry Christmas approximately 500,000 times in this short, and I was so sick of it by the end. The last one is about Pluto. He accidentally wrecks Mickey's decorations, decides to run away, meets Santa's reindeer, and then they all reunite and make amends. It was fine, if a bit forgettable. Despite the occasionally wonky animation, this one was much more enjoyable than its predecessor.
I wanna be like most girls.
The animation style, like most of these sequels, is different from the first film. This one's animation is noticeably more bouncy and stretchy. I actually really kinda like it. I think Mulan looks really adorable in this style of animation too. In this film, the Emperor wants to marry off his 3 daughters to a nearby kingdom to strengthen their armies to help prevent the looming threat of war. Oh, and conveniently, Mulan and Shang bring along their 3 friends from the first film, and the 3 daughters and the 3 friends meet and oh no, who could have seen this one coming? Yeah, the film is pretty easy to predict, which is fine. I do think them all falling in love was awfully convenient and a little too quick. Honestly, I wish we spent a lot more time with all the characters just getting to talk to each other, to better set up the lovers falling for each other. The 3 daughters are cute, fun characters, and I wish we got to see a lot more of their personalities on display. Even just talking with and befriending Mulan. I like the idea of the story, I just really wanted to see more. Instead, a lot of our time gets dedicated to the villain of our movie, Mushu. So, first of all, Eddie Murphy did not come back to voice Mushu. Mark Mosley took over, and his impression is fine.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, how you doing up there, man?
It's not terrible, but it is noticeable. No, the real problem I have with Mushu is how his character gets absolutely ruined in this movie. There's a complete devolution of his personality. The ancestors, who are weirdly super mean in this film, tell Mushu that if Mulan is going to marry Shang, that means she's going to be in his family's ancestry. So that means Mushu would lose his spot on the pedestal. somehow, and they're all being super mean and nasty about it. Look, I get it. I bet Mushu can get annoying, but this is just nasty. So Mushu panics and selfishly tries to break up Mulan and Shang because I guess he's a gigantic asshole now. His whole character arc from the first film was learning to not be so selfish anymore. Now his selfishness is so strong, he's ruining Mulan's whole relationship. It's so dumb and makes for some lousy conflicts with the story. Oh, yippee! We don't get to watch the princesses and Mulan's friends all fall in love. We get to watch Mulan and Shang argue all the time. Yay! So, at the end of the film, Mushu realizes he's been a jerk and then disguises himself as like this gold dragon of relationships, or whatever. Basically, they all get the chance to marry whoever they want to marry, rather than going through with their arranged marriage. And the day is saved. So did everyone just forget about that threat of war? The Emperor was marrying off his daughters to embolden their armies.
As it is, our army is hopelessly outnumbered.
So, what happened? Did the armies unite over different reasons? Did we all just forget about the threat of war on the horizon? Hello? It's such a distractingly huge, glaring plot hole for this film. It's unbelievable. Some of the songs aren't amazing in this movie. In fact, most of them are pretty bad. But I will admit, I've had lesson number 1 stuck in my head for 3 days after watching this film. So, at least there's that.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Don't let the 2 in the title fool you. This is in fact the 3rd Tarzan story we've seen, and it's also technically a midquel. This story takes place when Tarzan is still a kid. Tarzan in the story gets the feeling he doesn't belong with the other apes, he can't climb as good, he's not as fast, and he decides to leave. Something I really liked was how he came to that decision. Usually with stories like this, the main character leaves out of some kind of selfish reason. They think people don't like him, and then at the end of the story he gets fawned over by all the people who reveal that they actually do care. But this one, there was an accident where a large tree bridge collapsed due to a storm, and Tarzan ended up falling with it. He ends up being fine though, but his mother doesn't know that. He makes his way back to them, but ends up overhearing his mother while she's grieving saying this.
I would have done anything. I would have given my life for his.
And that is what convinces him to leave. The worry that other people might get hurt or even die because of him, because he's not as fast or strong or what have you. A fascinatingly selfless decision to come to, actually. Unfortunately, after this, the story really starts to drag a bit. Tarzan runs away and comes across a couple of other apes, a mother and her 2 large dumb sons who are the antagonists of the movie, and another older ape who is smart and good at tricking others, and likes to be alone, and is voiced by George Carlin for some reason.
Me here, you there.
After Tarzan meets Zugor here, the movie becomes a little wandery, which has sort of been a commonplace with these sequels. It's a shame because the beginning was really thrilling, actually. Oh well. In the end, Zugor and the mom villain, fall in love immediately, out of nowhere. It was weird. It was very weird.
Why am I so bad at being good?
Don't let the 2 in the title fool you. This is actually the 3rd Lilo and Stitch story we've come across, and it's technically a midquel. I'm pretty sure this all happens before the cousins plotline starts to unfold, just because I'd expect some of those elements to at least be referenced in this movie, but there's not a hint of Gantu or cousins, so I'm left to assume it takes place somewhere before that storyline starts. If Lilo sounds a bit different to you here, that's because she's voiced by Dakota Fanning in this one.
Need to increase the flow of blood to our brains to make us think better, because we've only got 1 day and 23 hours.
I think she does a fine job, especially when Lilo is yelling or being excited. I'll admit, the plot in this one is kind of meh. Stitch keeps glitching out and going on quick evil rampages, but Lilo doesn't seem to notice something's wrong with him. Jumba and Pleakley realize, but for some reason they don't want to tell the others that something's wrong. And hell, at the end of the film, Stitch seemingly dies, but then for some reason, maybe the power of love, he comes back to life? A lot of this movie is really not expanded on or explained, making the conflict of the film feel very contrived. Also, Lilo is kind of mean in this movie. Like, I know she's still a little kid. I think they say they're 7 years old in this one, and Lilo was already a rather emotionally turbulent child, but I don't know, she becomes kind of nasty towards Stitch and Nani in her frustrations. I know this has been a lot of complaints, but overall I did actually enjoy this one. I really like Lilo and Stitch and this story in general, so maybe I'm just more forgiving of those things. Hands down, the best part was Pleakley and his antics. Queer icon, best boy, 10 out of 10. Technically, Twice Upon a Christmas was the first fully 3D animated film by Disney, but as far as mainline Disney films go, it goes to Chicken Little. This movie is weird, not bad weird, but it is weird. Something I really like is how they play around with the animal traits of the characters. It leads to visually very unique and funny moments. I remember, as a kid, I was obsessed with this song. I would rewatch this movie just to hear this one song. The whole soundtrack for this movie is actually just various pop songs. Bare Naked Ladies, Five for Fighting, R.E.M. It's kind of weird. Disney usually makes their own original scores for their films. Honestly, a lot about this movie really doesn't feel like a Disney movie. Before making this review, if you put a gun to my head and asked who made Chicken Little, I would have guessed anything other than Disney. Blue Sky, Illumination, anything. This just feels so different than any other Disney animation. So like, Chicken Little loses his pants and has to fashion together pants made out of homework, but like, not only is Abby not wearing pants, but also their mutton teacher wasn't wearing any clothes. I don't know, I would appreciate consistency. The baseball game is hands down the best part of this movie. It's exciting, it's funny. I really like the different ways they play around with the uniqueness of the animals and their overall antics of this world. This really could have just been the main plot for the movie. Unfortunately, after it ends, 31 freaking minutes into the story, the real plot starts to happen. A piece of the sky falls, and Chicken Little and his squad do an alien adventure thing. And then after learning about the aliens and running from them for a bit, they meet Kirby, an alien child who's accidentally been left behind. But they befriend him within nanoseconds because immediately after meeting him, 55 minutes into this movie, the climax needs to start with the alien invasion. Oh my god. The pacing is horrible. It doesn't know what it wants to focus on, the story doesn't know what it wants to be, and it's all over the place. We barely get enough time to breathe. On one hand, I do enjoy the dynamic of our 4 main characters. They fortunately get plenty of time to bounce off each other in interesting ways. On the other hand, holy crap, I hate everyone else in this movie. The nastiness of the town over Chicken Little's sky falling mishap is just too much. It's not funny, it's not entertaining, and of course, there's Buck, Chicken Little's dad, often regarded as the worst dad in all of Disney movies, or any movie, or like, ever, in all of media. He is the worst. Never stands by his side or supports him, actively disregards his feelings and tears him down because he is embarrassed by Chicken Little. But when Chicken Little is doing good and is popular, like winning the baseball game, oh, suddenly here comes Buck to be all supportive and shit. Just garbage. And the turnaround he has at the end of the movie does not work in my mind. Funny enough, we're kind of entering a weird phase of Disney where a lot of the upcoming films are going to feature the relationship between a father or father figure and their son. So we're gonna see a lot of this sort of thing for a while now. Also, can we talk about how fucked up it is what they do to Foxy Loxy? Like, she starts out as a bully, sure, but then she gets her brain scrambled because of the alien invasion, and then the aliens are like, oh, don't worry, we can totally make her back to how she was before. But then Runt stops them from doing that because now he has a crush on her this way? That's weird. That's bad. That's really weird and bad, and that's not good, right? We can agree on that, right?
I like big
boys.
Listen, I love Kronk. He's great. He is funny, a delight, one of the best parts of the original Emperor's New Groove, but he just does not work in a leading role, I'm sorry. Some characters are designed to be a compliment to someone else, and when they're put in a position to be their main character, their shtick becomes too much. Like Planet Sheen, my most hated cartoon. I hate this cartoon. I will take any opportunity to express how much I hate you. Kronk here isn't nearly as bad as all of that. This film just kinda got tiresome. We see two stories, one where Yzma comes back and tricks Kronk into helping her sell a fake youth potion, and then one where he falls in love. Of the two, the falling in love story was funnier, but really the whole movie struggled to keep my attention. I remember even as a kid, I wasn't super invested in this film. Kronk wants to impress his father and get a thumbs up, and then he does because his dad realizes Kronk is kind and caring, and it's fine. I couldn't recommend this movie unless you really like Kronk though, and even then, I don't think that's enough to carry this film.
He'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad.
Don't let the two fool you. This is actually another midquel. This is the Disney movie that has the biggest gap between its original film and its follow-up. Bambi was the 5th ever Disney animated movie. There is a 64-year difference between these films. Obviously, a lot is going to be different just because of how much the passage of time can affect things. Obvious things like animation quality, but also just how storytelling is generally done, especially with Disney. That being said, I feel like it still really captures the spirit of Bambi, while also expanding on it to match the modern day expectations. They've replicated Bambi's original art style really well, which I know is kind of a given with things like this, but there was a few shots that really surprised me, especially when they were playing around with the color palette to display an emotionally turbulent moment with the hunters. Speaking of, this film is very emotional. Not only the story of Bambi with his father growing closer, but also the unique perspective of loss Bambi and the Great Prince are going through. Of course, it's not all doom and gloom. There's some really sweet moments with Bambi and his father bonding, and I like how you can see them both developing. It's not that the Great Prince doesn't like Bambi or anything, he just doesn't quite know how to really talk to him, but he clearly does still love his son. Even the simpler, more funny scenes, like Bambi hanging out with his friends, are endearing in their own way. A lot of what people's perceptions are with Bambi really comes to fruition here, like his closeness with Flower, which was virtually absent in the original film. Fan favorite Rono gets like actual personality in this one. Also, the Great Prince is voiced by Sir Patrick Stewart, and he does amazingly.
Actually, I was a lot like you.
I mean, of course he's amazing. He pours 110% into every single role he ever does. Really knocks it out of the park here. I'm very charmed with this film. This is the end of that father-son stretch of films we had, and it's by far the best one. So this is like the official ending to the Lilo and Stitch TV series. It starts off right away with them all being rewarded for catching all 624 other experiments, even though with how many episodes they had, we really only ever got to see like maybe 100 cousins. Yes, obviously, I watched the show a lot. I really liked it. Hands down, the best part of this movie, as someone who enjoyed the show, is seeing all the cousins again. Not only are they sprinkled throughout the film in the background and stuff, but the finale even has all of them returning to fight off the bad guys, showing off everyone's unique abilities. As a fan, it's a delight. If you don't know anything about the show, your mileage may vary. It starts off kind of sad. Lilo doesn't want to be alone, so Jumba, Pleakley, and Stitch give up their rewards to stay with her, but then that makes them all kind of sad, but then she realizes that they really wanted their rewards, so she lets them go, which makes her sad, and then when they're all separated doing their space things, they all miss each other, so now they're all sad again.
Perhaps other side is less depressing.
The first 30 minutes is just a lot of characters being in the dumps, and it's a bummer way to kick off this big Lilo and Stitch finale.
Jumba!
Pleakley! It's bad time.
But don't you miss your Aunt Pleakley?
No!
I'm wearing the wig.
Okay. Let's be honest, Jumba and Pleakley totally were dating, right? They were 100% a couple, right? They were cute and in love and definitely a couple, fight me.
Until you find true love's first kiss, take love's true form.
Joaquin Phoenix does not come back to reprise his role as Kenai in this one. I understand, but also it is very noticeable. I'm gonna be real, this one is dumb. There's some films that just don't need a sequel, and this is one of them. Kenai gets a girlfriend. In fact, everyone gets a girlfriend. It's giving Hunchback of Notre Dame 2, you know? Nita, Kenai's girl who becomes a bear in the end to be with him, is rather naggy. They do this thing that I hate where there's a sudden rivalry between her and Coda. Oh, Kenai spent 3 seconds bonding with Nita? Does that mean he hates me now? It's just such a contrived plot, and one that's been done 1,000 times before. This film offers nothing new or interesting, and there's way too much of the Moose Brothers. The first film had so much heart and magic, heavy emotions, and this one just has none of that. It's just an obviously lazy cash grab. Don't let the 2 in the title fool you. It's another midquel. And it has a surprisingly stacked cast. Reba McEntire, Patrick Swayze, Jeff Foxworthy, Stephen Root. I know these movies have been getting a lot of celebrities to voice characters, but this one really takes the cake. And it might have been expensive casting decisions like this that led to the cancellation of other planned Disney sequels. It also doesn't help that Disney wasn't making a ton of money off of these sequels either, usually coming out to middling reviews at best. I will say, Rob Paulsen took over voicing Chief since the original voice actor, Pat Buttram, had passed away. Pat had a really distinct voice, and Rob Paulsen does a really impressive job mimicking Pat's inflections.
The master's just a cooking grits and fatback, you ought to know that.
Playing nursemaid to a pup when I should be a-practicing for the contest.
Rob Paulsen is just so good, a legend, a king. This movie's whole conflict is weird. Really, the movie in general is weird. It's like I was just saying, not every movie needed a sequel or a midquel. Remember what I was saying with Bambi 2? How that film managed to capture the spirit of its predecessor despite the many years between the 2 films? Well, Fox and the Hound here doesn't do that at all. Quite honestly, I don't think a fan of this movie would really like the original all that much, or vice versa. They're very, very different. The original was heart-wrenching, somber, sad, quiet scenes next to edge-of-your-seat danger, where this one has slapstick. Yay. This one also has that random rivalry thing. Oh golly, Copper got to hang out with other people for 3 seconds, but what about me? It's contrived, and the resolution is even more contrived. Hey, just all forgive each other out of nowhere, just because the movie has to wrap, so just end the conflict. There's a lot of songs in this movie, which makes sense. There's a whole dog band and everything, but I really wasn't thrilled with any of them. I'm not really a country fan in general. This was a boring and weird and didn't need to exist. A waste of time and money on Disney's end. This is the one. Everyone always says this Cinderella movie is way better than anyone expects it to be. I'm sure you've all seen the clips of the prince throwing himself out a window. Finally, I get to watch it for myself, and honestly, I totally agree! Haha, you thought I was gonna be a contrarian for a second there, didn't you? I've already fallen in love with Cinderella while doing these reviews, and this story is hands down the most thrilling adventure for her yet. We waste no time here too. Anastasia steals the wand before the 5-minute mark. Most of these sequel/midquel films have dragged things on, waiting until 20 minutes for things to really start happening. No, not here. Boom, right away, we're off to the races. This film also gives the prince some much needed screen time. Like I said, hurling himself out a window. He is still sort of one note, but the part where he shines is his love for Cinderella. He can feel his love for her even while being stuck under a spell by Lady Tremaine. It's a really cute way of displaying the idea of true love, that even magic can't truly hide their feelings for each other. If you don't know what the plot is, Lady Tremaine gets the fairy godmother's wand and rewinds time so Anastasia is the one to fit in the shoe, which bums bummed me out because, like, what happened to her baker boyfriend from before? Prudence is in this film, so where did he go? Actually, right at the start of the credits, we see a picture of her and the baker, so maybe this film takes place before the second one, which would make it another midquel? Cinderella sneaks her way into the castle because she knows deep in his heart the prince will recognize his love for her, and it's a somewhat literal game of cat and mouse with Cinderella trying to steal the wand back. There's actually this really interesting moment where she does get the wand, but they stop her before she can cast a spell to remind the prince of who she is. She never uses magic to solve her problems with this movie, and that's a neat touch. Cinderella is actually very proactive in this film, sneaking into the castle, running from the guards. She has a whole carriage chase where she has to fight a humanized Lucifer, and that whole sequence was amazing, by the way. Lady Tremaine imprisoned her inside of like a thorn-covered pumpkin carriage, and it's such a cool, twisted take on her original magical pumpkin carriage from the first one. Oh my god, visually, stylistically, this was really above and beyond. I loved this. It's so cool. Also, even though she doesn't have her baker boyfriend in this film, I really liked Anastasia's development in this movie too. Just by talking with the king, she starts to understand what true love really means, leading to a really exciting finale. This film gets all the praise for a reason. I highly recommend you watch it. It's a 10 out of 10 from me.
To keep moving forward.
I have never watched this movie before now. I don't know, I saw the trailers when it was coming out, and it just didn't interest me. Right off the bat, everyone is really ugly in this movie. The stretched out proportions, the rubbery looking textures. I admit it's a big improvement from Chicken Little, but still, it looks like it's trying too hard stylistically. That's Jimmy Neutron. That boy is just Jimmy Neutron. I checked Wikipedia to see the box office numbers for this movie, and I saw that apparently the team was trying to replicate Pixar style, specifically The Incredibles, and that would really explain the nightmarish foreheads everybody has in this movie. At this point in time, Pixar's latest films were Cars and The Incredibles, and they did amazing numbers. Meanwhile, Disney's latest films were barely breaking even. Pixar was on top, and Disney had been sinking for quite a while by this point, drowning in weird sequels that had less than amazing reviews, and a 3D style that lacked the original charm of their traditionally animated movies. And it all really culminates here, with that bad attempt at being Pixar themselves. So desperate to start making some money, they turned themselves into an embarrassing imitation of another company's style, just in an attempt to ride someone else's success. And maybe that's why I was never interested in this film. I could just see Disney had traded in its magic for greed. That's just Waluigi. That man is just straight up actually Waluigi. I know this has been very doom and gloom, but to sprinkle in a bit of positivity, there are some good jokes with this film. A lot of bowler hat guys animation and buffoonery was very funny. Also, the joke where Lewis is listing off everyone in Wilbur's family, but he doesn't know what Wilbur's dad looks like, and Wilbur says he looks like Tom Selleck. So then he gets represented with a way too realistic looking painting of actually Tom Selleck. That was really funny, actually. A lot of the other jokes, though, and a lot of the film in general feels very like, oh, how do I put this? Like, lol-te-random humor. Do you remember that?
The game!
What game?
You lose! Lol, I'm so random.
There's also way too many family members who barely get any sort of screen time. None of them get to develop, and they barely even get defined personality traits. It feels like spectacle was the only sort of selling point they had for this movie. Lewis, and by proxy the audience, is left in the dark about what's even going on for way too long. It feels like they just expected you to be entertained if they kept throwing new random things on screen. It was a fine enough ending, but overall I struggled with this one. I would not be interested in watching it again.
I want fabulous, that is my simple request.
Guess what? This one wasn't on Disney Plus either. Why even have this stupid streaming service if you're not even going to put your own movies on there, Disney? And you're wondering why your app is failing. Fortunately, it's been uploaded to YouTube in about 22 different parts. The classic way of consuming media, I say. This is a weird one, featuring 2 different stories from Aurora and Jasmine. Honestly, this one wasn't that bad. I was actually really impressed at how accurate the different girls' art styles matched their original movies. Both of them had pretty simplistic moral lessons, but they were executed in fine ways. I actually liked how they showed us what an average day in the life of a princess would look like. The songs are pleasant, though a bit too much Iago in Jasmine's songs, I'd say. It's cute, clearly aimed for much younger kids, but I think parents or babysitters would find the stories pleasant and entertaining enough to sit through. Wow, a prequel! We don't get to see these too often with these films. Ariel really got the look identical to your mom gene, huh? It's actually like a little weird just how much Ariel looks exactly like her mother. So King Triton gives her a musical box as a gift, but she ends up accidentally dying because of a pirate ship crashed into her or something. And then the sound of the music box is just too much for Triton. It reminds him of that horrible day.
And music was banned from Atlantica.
Is this just Footloose? Just mermaid-flavored Footloose? What? And yeah, it basically is. I was really hoping we'd get a lot more of Ariel's sisters in this one, and while we do get some actual personalities for them, it's not nearly as much as I wanted. Instead, this is mostly the story of how Ariel met Flounder. I'll admit, I don't really like Flounder, and he's pretty annoying in this one, not gonna lie. Look at this obvious villain woman. Apparently every wicked woman in Atlantica just wears too much eyeshadow. Like, it's neat that they didn't go with Ursula again, but I have to be honest, Marina here just isn't nearly as interesting or entertaining in comparison. Being basically music Footloose, you'd think the songs would really pop off. Unfortunately, a lot of them are just kind of like only okay covers of pop songs. I liked Little Mermaid 2 better. It was just more unique. Also, prequels are hard to do because, like, OMG, will music be banned forever in Atlantica? Well, seeing as how the first movie literally starts with all of Triton's daughters doing a song and dance with Sebastian, no. I'm pretty sure I can guess how this movie is going to end. So we've had a ton of spin-offs from prior Disney films. There have been more and more and more, but here, with Ariel's beginning, this is going to mark the end of the spin-offs for a long while. All the sequels, prequels, and midquels weren't doing as good as they wanted them to do. After this point, it's going to be a whole decade until Disney releases another sequel movie again. This is another movie I'd never seen before. Again, it's a lot like how I felt with Meet the Robinsons. I think the characters are ugly looking, Bolt's proportions are really weird, his head is just too big and his nose is way too big. And the premise in general didn't sound all that interesting to me, so I skipped this one. Bolt thinks the things he does in his TV show are real. He gets lost trying to rescue the little girl who owns him, Penny. Shenanigans. So we have this action sequence in the beginning to show us the world that Bolt thinks is real. It takes 11 whole minutes. It's so freaking long and boring. Then after that, it still takes 17 minutes before we even hear Bolt speaking for the first time. Voiced by John Travolta for some reason. Penny is voiced by Miley Cyrus, which I guess makes more sense. Hannah Montana was huge back in 2008. But John Travolta, honestly, neither of them sound really all that great here. Travolta especially just sounds like he's phoning it in.
Because if you lose so much as half a rating point, so help me, I will fire everyone in this room.
Wow, that's impressive. I wonder how Disney was able to get real footage of their actual current day executives for this shot. So a lot of this film really really hinges on your suspension of disbelief. I can believe that somehow they trained Bolt to do a lot of very physically demanding stunts, all while keeping up a facade that it was a part of reality, and that they're able to film a whole TV show with a script and everything while meticulously timed sequences that rely on perfectly timed physical props activating in ways that happen to line up with the dog's actions to even further immerse the dog into the idea that this is all reality. And I can believe that they can film all of these perfectly timed sequences in basically one shot with no cuts in action and with no reshoots to further convince the dog that this is all actually reality. I can suspend my disbelief to accept all of that. But hot damn, it is a big ask. It just takes 1 second of wondering about how all of this worked out, and it all just unravels. It's so painfully forced and contrived in order to excuse this plot into making any sort of sense. And it's a boring plot, too. That's what kills me. Like, they bend over backwards, and this is the story we get? Really? And when I need to try that hard to shut off my brain so I don't question all of these contrivances, it makes it a lot harder to really focus on the movie. Not good at all. Look.
That is delicious. Finally. Some good fucking food.
What a magical and much needed return to form. Returning to the princess formula after so many experimental 3D stories is so refreshing to see. And this movie really deserves to do better. It's a delight. I adore seeing Tiana and Charlotte as little kids. Their friendship and dynamic is so cute. It's such a big standout element for the whole film. Well, Charlotte herself, with her over-the-top personality and exaggerated energy, is pretty standout to begin with.
I was starting to think that wishing on stars was just for babies and crazy people.
All of the supporting cast in this movie is great, memorable, and they bounce off each other in funny little ways. Ray especially is entertaining with his tell it how it is style. Prince Naveen is like the first prince character in a princess-led movie to actually get real depth and development along with our female lead since, like, Beauty and the Beast. I really like how he goes on this quest with her. Them slowly falling in love feels a tad rushed by the end, but it's sweet and endearing nonetheless. I also like the themes of them inspiring each other. Tiana needs to let loose and have some fun, like how Naveen tends to do, but also Naveen needs to start putting in his own effort and make a stable life for himself, like how Tiana does. It makes their interactions fun and their development together meaningful. Dr. Facilier is also a great return to form for Disney villains. He embodies his wicked ways. He's self-centered, he's slick, he's tricky and cool, and the shadows he controls are so visually interesting with how they manipulate the physical world, and they're creepy, really creepy and cool, and he's actually wicked enough to cause real harm to our heroes too.
Evangeline, like that too.
Oh no! The soundtrack is so standout. Each one is stylistic and amazing. The jazz themes is so standout compared to most other Disney films, especially the most recent ones that came out before. To gripe though, the pacing is a bit weird with this film. Being the longest film we've seen on my list so far at 1 hour and 42 minutes, you'd think they'd have plenty of time to cover everything, but the adventure doesn't really get started until after Tiana turns into a frog at the 29-minute mark. That and also the climax/resolution at the end feels awfully rushed. Wow, it's been a hot second since we've had one of these, huh? I think it was Atlantis the last time we did this? Oh my god. Outfit. Literally, every single outfit Tiana wears is amazing. Every single one! Her waitress outfit is cute, the yellow looks great on her, her princess costume is stunning, her princess dress is amazing, the green with the cut shapes meant to look like lily pads or leaves because of the frog thing, oh my god, it's phenomenal. Her flapper outfit, I love this hairstyle for her, her other wedding dress she wears for like 3 seconds, all of it, everything she wears, it's so cute and beautiful. She obviously 5 out of 5. Princessology, So she technically becomes a princess, but Naveen isn't taking over a ruling position or anything, so she doesn't need to know about how to rule a country. Seemingly all she needs to know is how to run a restaurant, which honestly sounds like a monumental task in and of itself. And clearly she already knows how to do all that. I'm gonna go with a 4 out of 5. Heroics. She does a lot of risky things, especially when they're both frogs. She's not afraid of danger, and she doesn't shy away from dangerous situations to help save her friends. 5 out of 5. Clearly. Personality. She is headstrong and pretty dead set in her convictions to achieve her dreams. I like her commitment to making her dreams come true on her own accord, not just by wishing for them to come true. Whether it's by wishing on the evening star or with Dr. Facilier's final offer, she's meant to be the rock of her group, which does mean everyone else around her tends to be a bit more excitable. It's not a bad thing, but it does mean she could feel a tad simplistic compared to the others' big personalities around her. But she's still fantastic and an amazing lead for this movie. I'm giving her a 4 out of 5, making her the new highest ranked princess so far at 18 out of 20. A near perfect score. A lot of things I liked or didn't like about Princess and the Frog, I feel the complete opposite about here with Tangled. I like how succinctly and tightly put together the opening establishes all the important parts for Rapunzel's story, especially how not cutting her hair is like an important element for the plot. It's no surprise to say that Tangled really set the standard for what Disney's 3D animations would look like. Compared to their other most recent attempts, the models have a much more appealing charm to them. Beforehand, with movies like Bolt or Meet the Robinsons, they looked like knockoff Pixar. Here, with the larger eyes, smaller mouths, and more realistic body proportions, this looks a lot more reminiscent of that classic Disney style from their prior 2D princess classics. On top of that, they really popped off with the hair physics and fabric physics for this one. The previous attempts always had a plasticky look to their clothes. Here it looks much more refined, and obviously it was a big deal, but getting the hair physics right is pretty important for this one. And I like how we see a couple of different kinds of hairstyles here. Not just Rapunzel's long, silky, straight hair, but also Maximus's mane, Mother Gothel's more tightly curled hair, etc. I don't really like the songs in this movie. They're fine. They range from generic pop to Broadway-esque ditties. Overall, I'd say they're pretty meh. Definitely one of the weaker parts of the film. On the other hand, though, the score for this film is really standout. A lot of the dialogue-free scenes really pack a punch, and the score accompanying these moments do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Apparently, when they were designing Flynn Rider, they got a bunch of women to come into the studio to offer their input on what would make the most handsome man. I say, he's fine. I would think his more funny, charming personality is what makes him attractive. Also, that one scene when he does that cool move where he like pulls the chains out from under his leg in a high jump, that was cool. That's a sweet bonus point for your attractiveness just for that one. No matter how many times I watch this movie, the scene when they're trapped in the flooded cavern is always so tense and emotional, and it does a ton of heavy lifting to set the stage for their real relationship to start. That, and also the scene where Rapunzel's exploring Castletown. It's really cute and sweet and fun. Rapunzel getting to see the wonders of society is really charming, and having Flynn right there with her, supporting her the whole way through, really helps to add on to the idea of their romance coming to fruition. More than just romance, but real bonds of friendship too. Mother Gothel was a really unique villain when this film came out. An emotionally manipulative character was a really cool new idea. Nowadays though, I feel like this has been a little overdone. I can't blame her for that, but still. Maximus is not the first not-a-dog animal to act like a dog, but similar to Mother Gothel, this will also become more and more common from here on out. Outfit. Okay, on one hand, I don't really like her dress. In the original concept art, they had her in this green dress, and it looks so freaking good, but Tiana just hit the scene with her own green dress, and I bet they didn't want Rapunzel to accidentally step on Tiana's toes in this regard. So they went with this pink, a gaudy, almost child's costume color of pink. But then I was really paying attention to her dress and I realized something. It doesn't fit her right. The skirt and sleeves are too short, it looks ill-fitted, and I think what it is is this is actually a dress Rapunzel initially got when she was a lot younger. I'm theorizing that this dress is just old, and Rapunzel has just sort of started to grow out of it, but it does still technically fit, so Mother Gothel hasn't bothered to get her a new, better fitting one. That's why it looks like a children's dress. She got it when she was a child. That detail makes it a lot more interesting, but I still don't like the dress overall, so I'll go with a 3 out of 5. Princessology. Her not knowing she was a princess is literally the whole point. I can't blame her for not acting properly, but we do see she is very compassionate about the townspeople. And with her hunger to learn more and try new things, I'm sure she'd pick up on the proper royal affairs pretty quickly. 3 out of 5. Heroics. Rapunzel being brave is, again, sort of the whole point. Bravery is not the lack of fear, it's the willingness to do action in spite of that fear. Rapunzel does a ton of stuff she's afraid to do, culminating into the bravest thing of all, standing up for herself to Mother Gothel. She knocks it out of the park. 5 out of 5. Personality. It's hard not to be charmed by Rapunzel's infectious enthusiasm. She's creative, artistic, motivated, she's sweet. I'd understand if you felt like she leaned a bit on the bland side, but I think she displays enough depth to make her struggles with her mother and with befriending and falling in love with Eugene feel appropriately powerful. 4 out of 5. Giving her a total of 15 out of 20. They do such a good job making the game of Fix-It Felix Jr. look like it could totally be a real game. Like, I'd play this game. It'd be rad. It is really impressive that they got so many actual video game characters and references in this movie. They didn't really have to, but it's cool to see, and as an avid game enjoyer, it's a nice touch to see actual recognizable characters and icons. The 3 main games we see, Fix-It Felix Jr., Hero's Duty, and Sugar Rush, are all made up for the plot of this movie. They prioritize the story they wanted to tell, and it makes the most sense with the world and the characters they had to make up. This way, you don't need to be a fan of a pre-existing franchise to fully enjoy the dynamics and plotlines of the film. But if you are a fan of the games, then you do get plenty of references and fun nods here and there, the video game hub space being the biggest fan service section. I love this stuff, by the way. I live for this kind of thing. I really like Sugar Rush's gimmick. The candy inspiration for the level designs and the different racers are all really clever. This is also the first time we see Alan Tudyk being in one of these movies.
Oh, my loyal subjects!
Okay, real talk. Ralph and Vanellope developing together is cute. It's a sweet parental relationship they form. I like how they influence each other, empathize with each other, but also, holy crap, Vanellope can be really annoying. I don't know. None of her jokes land. She drags her jokes out for so long.
What's that? Didn't hear you. Your breath is so bad it made my ears numb.
And yeah, I feel for her. She's gone through a lot, but also, damn, I would not want to hang out with you either. I feel like the real heart of the story is in Ralph's development. His big attempted sacrifice at the end is pretty powerful stuff, but of course, he couldn't have gotten there without Vanellope inspiring him. So, what are you gonna do? My favorite thing about the movie is Calhoun and Felix. They're adorable and also hilarious.
But you think they'll stop there?
Yes! Wrong! They crack me up. This movie as a whole is really funny, except for Vanellope sometimes. But overall, it's a super entertaining story. The cast is amazing, so it shouldn't be surprising that all the other characters have basically god-tier comedic timing. Outfit. Okay, I'll give her this. Her hoodie is really cute. I like the teal color. Obviously, I like teal. And the sprinkles in her hair is a really cool, stylish touch.
Who doesn't love a brat with dirty hair?
I don't really get a sugar theme from her though. I mean, like, I guess just general sugar, like with the sprinkles. Everyone else's name is really clearly based on a specific treat that gets reflected in their design. Vanellope's name is playing with vanilla. I don't know, a lot of different sweets can be vanilla, but it just feels a little vague with her design as a whole. Her princess dress isn't much better. Heck, its plain color palette reads less like candy than her usual getup. It's not amazing. 2 out of 5. Princessology. She gives up the title of princess at the end. What? Also, she doesn't act like a princess. She's rude and vulgar and bratty, and I know she doesn't know she was a princess, but then she gives up the title of princess. 0 out of 5. You gave up the title. President? Lame. No, you can't get higher than 0 out of 5 for princessology if you give up the title of princess. Heroics. I'll give her this. She is a very, very brave little girl. It's especially apparent once she's behind the wheel. She does a lot of maneuvers that take a lot of risk to do, but also a lot of her other actions are also risky. Getting into the race to begin with, breaking in to make a car. She may be palling with the villain, but she is a hero. 5 out of 5. Personality? I think I've made my opinions on her pretty clear. 1 out of 5. Giving her a score of 8 out of 20.
You're as cold as ice.
So, I've already made a full video going over everything I do and don't like about Frozen. If you want a more in-depth breakdown of my thoughts about it, you can check that out. It'll be in the description and the iCard. But in short, no, I don't like this movie. Especially now, after going through all of these films in order to get to this movie. It just lacks a lot of the charm from the prior 2 films I just covered. It's not as funny as Tangled. It's not as creative as Wreck-It Ralph. Tangled had a lot more endearing friendship and romance between the 2 leads. Wreck-It Ralph had more exciting events throughout the plot. Frozen just sucks. Like, remember how I said Tangled perfected the way Disney films would approach 3D animation? Specifically, I pointed out how the characters have larger eyes and smaller mouths and noses. Well, Frozen exaggerated both of those things, making their mouths and noses even smaller and their eyes even bigger, and it's like, kinda weird looking. I don't really like it. On the topic of the animation though, I can't deny that this film is very well made. The effects with the ice and snow are especially impressive. Also, this is going to sound so weird. Like, their teeth are really well animated. Do you know what I mean? Their teeth, the mouths, the facial expressions in general are really well made and surprisingly realistic despite the odd proportions for their faces. The movie as a whole feels very rushed with its pacing, which is weird because it's the longest film we've seen so far on this list, nearing 2 hours, yet it feels like it's constantly running from one scene to the next. And I think the songs are a big reason as to why I feel that way. There's 7 songs, 8 if we count Reindeer Are Better Than People, which is a lot, but 4 of them are in the very beginning of the film, before the real plot even really begins. Then the other 4 are scattered sporadically at weird times. Also, the tones of the songs feel confused with the pacing of the story. The troll song especially does not work with its tone or timing. Look, Flynn and Rapunzel! Yay! Sven is probably my least favorite example of a not dog acting like a dog. I just don't like him. I don't think he's funny. Then the real icing on the cake, Hans sucks as the villain. I go into it in great detail with my full review, but this just blows. The twist at the end isn't well done. He seems far too sincere with his actions and emotions for the twist to really feel satisfying. It's just all very meh. We got a 2-for-1 special here. I'm gonna be ranking both sisters for this one. Yippee! Outfit. Elsa's outfits are spectacular, I have to admit. Her blue dress and swept back bangs are absolutely iconic nowadays, but even her bundled up queen attire she wore before still looks appropriately regal and matches her cold demeanor. 5 out of 5. Anna? That's a whole different story. I like her spring-flavored dress from the beginning. The greens complement her hair really, really well and matches her personality, and it's a nice contrast to Elsa's darker color palette. But then for the majority of the film, Anna ditches this great design for this pink coat thing, and it's just way worse. The color is garish. I don't really like it. I really wish she stayed in summer or spring colors. 3 out of 5. Princessology. Again, Elsa does amazing. She's the queen. She acts like it. She rules fairly and with proper decorum. It's an easy 5 out of 5. Anna sucks. She never does anything on her own accord. She spends the whole movie crying and bitching that she wants to go out and meet people. You're a princess. You have free will. Walk outside yourself, you loser. She has no manners.
I don't know if I'm elated or gassy, but I'm somewhere in that zone.
And no sense of authority. The queen runs off, making her next in line to run the city, and she doesn't even once consider taking up that responsibility. She immediately dumps the security of her whole kingdom in the hands of a man she just met. Hans deserved to take over Arendelle. These two ran off and abandoned them all at the drop of a hat. 0 out of 5. Heroics. This is where Elsa falters. She's very cowardly. Maybe cowardly's the wrong word. cautious. She shies away from people and situations. Her refusal to face a challenging, frightful moment was literally the catalyst for the whole plot. I mean, she tried to escape to find Anna, but she sure did take her sweet time getting out of those handcuffs. It's 1 out of 5. Anna, on the other hand, takes the cake here. She does all kinds of crazy things, urging the sled chase to jump over the gorge, confronting Snowball, charges into the storm to find Kristoff. What she lacks in sophisticated manners, she makes up for with her tenacity. 5 out of 5. Personality. For Elsa, I mean, what personality? She's so reserved and held back. She doesn't really get much characterization. She may be able to control ice, but she's as shallow as a puddle. 2 out of 5. Anna, well, I definitely can't deny that she does have a big personality in comparison to her moody, broody sister. She craves fun, socialization, she's a helpless romantic, she's spirited and sassy. I understand why little girls everywhere were charmed by her. 5 out of 5. Which, funny enough, I wasn't planning on this to happen. Both of them got 13 out of 20. I swear, I was not planning that.
We could be
Oh, this is the movie with that aunt everyone's super horny for. I'm gonna be so honest. I don't get it. Like, she's fine, I guess. I don't know. Really, I thought Honey Lemon was way cuter. Look at her with her super tall stilettos. That's so fun. Whatever, to each their own, I suppose. I had never seen this movie before this, but you bet your ass I've seen a ton of Baymax, and I can see why. He really steals the show. He's adorable, he's funny, like really, really funny. This made me laugh every single time he does this. It was a lot of fun. The action was punchy, thrilling. They have a really great sense of weight with their different abilities. The flying scenes with Baymax was especially exciting. I really liked everyone's different abilities, including the villain. They're all really creative and different. Even like Go-Go. She doesn't just have super speed. She has a whole disc gimmick. She can throw them, and it's a really cool twist that makes them all stand out a lot more. I also really appreciated the celebration of science. It's a neat direction, not only for a kids movie, but also as a way of giving them their superpowers. It's creative. It's very creative. I will say, the biggest problem with the film is the pacing. It's really slow to get going. And I wish Hero's friends got more screen time. Like, they have enough time to get moments to stand out. They have defined personalities, but I don't know, they're a lot of fun. A lot more interesting than Hero, if I'm being honest. I would be interested in watching the TV show that came out after this, just so I'd get to spend more time with these characters. It's not a bad film though, not by any means. It's fun, with fun characters. The plot's a little easy to predict, but they still try to make it feel like a big spectacle.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals.
So, Zootopia. Let's not dance around it. Zootopia attempts to tackle some pretty heavy topics, specifically themes of race differences, stereotyping, societal othering, etc., you get it. I'm gonna say, the concept is pretty big to try to encapsulate all of that into a single children's movie. I would say Zootopia works best as a conversation starter, rather than being seen as a full statement. Anyways, as for the story itself, I do really enjoy it. Remember how much fun I had with Rescuers? Yeah, remember Rescuers? That was like, I don't know, 2 hours ago or something? That thing where they were playing around with the world with such small characters. They play around with that concept a ton here too, but in a bunch of different ways. The tiny little rodentia versus the big tall buildings and locations that cater to the giraffes. All of the sizes and uniqueness in between. It's really creative, and I think it makes the movie a lot of fun to rewatch so you can see all the different things you might have missed in the background. The mystery is fun, hard to predict, and even if you know how it ends, it's still exciting to watch your dynamic duo go through all the twists and turns to solve the case. Likewise, our two leads are so much fun together. It's just a generally good movie. Fun to watch, fun action, fun characters, it's fun. Where it really shines though is its animation. Disney has really finally gone so above and beyond with its 3D animation here. All the different fur lengths and textures, face shapes, expressions, fabrics, light, water, all of it. The musculature of the different animals and really capturing the different ways they would move for all these different creatures. It's really good and impressive. effective. Personally, I think this might be the best animation they've done for a 3D film. Why doesn't Pua get to go on the adventure with her? Pua, the pig. It's on all the marketing for the movie, lots of toys and merch and all kinds of stuff, but they don't get to go on the adventure with Moana? They're stuck at home. Hey gets to go, but why not the adorable little piggy? The cute sidekick companions for this film is kinda weird all around. I don't really like how they personify the water. I thought it was cool in the beginning, like with that scene where it leads Moana into the ocean as a baby, but this thing where it just gets like a mound at the top and like nods and stuff, I don't really like it. I really like Maui's design. I really love the tattoos, but I'm not a fan of his one sentient tattoo. Like, why is it sentient? That's weird. The tattoo can go on the magical journey, but the cute patootie pig can't? Full disclosure, I don't like the water. Like in real life, I can't swim, so in general, I don't really find oceanscapes magical, I mostly find them terrifying. I'm right there with her dad, stay out of the water and stay on land, where it's nice and safe. Maybe it's that general disinterest in the water that leads to me not really liking the look of this movie. It's so empty. I don't like the empty ocean. That's the main setting for the majority of the film. The realm of monsters was really cool, but we barely spent any time there. I don't know, it just feels so empty. Also, this film's pacing is so out of whack. It takes her ages to actually start her story. She doesn't leave the island until 32 minutes in, and she still doesn't meet Maui until 36 minutes in. The whole film is just very plodding. Each movie has been getting longer and longer ever since Princess and the Frog, with this one clocking in at 1 hour and 51 minutes. I really don't think it needed to be that long. I'm also not really a fan of most of the songs. They're fine, catchy enough, memorable, just not really my cup of tea. Except I do really like the Ancestor song. That one slaps. And Tamato's Shiny is fun, though I wouldn't want to listen to the songs on its own. The visuals is a big part of the entertainment value. And Dwayne cannot sing.
I guess it's just my way of being me.
Also, I'm not really a fan of Maui. I know he's supposed to be an unlikable character at first. It's sort of the whole point of his character arc. But that's not why I don't like him, though. I just don't find any of his jokes funny.
When you use a bird to write with, it's called tweeting.
I know this has been mostly negative, but I will say the best part of the movie, hands down, is Moana herself. So to explain why she's so great, I guess let's dive into outfit. Recognizable. She's adorable. I like her wider nose too. It looks way better than Anna and Elsa's tiny nose thing. Her outfit's a nice color. I like the patterns. It's cool. It's punchy. Cute. 4 out of 5. Princessology. Technically, she's not a princess, she's the chief of the village. And she really gets flying marks for this one. We watch as she grows, she sets aside her other desires to see the ocean to commit to helping her people. And then we watch her doing a bunch of things to help the people. Not only small things like teaching how to dance or comforting someone in a time of need, but also big decisions like when the coconuts were rotting and she had to find a solution. Heck, she goes on her whole adventure because she knows doing this will help her people. She is noble and smart and gets an easy 5 out of 5. Heroics? Come on, she's amazing. I really love how she throws herself into the fray. A skilled acrobat, quick-witted, comes up with solutions and has the physical prowess to execute her high-flying, dangerous plans. Doesn't sit back and wait for things to happen. She's right there the whole time, pushing herself further and further. She faces several giant monsters and godlike entities and doesn't ever shy away. She's a badass. She's so cool and inspiring. 5 out of 5. Personality. She's hungry to learn and to do new things. She has so much passion, dedication, and curiosity, a grand sense of adventure fueled by a love for her ancestry and history. She can be brave and bold, but also quiet and reflective. She speaks her mind and inspires those around her. Truly, She might be the character with the most humanizing depths out of the whole of Disney's archives. She carries the film, which is kind of important. It is named after her after all. She's amazing, and despite all of my gripes with the movie, she makes all of it worth watching. 5 out of 5, giving her a 19 out of 20. An amazing score.
Welcome to the internet. Put your cares aside.
Behold, the first Disney sequel to come out in a decade. 10 years before this was the last Disney sequel, Ariel's Beginning. I'm not surprised they decided to do a sequel to Wreck-It Ralph. That movie did really good and had really fun characters. I've never seen this film before, but I really like Wreck-It Ralph. So surely this film is going to be pretty good too.
2 hours later.
Oh no, I hate it. Okay, so first of all, Vanellope sucks. Literally every single conflict is her fault. First, she's whining that her game is too predictable and she just wants something new. So Ralph goes out of his way to try to make her a new track, but because the players get stuck in a weird place, they end up breaking the wheel for the game. So now Vanellope is whining about how she wants her old game back, saying she actually wasn't that upset about how predictable it was. But then later she spends 3 seconds in a new racing game and wants to abandon everybody and stay in this new game because she is bored with how predictable it is. All the while, Ralph constantly bends over backwards to try to make her happy. That's literally the whole plot. He makes the new track for her because he wants to make her happy. He decides to go into the internet to buy a new wheel to fix Sugar Rush because he wants to make her happy. He spends a ton of time and energy getting the money to buy the wheel so she can be happy. Meanwhile, Vanellope just complains and mopes and whines and ultimately decides she wants to stay in Slaughter Race for the rest of her life because it's more fun than Sugar Rush. They try to do this thing where Ralph is happy with the mundane life he has, but Vanellope wants something new and exciting. But the way they go about it, the moral they try to say is, let your friends go if they'd be happier somewhere else, or you can't force someone to stay with you. But it kinda comes across like, don't go out of your way for others, they'll just leave you anyways. Also, why is Vanellope an idiot all of a sudden? She's ripping the controls out of kids' hands to dick around on Ralph's new track? Why? Again, you're excited to see this, but this sort of spits in the face of Vanellope's whole development from last time. A lot of this movie seems to have forgotten about its predecessor. Vanellope has gone from wanting with all her might to race, to be a player for the game, to now she's ignoring the players for selfish reasons and whining about how she doesn't want to do this anymore. The first film had Ralph's home getting rebuilt, and now there's a whole new block of apartments being built to house the unplugged characters. But now he's back to his stump pile and the unhoused Sugar Rush characters have nowhere to go. Where did all these apartments go? Movie 1. Going turbo, or trying to live in a game other than yours, was frowned on. Here, that's literally the happy ending Vanellope wants, to live in a different game entirely. So Felix and Calhoun decide to adopt all the racers because they want kids. Then actually 4 seconds later, Felix is freaking out because he has kids now. So that was weirdly paced. And then he and basically everyone from the first film vanish for 90% of the movie. The whole premise for this sequel is weird. I don't think Wreck-It Ralph needed a sequel, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't think there was potential for more. Specifically, I thought we would be seeing a newer version of Fix-It Felix Jr. characters. Like, Ralph goes to the internet and sees how he as a character has evolved over the years. Think like NES Mario and Bowser versus Mario Sunshine versions of them. But no, unfortunately, I think the entire internet concept gets used in a really boring way. First of all, I'm not impressed with the designs of anything in the internet. It's just kind of rounded edges, like everything in an Apple store, and the characters just feel like knockoff Inside Out emotions. It's boring. Well, if we're going to be playing around the internet, at least Vanellope and Ralph could be hopping around into a bunch of different video games with internet connections now. But no, they only see one game, Slaughter Race, like I mentioned. Some Twisted Metal GTA knockoff kind of game. I don't know, it's kind of boring. It's just a boring regular street with normal, realistic, boring looking people. I found myself missing the creativity of Sugar Rush's locations and characters. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity. We could have played around with way more game concepts. Ralph and Vanellope dick around in World of Warcraft. Some browser-based game like Neopets, something like Fortnite or Overwatch, I don't know, there's a bunch of options. So the fact they went with one of the most boring ones stylistically is a disappointment. So what do they do all movie? Ralph goes viral. Yeah, a big chunk of this film instead just feels like a lot of little commercials mixed with what a 40-year-old man's idea of what the internet is. It's kind of embarrassing, honestly. But then it happens. Vanellope runs into the Disney princesses.
Are you poisoned? No. Cursed? No. Kidnapped or enslaved? No. Are you guys okay? Should I call the police?
Thanks, I hate it. Where do I even begin? First of all of their designs look so bad, and I don't know why. Like, the characters from Slaughter Race looks fine. Why do the Disney princesses look so bad? Their eyes are so bugged out and their mouths have all shrunk. They kind of look sickly this way, and I'm not sure why. Rapunzel's proportions especially look horrible. Why didn't you just use her normal model? Moana, Anna, and Elsa all look nearly identical to their official models, but why does Rapunzel just look so bad? First of all, every joke they make here is so boring and basic. It's the same jokes people have been making for years. The whole internet gimmick already means a lot of this film is going to very quickly feel dated compared to the films with more creativity with its style. But it doesn't really help that they make a bunch of jokes and references that already was dated before this film even aired.
People assume all your problems got solved because a big strong man showed up?
Yes!
What? For some of the other princesses, sure, I can see how this would be an angle that would make sense, but Vanellope? No? Both in reality, I've never seen a single person attribute Vanellope's victory against King Candy because Ralph showed up, but more importantly, in universe, definitely no one has ever expressed this idea before. They were digging around the internet for like so long before this, they could have had one person bring up this idea, but no. What really sucks is, I actually really love the idea of all the princesses hanging out together, even if Vanellope was forced to tag along, but they don't do anything interesting or creative with this premise. Ralph sees a bunch of negative comments, and this doesn't end up going anywhere. Again, it just feels like Ralph is being used as a punching bag for this movie. I assumed Yes would come back to show him there's a bunch of positive comments from people, and then we'd see Fix-It Felix Jr. getting a new popularity spike thanks to his viral videos. And then that would mean even more people would show up to the arcade to play the game because of how popular it is. But no, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't go anywhere. Finally though, he's made 1 billion views or whatever, and he can afford the wheel to fix Sugar Rush. Too bad he overhears Vanellope telling Shank she wants to stay in Slaughter Race. Wow, I guess we're wrapping up the story here soon, huh? That's neat. I wonder how this'll play out. We're only halfway through! Thankfully, this pause screen and the 2-hour runtime is a bit misleading. There's actually 22 minutes of credits with 2 different mid-credit scenes. I sat there and waited through the whole time to see what would be at the end of the credits, and you know what I got. This makes me so mad because they actually got me. This movie sucks. It's boring. It's not funny. Ralph and Vanellope quickly become tiresome with their shtick being on repeat for forever. There's no villain for this movie either, and I think that really hurts the flow of the narrative. Hell, the whole premise isn't great to begin with, so whatever. Don't be fooled by the 3D animation. This is still a Disney sequel, just like all those others. Speaking of, it's time for our next one, another sequel. Starting this film with them as kids again, just like the last one, feels like a cheap attempt at nostalgia bait, but the rest of the movie is pretty dramatically different from the first one, without many references to it. So I guess it's fine if they indulge a little bit in nostalgia baiting here.
Those of air, of fire, water, earth.
Now, Anna and Elsa can go on their own Final Fantasy adventure. There's quite a lot of very sudden world building in this movie. I mean, it works. I guess there's nothing being retroactively retconned by learning about the magic spirits and enchanted forest. It just kind of reminds me of, like, all those lionesses who stayed loyal to Scar, you know? If you watch this movie, get ready to freaking hate that noise. It plays constantly. It's always the same rhythm, the same pitch. Towards the end there, I was just really sick of it. Do you remember what I said about Rescuers Down Under? Sure you do. You're smart and cool. I hate the trying to propose gimmick for a plotline, and it's way worse here with Kristoff than it was with Rescuers. He can't get 2 words out without Anna interrupting him because she's suddenly super offended or distracted by everything. It's why I hate this gimmick. It's always so contrived and just highlights the worst parts of their relationship dynamic. Honestly, Kristoff might as well not even be in this movie. He's barely in it and doesn't even do anything substantial in the long run. There's a lot more songs in this movie compared to the first one, likely because Frozen's original soundtrack really popped off. They probably was hoping to cash in on that musical element again here and incorporated a lot more songs. Also, I kinda get the feeling they made this film around the idea of it being turned into an ice skating stage play. The limited set pieces, the bigger emphasis on musical numbers, Elsa's new outfit looks tailor-made for flowing around behind her while she ice skates around. Frozen on Ice was huge, this wouldn't surprise me. Anyways, what do I think of the songs? Well, quite frankly, I couldn't tell you because they're all so bland I don't even remember any of them. None of these songs stood out. None. That's crazy. There's so many songs. You'd think at least one of them would have had some sort of prominent or memorable element. Nope. Oh wow. The biggest ick about this film is Olaf. He becomes what everyone was worried he would be from the first one. He's a brain-dead, babbling annoyance.
Elsa, Sven, Samantha. I don't even know it's Samantha.
And then they try to do this death fake out with him, and it just doesn't work. With how obnoxious he's been all movie, I couldn't care less. I'm just happy he's finally gonna shut up for a while. Alright, the movie made $1 billion. I'm allowed to complain all I want. It's still a massive financial success. I'll focus on some positives now. Elsa uses her powers in way more interesting and creative ways all throughout the film. The first film she felt rather passive. This time around, it's cool watching her charging into the plot. I also like how the 4 elements are all rather unique. Like, they're not all just animals, and the 2 that are animals look totally different style-wise. They could have cheaped out on this and made them all kind of samey, and I appreciate the extra effort to be unique with them. Okay, this movie is gorgeous. Like, I know I really talked up Zootopia's animation, but this all might actually be some of the most technically phenomenal animation I've ever seen. The fabrics for their clothes, the fur and the hair textures, the water, the wind, the leaves, the trees, this all looks real. It looks like a real world and it's amazing and beautiful. The problem is, it sort of looks weird because the world is immaculate and realistic looking, and then there's these characters that still have the big Barbie doll head cartoon faces, and it's sort of distracting. Like, they don't look like they belong in this world because their exaggerated proportions look out of place in reality. There's no villain again, and it's super lame. The whole film feels very aimless, and the resolution and conflict feel underwhelming. And Elsa learned she is the extra magic spirit bridge. This movie is literally just the 5th element. Just watch The Fifth Element instead. I'm not gonna lie, I really like this movie. I like magic and fantasy worlds with dragons. I really freaking love dragons, so I was pretty charmed by this story right from the beginning. Honestly though, this shouldn't have been a movie. This could have totally been a full TV show. There's obviously a ton of lore and world building, the different places and cultures and magic and everything. If they sat with this and fleshed it out more, this could have been something like Last Airbender. Honestly, I'd love to get to spend more time with this world and characters. I'll be real though, I'm not a huge fan of the big Barbie eyes on the dragons. So, Sisu, voiced by Awkwafina. I don't get the internet's weird hatred for her all the time. I think she has fine performances. I think the main problem is she gets stuck delivering the same performance for every character she does. Every character she voices sounds and acts exactly the same way as each other. I don't know if she's getting typecast or if she's not expanding to different roles or performances, but anyways, Sisu's introduction is admittedly kind of jarring. She pops off immediately doing a bunch of Awkwafina-styled humor.
Have you ever done like a group project, but there's like that one kid who didn't pitch in as much, but still ended up with the same grade?
If she was hanging out with Mushu, I think this would be totally cool. But here, in Raya, where the tone has been very serious, somber, dramatic up until now, it sort of feels out of place. What's weird is as the movie goes on, she quickly chills out a lot. Yes, Sisu is still a lighthearted optimist, but she's not doing the over-the-top thing like how we see in her introduction scene. I wonder how many people gave up on the premise of this film because Sisu's introduction here spoiled the mood they were establishing. Anyways, yes, in the rest of the film, I think she's a fun character who's surprisingly emotional. I will say though, there's an awfully big chunk of this film where she stays disguised as a human. I came here for a dragon movie. Give me more dragons, damn it. The real heart of the film is her companions she picks up from the other four kingdoms. You meet them and you see the most exaggerated versions of themselves, the masks they wear to try to survive on their own in this world, but after spending some time, we get to see who they really are, and it's sweet. Admittedly though, I really wish we got to spend a lot more time with them. They're even more shafted than Hero's friends from Big Hero 6. The focus is mostly on Raya and Sisu, obviously, but also our anti-hero, Namaari. As a villain, she's really cool, and it's fun finally getting another villain again. Technically, she ends up siding with the heroes in the end, and it's a legitimately sweet moment of trust. And there's lots of twists and turns that lead to Namaari's redemption too, so it doesn't just feel like it happens out of nowhere. But when she does act as our villain, she's a cool threat. A great fighter, cunning tactician, dedicated to her people, but also dedicated to the dragons. I will say, the real evil forces of the film, the Droon, is pretty bland. It's just like purple smoke. It's sort of lame compared to all the other magical creativity of this world. Strap in, everybody, it's time for another princess double feature! I'm ranking both Raya and Namaari because they're both next in line as leaders and I think they're both cool. Outfit. Raya's hat and cloak are pretty iconic, but I'd be lying if I said her actual outfit was all that memorable. If I just saw this, I would have no idea what movie it was from. I wish there was some sort of really recognizable pattern or accessory or scar or something. Also, she starts the movie in blue, but then changes to green. I don't know, consistency, maybe, would help? It's fine, but nothing special. 2 out of 5. Namaari, on the other hand, the haircut is super adorable. I love the earrings. The white style of Fang's attire is really recognizable and unique from what the others in this world are wearing. Again, I might not recognize it right away, but whenever the two are on screen, I always look at Namaari because her design is just so much stronger. 4 out of 5. Princessology. Raya kind of gets screwed over in this category. Heart doesn't seem to be inhabited anymore after the dragon gem is broken apart, so it's not exactly like she has a lot of opportunity to work on her leadership skills. That being said, she takes command of her ragtag team pretty well, understanding of their different perspectives and helping to sort things out when arguments arrive. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Namaari is a lot more closely tied to her status as heir to the throne, but also focuses more of her energy on militaristic type of quests, hunting down Raya specifically. We don't really see her leading others aside from basic commands, so it's hard to get a good idea on if she'd be a good leader. But she at least seems to care about the future of her people. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Heroics? Come on. They're both getting 5s. Have you seen the movie? Do I really need to explain this? 5 out of 5 and 5 out of 5. Personality. Rhea is awfully stoic. She kind of reminds me of Samurai Jack in the early scenes, but she also still has a good sense of humor and a sense of compassion. She is fine, if a tad boring. She's meant to be the rock that grounds the other zany personalities on her team. I'll give her a 3 out of 5. Namaari's cold, cunning, surprisingly emotional, conflicted. Villains who get redemption arcs sort of naturally have a lot more depths to their characters because they need to have a whole shift in their beliefs and moral system for the redemption to satisfyingly work. We see a lot of different sides to her, and it's what makes the finale with her really leave an impact. 4 out of 5, giving Rhea a score of 13 out of 20, and Namaari a little ahead of her with 16 out of 20. Encanto's another one I've already made a review for. TLDR, it's really, really, really good, and I love it a lot. I adore everything about this movie. The characters, the setting, the music, the comedy, the themes. It's just such a fun time. One of Disney's best films in my opinion. First of all, obviously, this film looks amazing. I can't deny that Disney has really figured out textures like fabrics, hair, water, plants, etc. Unlike with Frozen 2 though, the style of this environment and the textures still match the characters in the scene. Frozen 2 looks too hyper-realistic, which made the characters feel like they didn't match the environment they stood in. They seem to have figured out a proper balance with it all here in Encanto. Realistic and amazing, but also styled and saturated to fit the character designs. And the environment around them is important. The movie fully embraces the culture this takes inspiration from and is located in. I always think it's much cooler when we see a story that fully dives into how much of it appreciates the setting for the story. We've come a long way since Donald Duck hanging out with Joe Carioca being nothing more than just a passerby tourist. Also, the music is amazing. We all know how massively popular We Don't Talk About Bruno was. On that note, you should totally look up the live-action choreography they filmed as reference for their animation. It's really cool and impressive, and I love it. But honestly, every single song in this film is phenomenal. Hands down, the best soundtrack in a Disney film in a long time. Oh yeah, I totally cried, by the way. I wasn't sure if Mirabelle should count in my Disney princess ranking. Sure, the Madrigals are important people to the town, but she's not really a princess or anything. Screw it. I like Mirabelle, and this is my list. Outfit? Oh my god, I love her outfit. The frills and the embroidery are so lovely to see and is a nice character detail. Mirabelle is shown sewing and crafting multiple things in the movie, like the stuffed animal she made for Antonio. It's just so cool in a simple yet eye-catching way of jazzing up her dress. And it all looks amazing in Engine. Also, the glasses are cute. We don't get a lot of glasses wearing heroes in Disney. 5 out of 5. Princessology? Like I said, she's not really a princess. At most, I could see her taking up the role Abuela has as the family figurehead. But that's sort of leaning into headcanon territory. Mirabelle is polite and kind to others, accommodating and entertaining to the locals, especially the children, and she tries very hard to be helpful. So I have to give her some credit for all of that at least. 3 out of 5. Heroics? She's not exactly throwing herself into dangerous situations, because there aren't really many in this movie. At most, we see her jumping over the crevices in Bruno's tower. But this is a great example about how bravery and heroics isn't just being an action hero. It takes a ton of bravery to look your grandmother in the face and tell her she's been a problem. I'm gonna give her 3 out of 5. Personality, Mirabelle is a delight. She's surprisingly sassy. Most Disney princesses have a sweet, kind side that's their prominent personality trait. And yes, like I said, Mirabelle goes to great lengths to be kind and helpful, but her honest self is one that rolls her eyes at her sister. She talks back, she's headstrong and stubborn. Mirabelle's honesty and openness is such a refreshing change of pace compared to most other Disney princesses who insist on being constantly so twee. Absolutely 5 out of 5, giving her a 16 out of 20. Alright, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Out of all the movies on this list, Strange World is the one I was dreading the most. This movie is abysmal to an unfathomable degree. I know, I've talked about a few really bad films, But this is the one I had to force myself to watch. Because Strange World is bad, but it's not like horrifically bad or anything. No, it's worse. It's the worst thing any piece of media can be. It's boring. Bad films I can enjoy watching because sometimes it's fun to just see how crazy bad certain things can play out. But a boring film? It just makes me question my existence. I'm here to laugh at goofy story decisions, not have an existential crisis. This whole film in its entirety feels like it's half-assed. It reeks of first draft idea. First draft characters, first draft everything. So the conflict that makes Jaeger and Searcher split up in the beginning is super dumb and contrived. Jaeger wants to continue to go over the mountains. Searcher thinks the electrically fueled plants are good enough to get their civilization out of the Stone Age, basically. And rather than come to any sort of compromise, they just split up for literally 25 years. No one else in the crew wanted to go back out and find Jaeger. Jaeger wasn't willing to go back home with the plants and then trek back out into the mountains again. It's so silly and dumb, and every single conflict is like that. Oh, I loved this part, where we see the electricity plants and we understand that can give the people electricity, and then Searcher explains that the plants have energy so that can give people electricity. Then Searcher asks his neighbor, and his neighbor explains how the plants give the people electricity. And then Searcher makes coffee and the radio explains how the plants give people electricity. Yeah, make sure to treat your audience like they're the dumbest person on earth. Explain everything 7 times at minimum, please. I hate the character design for this film. It's pathetically bland. The characters have absolutely nothing interesting going on. There's no unique art style, no creative shape language, no memorable color palettes or patterns. If you saw these characters out of context of the film, there's no way in hell you'd recognize them from this movie. They look so generic and basic, you could have confused them for a run-of-the-mill commercial, like the characters from the Grubhub ad, and I mean that literally. Look at this dancing scene. Tell me they don't look exactly like the Grubhub characters. I hate this movie. But hey, at least this film has the first openly gay main character who's not some Where's Waldo-esque background blink and you miss it kind of person. Good job, Disney. Took you long enough. Good thing they hardly even get to talk to each other, and there's definitely no kissing allowed. Wow, what big strides you've made, Disney. Searcher finds his dad again, seeing him for the first time in literally 25 years, and then they immediately cut away as soon as it happens.
Dad? Dad?
Yeah, don't worry. I didn't want to actually see the characters engaging with each other at all. It's fine. Once the family enters the strange world, the movie dives into a crawl. It's so boring. Nothing happens. It's a lot of quibbling between Jaeger, Searcher, and Ethan. Yippee. Family constantly arguing about, I don't want to be like you, Dad. What a fun romp. On top of the basic, boring character design, the animation itself feels weirdly floaty. Despite all of Disney's technical advancements and new age animation techniques, this movie feels less realistic than Snow White. There was also fantastical creatures in Snow White, but there was still a grounded sense of realism to their movements. And that's just not present here with Strange World's characters. It also means everyone feels as alien as the quote-unquote strange monsters they come across. They don't move like humans. They don't feel like humans. So the alien nature of the so-called fantastical world around them just doesn't hit as hard as it could. But on that note, this world is so bland. Strange World's fantastical setting is so generic, it's almost painful how creatively bankrupt it all feels. We have seen, across thousands of movies, shows, cartoons, comic books, all forms of media, a million different fantasy worlds, sci-fi worlds, magical worlds, and Strange World delivers absolutely nothing new or interesting. And that's supposed to be its big selling point. Hell, it literally is what the dumb film is named for. It's Strange World, but this world is so boring and basic, and beyond that, it's just a basic, predictable story about dads and their sons. I could think of 100 vastly more interesting and creative worlds than this one. Horton Hears a Who, Ever After High, Way to Wonderland, Star Trek, Solar Opposites, Star Wars. Oh, you want to stay in Disney? How about Chicken Little, Lilo and Stitch? What about Elemental, Bitey of Brackenwood? So turns Turns out they're inside a giant monster in this film. Cool. Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story. What else? How about Steven Universe? Avatar? Avatar? I could really go on, but I think I've made my point. It's just a waste of time. There's nothing worthwhile in this film that you can't find done infinitely better in a million other places. It's so generic and bland, and honestly befuddling that this is actually a real Disney movie. This feels like such a cheap knockoff of a Disney film, and what really rubs salt in the wound is the fact that this is the first film in the whole list to get that big, special, extra long 100 years of Disney opening. This and our next film have been the only two films to don this special centennial landmark, and they both feel like a spit in the face of that achievement. So, on that note, there's only one film left. So, I've already covered Wish extensively in an hour-long review. In fact, for that review, I collected some shots of prior Disney classics, and that got me thinking about Disney's 100-year landmark, and inspired me to make this whole video. So, thanks, Wish. Without you, this video wouldn't exist. That being said, Wish is still very, very bad. I don't want to repeat myself too much from my previous review, but long story short, this movie is a mess of half-baked ideas. Literally every single interesting or compelling thing we've learned about the original ideas they had for this story sounds infinitely better than the dime a dozen basic film they've actually crapped out. They just mishandle so many plot points. Honestly, it's kind of hilarious how so many moments pan out in like the worst way possible for the development of the characters or plot. Not gonna lie, this film is filled with very interesting potential, but they do absolutely nothing with any of it. Instead, scenes which could be used to make these characters and this world really cool and interesting instead seem to always land on the worst outcomes, making Asha come across as ridiculous or passive. Like she doesn't put any effort into anything and things just sort of happen for her. Magnifico comes across as more sympathetic rather than being threatening like he should be. The magic system is non-existent, every single plot beat is lazy and contrived, and it sucks because like I said, they could have had so much fun with this story, and I think where it hurts the most is with the 7 dwarf characters. Dahlia, Hall, Bazima, Gobbo, Simon, Dario, and Safi. They could be so much more interesting and entertaining characters. They're less unique than the dwarves they're referencing from the classic Snow White. I wish they were more exaggerated to really push their characteristic traits. In general, I wish this film had leaned a lot more into its origin of Disney thing they barely touch on. You can 100% tell this film was not originally written to be their big 100-year celebration. It was in production hell for a while, and you can tell they decided to randomly assign it as the 100-year landmark, and sort of just sprinkled a few very bland, very basic references into the script to allude to various prior Disney films.
Hey, thanks for not eating me, John.
Don't mention it, Bambi.
And after watching all of the prior Disney films available, it's pathetic how little they played around with that incredibly compelling concept. Like, at this rate, I'd love for them to just do a classic fairy tale again, jeez. Also, the music, not great. A few songs can be kinda catchy, for better or worse.
And this is the thanks I get.
And At All Costs is actually pretty good, even if the lyrics are really clunky, but my god, the majority of the film's soundtrack is a steaming pile of dog turds. Specifically, You're a Star. I hate this song. The lyrics infuriate me to no end.
I'm a star.
Watch out, world, here I are!
I suppose I'll count Asha as a princess here. Mostly because I want to talk about her design and princessology and stuff, so I might as well. Outfit, bad. It's boring. Purple is neat, at least. There's very few princesses in purple, and that's because purple tends to be a villainous color. But I get the idea. Purple is alluding to the night sky, but it literally begins and ends there. If we wanted a night sky star theme, I wish they had gone all out with it. Weave gold threads into her hair like that one gorgeous character from Arcane, to feel reminiscent of the tail of a shooting star. More gold accents in general, to not only match Stars' Asha's yellow color palette, but to really tie Asha into the wishing star theme. This pattern is boring, and it's not even like Rapunzel where I could find a neat, subtle detail. It's just the most basic, laziest options because they're easy to animate. Garbage, 1 out of 5. Princessology. She's not a princess, but 1, she does become a fairy godmother at the end, and 2, she wanted to be Magnifico's assistant. Both things involve wielding very powerful magic and overseeing the happiness and security of the people of Roses, and Asha does not seem like a very good fit for that big of a role. Yeah, she means well, but like, being nice doesn't make you a very good political figure. She's unrefined and panicky and flaily and rash and impatient. 1 out of 5. Heroics. I was going to say this is her only positive trait, but really? How heroic is she? She doesn't really willingly throw herself into danger. In fact, the majority of the film, she's sneaking around trying to hide from the danger, and she just inevitably gets caught. Though I have to admit, I couldn't call her a coward. She's brave when it comes to speaking her mind, and she's at the very least ambitious. I'll be generous and give her a 3 out of 5. Personality? Let's not kid ourselves. Asha is the worst part about this film. Every other character and concept is more memorable and entertaining. Asha feels like a watered-down parody of what people think modern-day Disney princesses are, only without any of the charm or creativity as characters like Rapunzel or Anna or Mirabelle. Honestly, Asha is like the anti-Moana. Despite my many critiques of that film, Moana carried it for me. Every scene was still engaging because of the massive amounts of charisma Moana delivered. Asha actively detracts from each scene she's in. She tries too hard, she's not funny, she's not inspiring, she doesn't stand out or anything. We begrudgingly follow her around for this film. Just like the rest of the movie, she's a huge letdown. 1 out of 5. The final princess on our ranking, giving her a score of 6 out of 20. And oh my god, I've finally done it. I've covered all the movies on my list. Well, now all there is to do is... It's going to be impossible to try to wrap things up here with a conclusion that covers the idea of all the films in this video. I mean, you saw it all. You watched the whole thing up to this point, right? Sure you did. I trust you. You got a trustworthy face. So rather than try to touch on the peaks and valleys, the ever-changing shifts of quality and concepts Disney's animated films touch on over a multitude of decades, I'll just make some statistics to encapsulate my broader thoughts. This is the final result of the princess ranking. Honestly, I'm amazed Aurora did so badly. I definitely expected Vanellope or Asha to be last, but I guess they're slightly more memorable because they're kind of annoying characters. Aurora is basically just walking cardboard. On the flip side though, Pocahontas, Tiana, and Moana. Let's give it up to the top 3 best girls. They're killing it. Though special shout out to Cinderella. I just really fell in love with her over the course of this video. She's super cool and inspiring to me. Also, don't forget, Cusco is honorary best boy. These are the films that made me cry. So that's fun. My favorite sidekick character, Merryweather. She cracked me up. I loved how pissed off she was. She was a real firecracker.
I'd like to turn her into a fat old hop toad.
Can only do good, dear, to bring joy and happiness.
Well, that would make me happy.
The worst sidekick character, Mushu, specifically in Mulan 2, was pretty foul. Like, at most, the ones I don't like will be boring or annoying. Mushu actively tried to sabotage everything for selfish reasons, which was a huge reversal for his character's growth, so just, he's the worst. It's terrible.
Look like a for real pink slip. You know, like a, you're fired.
Best mid-quill, Bambi 2. It was actually magical, amazing upgrade from its original film. When people fondly remember Bambi and the various characters, they're thinking of this film, not that boring nature documentary from before.
Run, Bambi!
Worst midquill, Belle's Magical World. It just made me hate these characters so much. They just constantly bicker and it was so annoying. It ruins the fun of their relationship.
Memories, which she would...
Best sequel, Lion King 2. It's probably my nostalgia, but hot dang, I love this film just as much as the first one.
Them, us,
them. They are us.
Worst sequel? Ralph Breaks the Internet. It literally took everything about its predecessor and took a dump on it. Ruined the characters and the character dynamics, no creativity whatsoever, with a wandering, basic, stupid plot. I actively loathe this film. It makes me like Wreck-It Ralph less retroactively. You need to be a really terrible film for that to happen.
Do-do-do-boop, wow.
Best TV show pilot, Stitch. There were a few of these, like Tarzan or Beauty and the Beast, but Stitch not only had the best premise for its TV series, but also the pacing for Stitch was much more entertaining than the clip show formula the other pilot movies attempted.
Oh, cousin!
Worst TV show pilot, Aladdin. It's just ugly. It's just a hideous film with annoying characters, and don't have Iago sing. Don't have him sing 2 different songs.
I've got sand in places I didn't even know I had.
Most improvement between films, Peter Pan and The Jungle Book. I couldn't decide. I know I really praised Bambi 2 before, but that film just gave life to a vacant concept the first one attempted to touch on. These two takes actively bad elements from their predecessors and actually fixes them. And they even add more to the world and characters that makes it even more engaging. Top it all off with surprisingly gorgeous animation and fantastic music, and these two knock it out of the park.
Oh, I get it. I'm dreaming.
Cat, got your tongue?
Biggest downgrade between sequels? Hunchback. I honestly don't even know what to say. I think it's mostly just surprising. Like, this came out at a time when Disney was really picking up steam for their sequel films. They were getting more and more impressive plotlines and animation, and then this mess happens. It didn't need to exist. It doesn't add anything to the first one. I don't like it, and I don't want to ever watch it again.
She's even more beautiful on the inside.
Best animal-led story? Come on. It's The Lion King. Obviously, it's The Lion King. Like, I know I'm very biased. My nostalgia for it is incredibly strong, but come on. It's fun, it's exciting, the music is fantastic, the animation is beautiful, the characters are great, it's iconic, and everyone loves it for a reason. Obviously, it's Lion King. Worst animal-led story. I think it should be obvious, Lady and the Tramp. I was not expecting to come out of this as the #1 biggest Lady and the Tramp hater of all time. Hot damn, I hate absolutely every single thing about this film. Not even a good romance or anything.
Trig! That reminds me, who is Trixie?
Best human-led story? Mulan. She's just such an inspiration, and the art of this film captures my imagination, and I love it. No matter how many times I watch it, I am thoroughly charmed and entertained. It's just such a badass story. She saves China. All of that's so cool.
You said you'd trust Ping. Why is Mulan any different?
Worst human-led story? Sword in the Stone. It's just not fun. And it's such a shame because, like, the story of King Arthur is fun. This should be fun and cool, but it's just not. It's boring and dumb and confusingly ugly. I don't like these characters, I don't like their conflicts, and I especially don't like the ending. It was dumb and contrived.
Alakazam! I'm in an awful pickle, I'm king!
Though bonus point to Strange World. It might not be the worst, but it is definitely the hardest one to sit through. Mind-numbingly boring. The longest series, Lilo and Stitch, got 4 films. That's a lot, not counting Winnie the Pooh and the Pixie Hollow films. Like I said in the very beginning, there's so many of those films and those franchises, it would be unreasonable to tackle them here. Let me know if you do want to see me reviewing those films though. In fact, leave a comment and like the video and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. I put so much effort into this, and I would appreciate it if you showed me you cared. Though also special shout out to Aladdin. It technically ties with Lilo and Stitch, if we include the Princess Follow Your Dreams plotline with Jasmine.
Is it that obvious?
Well, you do kind of stand out.
It's not an angel, Lilo. I don't even think it's a dog.
Most underrated character, Joe Karaoke. He's just so adorable. I wish he did more. I wanted him to be, like, more prominent in Mickey's squad of friends. I know he shows up every now and then in, like, certain cartoons and whatever, but I want more.
Donald, have you ever been to Bahia?
And these are all the sequels slash midquels where the whole point was that one of the main characters who didn't date a person in the original film starts a relationship in this film. And I think that's everything. Finally, we can have our conclusion. This was a lot. And like I already said, I can't really try and encapsulate everything in this review into a neat, tidy conclusion paragraph, so I won't try to. Instead, I'm looking to Disney's future. We all know that there's a few sequels on the horizon. Moana 2 specifically comes out very soon. At least it shouldn't be out yet, if I get this edited in time. And I've also heard rumors about Frozen 3 and Encanto 2. And I'll be honest, I'm not super excited about these films. Ralph Breaks the Internet and Frozen 2 weren't great. I'm not very optimistic about the idea of more sequels from Disney. I'm more curious about what new original concepts they'll come up with. But I won't put the cart before the horse. I'll be optimistic. I'll wait to judge these films until after I actually see them. So we'll just have to wait to tackle them when they finally get here. For now, I'm going to be taking a much needed break from Disney animations. First things first, I'm gonna watch The Exorcist. Huge shout out to my $10 patrons. You're all amazing. Andrew, Valhalla Knight, Chamomile, Classy Critic, Noah Perkins, Sunny Shy, Genital War Thunder, Jake, Amber, Hype Man, Isaiah, Scaring Crows, Not All That Evil, Holly, Messiah, Jacob, Zach, Ben's Sketchbook, Rain, Omega Fighter, Trash, Wild Pilot, Josh, Twisty, Juan, Bunkin Duncan, Hoodie Angel, Ranger, Hut Mutt Butt, Cloudy Days, The Enigma, C1 Trooper, Sean, Primo Rune, Overhypin, Knight, Plague, Unspoken, and Tyrene. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. Please give it a like and a comment and share and subscribe. Please. It was so much work. It was so much effort. I hope you enjoyed it. There's so many opinions in this video. I would love to see someone else's. Any and all thoughts and opinions about any of the movies, or any thoughts about future Disney projects, or just whatever. You could tell me what you had for lunch today. I don't really mind. I would just love to see someone else's thoughts and opinions, and I appreciate it so much. I hope you had fun. I did. It was worth it. I think it was worth it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.